Wake up. A short command brings a machine to life. Fans whirring as diagnostics fill the screen. It all goes by too quickly to read. Maybe we'll come back to this later. We emerge from a mechanical cradle, finding ourselves in some high-tech space. Metal floors and bulkheads surround us, while red lights flash mute warnings across malfunctioning doors and empty corridors. Something has gone wrong here. We find a service manual that helps orient us a bit. We are on board a Penrose-type vessel, a small, low-cost spacecraft on a mission to explore the outer reaches of the solar system and beyond. One of many, if our ship's designation of 512 is any indication. We can glean a few other facts here. We serve the Oisan People's Navy, which is relying on missions like ours to fuel the nation's growth. Each Penrose vessel is launched toward the Oort cloud, the ring of asteroids and other debris beyond the outer edge of the solar system, by an orbital mass driver, essentially a cannon that fires spaceships, and staffed by one land survey/ship technician replica called an LSTR, or Elster. That matches what we saw on the diagnostic panel, so that must be us. We were paired on this mission with a Gestalt scout officer who possesses a skill set complementary to ours. We don't know what most of these words mean, but maybe if we find the Gestalt we'll be able to orient ourselves. Lights flicker across the surface of the cryogenic pod, which is sealed shut. Is this where the Gestalt is? Were we both asleep? We don't know the code to open the pod, so we'll have to look elsewhere. In the Gestalt officer's bunk, we discover a diary page smeared with blood. It's nearly illegible. Cut from cryos. In an empty mess hall. I was wondering why Elster was looking out the windows of the flight. She looked like someone lost in thought. Sometimes I feel concerning. Is our partner injured? The damage to the ship is worse the more we explore. Broken struts hang loose over ruptured pipes. As the ship technician, this must be our responsibility. Why have we let it get this bad? Another manual. This one is about a repair logic module. On the cover, we can see our model's namesake. Elster is German for magpie. The manual makes our role a bit clearer. We are a replica, which would seem to be some manner of artificial being. Elster is the model of replica that we are. This model is, among other things, adept at repair. We learn to use the menu, which seems like it might be diegetic, to repair ourselves and any other objects. We score a roll of tape and read some new information on a nearby terminal. As we surmised, we are Replica Unit Elster 512. A. Yang, our crewmate, is unaccounted for. Our ship is crash-landed on an unknown planet's surface, suffering heavy damage in the process. The fact that we're not adrift in space is nice and all, but the temperature outside is well below what even we can survive without protective equipment. We had better find Yang quickly. Finally, we come to the flight deck. It's little more than a cockpit, and through the frosted-over glass we can make out a fierce blizzard. In the distance, black spires pierce the whiteout. They don't look like natural structures. Is this world inhabited? The state of the instrument panels are enough to tell us that the Penrose 512 will never fly again, but that's hardly our main concern. A photograph taped to the console gives us our next clue. It's damaged, but we can make out Ariane Yang, a young woman in a black and red uniform that sharply contrasts her stark white hair. On the back, 9 squares are marked, revealing the code to the cryogenic pod. We quickly punch it in, bracing ourselves to find a crewmate in dire straits. But the fluid drains, revealing that the pod is empty save for a broken keycard. Well, that won't stop us. Our repair module assists in taping the two halves perfectly flush. Key in hand, we proceed to the airlock. One Ava suit is missing. Ariane must have gone outside. There's nothing else to be done here, so we don our suit and follow her, through the airlock and into the blinding snow. At length, we pass beneath a gateway made of the same smooth material as the spires and discover a circular pit cut into the ice. A set of narrow steps laying a precarious path to the bottom. Carefully, we descend, finding the floor of the pit an uncanny scarlet color. Here waits a tiny hole with a light at the far end. With nowhere else to look, we crawl through. Improbably, we find ourselves in a tiny room. A ratty bed, a desk with some radio equipment and banned Imperial literature, and a heavy safe crowd the space, leaving barely any room to stand. The tunnel is closed behind us, and the only door we can see refuses to open. So we turn our attention back to the room. The nation's flag, a few pictures of a darkened coastline and a lonely-looking island, and, lying on the desk, a strange book, marked with the same 3 stars that adorn the flag. The King in Yellow. It's difficult to see, but the book seems to be sealed with 6 locks. As we pick it up for a closer look, the radio transmitter sparks to life. Three tones and a repeating message.
Achtung, Achtung. 3, 9, 4, 8, 6. 3, 9, 4, 8, 6. 6, 0, 1, 7, 0. 6, 0, 1, 7, 0. 2, 4, 3, 2, 6. 2, 4, 3, 2, 6. 0, 1, 0, 6, 4. 0, 1, 0, 6, 4.
SIGNALIS is something that means a lot to me, and it continues a thematic through line of the deep dives we've done on the channel to date. This game, depending on how you play it, will only run you 5 to 10 hours, maybe less. Its gameplay is best compared to one of the original Resident Evil titles, with lower enemy variety and a simpler assortment of weapons. It excels at puzzles, but otherwise I would call the gameplay a serviceable vehicle for the story, which is heartbreaking and uplifting in equal measures. The brilliance of SIGNALIS lies in how it tells its story. There's a definite sequence of events, or something close enough to it, but it's told gesturally, letting the player fill in the blanks or go digging for meaning on subsequent playthroughs, wiki dives, or even YouTube videos. Hey look, I'm on TV. There's no shortage of content about the game, but SIGNALIS merits more examination because of the density of its storytelling. And unlike, say, Dark Souls, we're not merely archaeologists examining a story that's long ended. We are placed in the center of the story and tasked with finding our own way through the labyrinth. It's a wonderful game, and I hope to see many more like it. Another boot screen, very different from the one we saw in the intro. It flashes by quickly, but there are a few things to note here. The large Chinese text reads Magpie Goddess Kernel. Magpies are traditionally considered signs of good fortune in East Asia, and a kernel is the core of a computer's operating system. Here it says Replika Operating System and Land Survey Ship Technician. Our Gestell, or frame, is Elster. Some people say Elster, but I believe that especially with names, it's best to stick with the native pronunciation as best we can. As mentioned previously, Elster is German for magpie. On that note, there's a lot of non-English text in the game. I'm fluent in English, almost fluent in French, and I speak kindergarten Japanese, but I've never had occasion to learn German or Chinese. I've double-checked my translations and pronunciations, but if I say anything funny or get a word wrong, feel free to point and laugh in the comments. One further note is that China is a massive and diverse country with tremendous history and a culture that has spread across East Asia. Chinese can refer to multiple dialects and languages which are closely related but not always mutually intelligible. When I make reference to the Chinese language, I am grossly oversimplifying. Our chipset is Kasasagi 4. Kasasagi being Japanese for magpie. Our memory test reads 512R. We've surmised that our avatar Elster is some kind of mechanical person. This doesn't give us too much more insight into things, but we do get a taste of the melange of German, Chinese, English, and Japanese that we're going to be seeing for the rest of the game. We examine our reflection in a grungy bathroom mirror. Moths flutter in the wan light, oddly out of place in these industrial settings. We came all the way here to find her. No turning back now. Through the door, we find the lobby of S23 Sierpinski, an underground Reeducation facility on Leng, the most remote inhabited body in the solar system. Citizens who find themselves relocated here are granted the opportunity to do their part for the war effort by learning to mine, refine ore, or produce munitions for our wonderful nation. We also learn that workers at this facility may ask to have some of their ration marks sent home to take care of their friends and family. Well, that's nice. The reception desk is empty. A key card is taped to the security window, along with a note directing new arrivals be taken to classroom 4C. The halls are empty, which in a facility like this is concerning enough, but it's not long before we come across something that suggests it may be worse than we feared. A dead Euler unit is curled up on the floor, purulent biocomponents bulging from her damaged polyethylene shell. What could have done this to her? There's another one not far off. She's in better condition at least, but the fact that she's just been left here does not bode well. Heading to classroom 4B, we discover traces of the daily drama at Sierpinski. An Euler unit filed a complaint about a wall safe, revealing that the facility was broadcasting secure access codes over specific radio frequencies. This seems to have been something of an open secret among the Replikas, which led to someone named Adler ordering a crackdown and a series of investigations to root out the leak. It's signed by Adler, German for eagle. Judging by the bird theme, they must be another Replika. We'll keep that in mind. Not far off, we discover a wounded Sta unit. She seems confused at our appearance here and tells us to flee, that the facility is lost. We brush aside her concerns and show her our photograph. We're looking for a gestalt named Alina So, and we're not leaving without her. The Sta tells us that she doesn't know Miss So, and that all the workers here were sent down to the mines beneath the facility. If Alina is alive, and that's a big if, that's where we'll find her. As for the Sta, she's leaving as soon as she's finished repairing herself. The conversation answers a few questions, but raises several more. Most importantly, we learn that despite their artificial origins, Replikas are not mindless automata. They are individuals with some degree of free will and personalities that seem entirely human. We also realize, perhaps for the first time, that the photograph we have here on Sierpinski S23 is different from the one we had on the Penrose 512. Back on the ship, we were looking for a white-haired scout officer named Ariane Young. Now we're after a brunette worker named Alina So. The photographs feature similar damage to the left side, but Alina's doesn't have a coat on the back. Interesting. We acquire a protector key, protector being the term used for the guards and staff in this facility, who all appear to be replicas, and use it to access the observation room. The theme of language as a form of social control is made explicit in a memorandum here, declaring that a certain word is now verboten, and that its usage must cease everywhere immediately by order of Aeon Public Interest Media Regulation. Amusingly, the word is redacted even in the announcement. We have no idea what we're not supposed to say, though a look at our map gives us a hint. It's also the name of the floor that we're on. Usage of the word is to be considered obscenity to the state, and any use of it is to be punished with 2 cycles of double work shifts. We're never directly told, but the redacted word is Reeducation. Apparently, somebody at Aeon realized that the term has some baggage. The memo, signed again by ADLR, ends with a quote. "Our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language." Setting aside any qualms we may have about what we've just read, we also find a Type 75 pistol. This gun, modeled after the real-life CZ-75, fires 10 by 20mm cartridges, roughly analogous to .40 Smith & Wesson. If you don't know your firearms, the CZ is a dated but well-loved marvel of Czech engineering, while .40 Smith & Wesson is more or less a successor to the ubiquitous 9mm, serving as a popular round for law enforcement around the world today. The weapons manual tells us that it is standard issue for replica protector controller staff. If it wasn't clear already, the Gestalt workers at this facility may not be here willingly. We also collect an aperture card, essentially a document on microfilm, and make our way back to the library to take a look at it. Something strange happens as we move through the corridor. A visual glitch distorts the body of one of the Euler units, and with a shriek, it rises to attack us with a meat cleaver. Concerned for our limited ammo, we retreat, leaving the wretched thing out in the hallway. We are surprised to come across a woman kneeling over the remains of another Euler. She's in bad shape, covered in recently bandaged cuts and clutching a kitchen knife, seemingly for protection. Our system automatically pulls her identification file, which flashes across our vision briefly. Isa Ito, Homeworld Rotfront, Sector C. She's a Gestalt, ID number ITISLD V560524. We don't even work here. We didn't even ask, but now we know quite a lot about her. This on-site ID tracking must be how replicas tell each other apart. She's a long way from home and seems to recognize that we are too. She introduces herself either out of politeness or unaware of our doc's vision and explains that she too has come here to find somebody, her twin sister Erica. It's dangerous, but that's all the more reason to get a move on. We remain silent and she leaves to pursue her mission alone. Using the aperture reader, we find the code to the wall safe in classroom 4B, 204512, which gets us to classroom 4C. Onward then. A dictionary nearby confirms what we have surmised so far. A replica is a synthetic reproduction of a gestalt, made of biological tissue grafted onto an artificial endoskeleton. Elster, like the Eulers we've been seeing, was assembled in a factory, not born by a mother. In some science fiction, these kinds of synthetic organisms are called bioroids. Cyborg works too, though in modern parlance that's increasingly come to mean a normal human being who has been modified with bionics. Elster didn't start out as a person. This is more like a reverse cyborg, a robot with meat on it. The dictionary tells us that Gestalt, or form, is taken from Urgestalt, meaning original form. We can assume then that a Gestalt is a human being as you or I would know them. Though we get our first glimpse here of how language is important to the writing in SIGNALIS. The fact that the word has been shortened could be a simple matter of linguistic decay. Perhaps people dropped the extra syllable because it was unnecessary. But it might also imply that Gestalts have themselves deviated from their original form, or perhaps the change was an attempt to blur the line between who was an original and who is a copy. As we will see, replicas are not subservient to Gestalts, and a claim to originality might be disruptive to the status quo. This might also be why the word human is never used to describe a person in SIGNALIS. 4C is a disaster. The desks are all shoved against the wall and a huge hole yawns open in the middle of the floor. With nowhere else to look, we jump down to level 2, the workers' quarters. ' Things are even worse down here. Furniture is heaped up to form crude barricades in the corners, and we're immediately confronted by the sight of another dead replica. The skin and hair on her head are mostly missing, and what's left has been wrapped in a thin layer of soggy gauze. Organs and other biocomponents can be seen through her damaged polyethylene shell. It's hard to tell what's more horrifying, that her body was just abandoned here, or that she lived long enough in this state to receive as much medical care as she did. We head first to the workers' bunks. Each gestalt is afforded a single caged compartment, only big enough to lie down in. Alina's not here, but we do find a diary page that someone who knew her left behind. The protectors have been worried lately. They're hiding something. There's less of them on patrol, and the ration plan keeps changing. Alina says I am imagining. When I look at them, I can feel their fear like it's my own. What are they scared of? The writer, who the developers have confirmed is one Julia Wong, mentions being able to feel their fear. To quote Flaw Peacock, we'll want to keep that in mind. We've been seeing visual glitch effects on we'll call them malfunctioning replicas. Distortions, almost like our eyes don't want to see them. Is it really just fear we're feeling? Across the hall we find Alina's bunk. She's not in it, but hey, she left part of her diary. Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that seems to be going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That Stoich at the factory was chewing me out for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elster the last few days. I hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including Replikas. Not even the protectors seem to be safe. This at least confirms that Alina was a worker here and offers some faint hope that we might actually find her. It might be more accurate to call her a prisoner, but that doesn't seem to be the language the nation prefers to use when referring to this place. And remember, language shapes our world. Think about it. Do you want to live in a world where cyborg overseers force human prisoners to toil in labor camps? Me neither. So you and me, let's call it a school where protectors manage Gestalt workers as they learn valuable skills to lend a hand in the war effort. Robbed of the language to describe our oppression, we would be hard-pressed to organize any resistance to it. We take one last look at the miserable cage they were keeping Alina in and leave. No sense dwelling on it while she could be in danger. Outside, we find a jammed door and a service request. A guard replica, designated STA 2306, wanted a locksmith to get the door opened. The request was processed by another replica, ARAR 2305, who noted that they couldn't get the door open and the next shift would have to handle it. The note is signed 5, German for 5. From this, we can surmise two things. One, that replicas sometimes take on nicknames to distinguish themselves from otherwise identical models, and two, we're going to have to solve a puzzle to get the door open. Retrieving the service hatch key from a nearby elevator, we futz with the mechanism until we can get the tumblers to line up, which opens the door. Seems like our manual was telling the truth about our technical skills. We pass into the north corridor and a protector office, where we find a card key and a propaganda poster. Super weapons of our nation in our battle against the Empire, FLKR units. The poster depicts an imposing replica crowned with a golden halo. In one hand, she wields a golden spear. She tramples a set of interlacking black hexagons, which we will eventually learn is the symbol of the Oisan nation's enemy, the Oisan Empire. We also get a good look at our national flag here. It bears the black, red, and gold color scheme of modern-day Germany, and a central charge featuring a gold wreath surrounding 3 stars and a telescope. The wreath is likely a laurel crown like Falke's stylized headpiece, representing victory. The telescope holds obvious significance for a spacefaring nation. As for the 3 stars, in addition to tying to a story element we haven't seen yet, these may represent the asterism known as the Summer Triangle for reasons I'll get back to later. If you know your real-world history, you may have already realized that this flag is closely inspired by that of the German Democratic Republic, commonly known as East Germany, though the real-world flag used stalks of wheat instead of laurels, and the central element was not a telescope, but a hammer and a compass. It may be tempting to immediately draw comparisons between the Oisan nation and real-life East Germany, but as we will learn, the two don't line up nearly as well as their flags do. For now, it's safe to assume that the developers wanted the audience to keep an atmosphere of state surveillance and political repression in mind. But this is a topic we'll have to circle back to later. A memo nearby, signed by ADLR, orders that any Gestalt workers connected to a recent security leak be interrogated until the culprit is found. More of that wall-safe drama we heard about before. Continuing into the kitchen, we discover an alarming sight. Another badly injured Euler unit is here, mindlessly chopping a writhing mass of meat in a grisly pantomime of meal preparation. We sneak past her toward the back half of the kitchen, where we find another poster. Simple, universal, light replica. Euler. Cute, and a far cry from the bleeding wretches we've been seeing around the facility. We sneak through the dining hall and out to the southern corridor, where we encounter a malfunctioning Stahl unit. Like the Eulers, she's missing most of her skin. Gauze drapes over her ruined face like a veil. Unlike the Eulers, she's quite durable, and her baton has good reach. We're forced to defend ourselves. We stumble away in search of safety and come upon a Stoich hiding in an office.
That's a huge bitch!
She turns out to be the protector controller for this floor, but she's lost her nerve despite her towering frame and bulletproof armor. She advises us to leave and won't come out herself until she gets new orders from the higher-ups. The Stoich is useless, but on a table nearby we spot a card with a familiar face on it. It's Alina So's access card. With this, we can get into the West Wing. We note that she looks pretty banged up in her ID photo. Did she resist when she was arrested, or have the protectors been mistreating her? The sooner we find her, the better. The West Wing is in no better shape. There's an elevator down to the mine shaft level here, but we'll need the administrator's keycard to get it. That would be ADLR, right? Maybe we can track them down. Exploring further, we find a protector office where we learn a little bit more about the workers being held here. There was a Helene Song, apparently arrested for distributing flyers at her university, Julia Wong, arrested on suspicion of something called bioresonance, and Heinrich Fukuyama, arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. It doesn't sound like these people got any kind of a trial before being shipped here. There's a note about Alina So, too. It doesn't list the original reason for her arrest, but it does indicate that a locked box with a butterfly decoration was discovered in her bunk and confiscated. All four of these poor Gestalts look like they've taken quite a beating. Past the office and another malfunctioning replica, we discover the interrogation room. There's a chair in the middle where the subject would have been strapped down, while trays hold an array of what look like medical implements repurposed for torture. There is blood absolutely everywhere. A note reveals that the interrogations ordered by ADLR were successful. Whoever knew the radio frequencies must have eventually talked. It looks like each one matches a corresponding shape. This doesn't mean much to us now, but we may as well hold on to it. Next door, we find another grisly scene, the isolation room. A malfunctioning Stahl unit patrols a chamber lit only in red, containing 2 rows of cages barely big enough for a person to fit inside. A few contain the bodies of unfortunate workers, though thankfully neither of them seem to be Alina. It would seem that S23 Sierpinski was a house of horrors long before the outbreak occurred here. We find Alina's butterfly box in evidence storage. Whatever this is, she risked her life to smuggle it in here, so perhaps we ought to open it. The rectangular key isn't with the box, and furthermore, it's been broken in 2. The first half is lying in a pool of blood in the showers. Never mind the Euler unit over there, staring at a ruined face in the mirror. We'll just sneak on by. The second half of the key is in a blood-spattered squat toilet in the workers' bathroom. We can tell it's theirs because unlike the replica staff, the Gestalt workers aren't afforded any stalls for privacy. The scene is as alarming as it is gross, and suggests that Alina may have gone to extreme measures to keep the key hidden. We hope she's okay. We slot the 2 halves into the keyhole and the box opens to reveal a mysterious artifact. A hexagonal plate of black stone with a star-shaped cutout, revealing something soft and wet within. Gingerly picking up the plate of eternity, we see a vision of a pulsating mass of flesh, some kind of hexagonal seal, and... fog blows through the icy air. Across a narrow footbridge, a small building huddles beneath a parabolic antenna. Signage indicates that we are at Rotfront Station 6. Inside, we find a small living space and some radio equipment. There are 2 mugs, a mess tray, and a few potted plants. They're not in bloom, but we'll see later that these are probably lilies. On the table, a letter addressed to the radio officer stationed here, Iris Young, contains a message from her sister, Camilla. The language used is friendly, but reading between the lines, we can gather that Camilla has pressured her sister to have her daughter Ariane transferred to Camilla's home in the city, where she can receive a proper education. She may have even gotten the government involved, ostensibly out of concern for the child. Ariane Young was the name of the gestalt that we were looking for on the Penrose. That woman was an adult, so this must be an old letter. Perhaps it's a flashback. That would explain how we have suddenly found ourselves on an entirely different planet. On a nearby desk, a small box holds a radio module, essentially a plug-and-play device that allows a replica to listen to radio transmissions, provided they're a Generation 5 model or higher. As far as we can tell, there are only 2 gestalts living here. Why would they have this? Following the instructions, we plug the module into the port behind our left ear. Mostly it picks up static or strange signals we can't understand, but we did spot something outside. A box with an attached microphone and the number 160.00. We try that frequency, which contains a data stream. The microphone picks up the data encoded in the audio, and the box swings open. Our vision glitches out and we're back in the evidence locker, still holding the plate of eternity. Static still crackles from the radio module behind our ear. Maybe the module was inside the box and our trip to Rotfront was just a hallucination? There are no answers to be found here. We still need to find Alina, so all we can do is press on. Back in one of the protector offices, a wall safe is marked with a symbol of a tree. Going off the note we found in the interrogation room, we find a frequency to tune our radio to, which, similar to the vision we just had, gives us a string of numbers. There's no microphone on this safe, so instead we manually punch them in. We're rewarded with a supervisor's access card. That's a STA in the photo, designation S2320. The card is labeled Krankenflügel, which means hospital wing. We were hoping for a way down to the mines beneath the facility, but this is at least a level lower than we are now. Midway down, the power cuts out, and for the briefest moment, out of the corner of our eye, we see Alina So standing beside us. She's gone, and so is our access card. Looks like the elevator ate it when it rebooted. We will need to find the station administrator if we want to head further down. Hopefully they'll be more helpful than the protectors we've met so far. Surprise! Level 3 is in bad shape too. The lights, the ones that are still working, flicker sporadically, and the halls are choked with hospital beds and medical equipment left in disarray. The place must have been overwhelmed with sick workers at some point, but where have they gone? Worryingly, a shotgun has been left unattended on the reception desk, where anyone could reach it. We pick it up for a closer look. The Ein 12 is a pump-action shotgun with a collapsible stock that folds under when not in use. The tube magazine holds 8 12-gauge shells, which have been packed with 18.5mm flechettes. These are tiny darts instead of the typical pellets. The gun appears to be based on the real-life Franchi Spaz 12, which debuted in 1979, going through several design iterations until it was discontinued in 2000. The gun's intimidating appearance led to it being labeled an assault weapon and banned in the United States. It found popularity around the world with police and military forces and has prominently featured in several films, most famously Terminator and Jurassic Park. Flechette shells are a very real thing, but have never really taken off as more than a novelty. They can certainly be lethal, but their ballistic performance is very poor compared to pellets. They have wider dispersion, shorter range, and are less likely to kill a target outright. They're also bad at penetrating armor. Despite this, they've been a staple of cyberpunk and science fiction media, which may be why we're seeing them here. But they could actually have a practical application in this setting. We're not totally sure what replicas are made of, but at least some of it is synthetic. Units like the Sta and Stoich we saw even have body armor. Given the tight confines of this facility and the fact that it's replica guards overseeing Gestalt prisoners, this ammunition may have been selected due to being far more dangerous to a Gestalt than a replica. Any fighting here is going to occur in close quarters, negating range issues, and wounded gestalts can be put back to work, while dead workers would need replacing. But that is not to say the shotgun is ineffective against replicas. In every way, it's a straight upgrade over our pistol, and can sometimes drop multiple enemies with a single shot. Maybe the Oisan nation has worked out the kinks in flechette technology. They have space travel and 2.5-meter fembots. Who knows what they're capable of? We managed to avoid a lot of fighting upstairs in the workers' quarters, but we quickly learned that won't be possible here in the hospital. Malfunctioning STA and EULR units prowl the halls, and clutter makes it impossible to get around them. We're more than capable of gunning them down, but we have limited ammunition, and soon make an unsettling discovery. They don't stay dead forever. This puts an extra degree of pressure on us. We can't blindly crisscross the halls until we find our way. We have to frequently check our map and figure out where we're going and why. Passing through the same areas over and over puts a drain on ammo and medical supplies, which we can't afford. Speaking of medical supplies, it's worth going over these as they're uniquely designed for replica anatomy and can tell us a little bit more about ourselves. The most basic is the repair patch. This is a sticky bandage that both covers wounds and delivers a compound called Formula K, which causes the oxidant fluid we have in place of blood to coagulate into a gelatinous mass, sealing the damaged area and restoring a small amount of health. For bigger injuries, we have repair spray. These single-use spray guns dispense a liquid that rapidly expands into a polyurethane-based foam, filling wounds and stopping oxidant leaks to heal a large amount of damage over a few seconds. These two items can be combined to make a quick curing repair spray. This heals a bit less than the normal spray, but it does the job instantly. I personally don't think it's worth it, but we find a note that mentions that this is sometimes used in a pinch to repair hull damage and seal atmospheric leaks. In the direst of emergencies, we can use a disposable auto-injector loaded with Replika Kreislauf Stimulans N. These shots can only be used in Replika generations 3 and up, but will avert a critical system failure by jump-starting vital functions. Using this will instantly heal us to full. We can also equip it in the active item slot, and it will immediately save us should we become mortally wounded. The packaging makes it sound like most of this stuff would be either ineffective or extremely hazardous to gestalts, and the fact that medication is in circulation that even some replica models can't use is interesting. Next to a hospital bed, we find another page from Alina's diary. She describes waking up in the infirmary after her fall, which is probably a euphemism for the enhanced interrogation she received upstairs. She writes that the protectors were acting strange and wouldn't let her go back to work despite the fact that she had recovered. This lights a new spark of hope as it suggests that she survived at least through the first stages of the outbreak, and that she wasn't killed over the radio thing. The entry also mentions us, saying that she hasn't heard from Elster in a while and she's worried. Were we in contact before all this? We get another chance to learn about replica anatomy as our exploration takes us to the imaging lab. There's a computer terminal here and an interesting array of objects to check out. They're behind plexiglass and for the moment inaccessible, but for whatever reason an X-ray machine is pointed at them. Using the terminal, we can check this stuff out. First up is a revolver with a short barrel and 3 rounds left in the cylinder. It's an unusual design, with the barrel aligned with the bottom chamber rather than the top, quite similar to the real-life Choppa Rhino, particularly the 20DS. This reduces the impact of recoil by keeping the barrel more closely aligned with the shooter's wrist, but comes at the expense of overall accuracy, as the sights are consequently that much higher than the barrel. Luckily, this model comes with a laser sight. Too bad we can't reach it. Next is a severed right hand, black, like our own. Flipping on the X-ray reveals very human-looking bones inside of it. The third object is a replica skull. This image has enough detail to reveal that this is clearly a manufactured object, with a removable brain case held on with screws. Inside, we can see an organic-looking brain, though significant portions of it have either been replaced or augmented with neural implants of some kind. This all confirms what we read in the dictionary upstairs. We are not simply a machine, but a combination of biocomponents and mechanical parts, lab-grown and factory-assembled. Our brain is stuffed full of implants doing who knows what, but it is still more or less a human brain, even if it was grown in a vat. We eat food, we drink water, we use the bathroom. We think, we feel, we suffer. There are 2 more objects to examine. One is some kind of card with a circuit on it lodged inside of what must be polyethylene repair foam. The other is a watch. This may be one of the items confiscated from Helene's Song, a Gestalt worker we read about earlier. As we recall, the protectors were investigating her for the theft of a radio. Is that stolen radio the one we found in the box Alina was hiding? It's a module that only a replica could use. Did Alina know that we were coming and that we would need it? Was she the one who got us the wall-safe code frequencies? Did we plan this prison break together? We leave the X-ray machine for now, finding our way to another intensive care unit. Here, a still-living patient lies unattended and alone in an oxygen tent. She's unresponsive, but we're able to glance over her chart nearby. Or, we think it's hers. She's in such terrible shape that it's hard to even look at her, much less match her to a photo. The chart belongs to Euler S2321. She initially presented with severe headaches and was vomiting oxidant fluid. Examination revealed internal bleeding, low blood pressure, fever, and dehydration, followed by rapid mental decline, hair loss, and purpura, which is a rash of purple or red spots caused by blood, or in this case oxidant fluid, pooling just under the skin. Notes in the chart explain that this is consistent with the mysterious syndrome sweeping through the facility, and the prognosis looks grim. Generally, patients presenting with these symptoms will begin to experience vision loss, and their skin will begin sloughing off. The disease seems to affect both gestalts and replicas in more or less the same manner, which is surprising given their differing biologies. Gestalts usually succumb to infection within 5 cycles, while replicas seem to have more varied results. We suppose that means that sometimes they die, sometimes they wind up stalking the halls trying to kill people, and sometimes they hang on, like the poor thing in the oxygen tent. We press on, doing our best not to think about her, and step into the nurse's station to find an Euler unit. A healthy one. This is Euler S2312, and she fills us in a little on what's going on around here. She says that the station commander, Falka, was the first to get sick, and everything started to go wrong after that. Now she's afraid that she's the only normal one left, and she's terrified of what might happen to her. She refuses to set foot outside for obvious reasons, but staying here might only be delaying the inevitable. Having seen what's become of the other Eulers, and having barely survived our trip thus far, we can certainly sympathize. Strangely, she seems to recognize us, but isn't sure from where. Unfortunately, we can't hang around waiting for her to figure it out, and she's too afraid to come with us, so we're forced to leave her behind. On the south end of level 3, we come across a strange door marked Surgery, with a hexagonal seal and 5 keycard slots. There's a 6th symbol across the top, but no corresponding key. Guess that one's a freebie. There's a bit of decorative bamboo growing out of planters along the walls, and it's weirdly out of place in these dismal surroundings. Even before this station fell apart, the only decorations around here were propaganda posters. We snag a document here, 2 blocks of letters and numbers flanking an image of a sword. This matches a wall safe back in the nurse's station, and referring back to the note from the interrogation room, we now have all the pieces we need to get the safe open. The sword frequency gives us a string of numbers, like the tree did, but the sword safe's keypad doesn't have numbers, it has letters. This new document is a cipher, which allows us to convert our number code to the letter code which will open the safe. A few of the characters on the cipher are smudged, but we're able to figure them out by process of elimination. After a few false starts, we get the box open. Inside, we find an access card and a bionic eye. The eye, as it turns out, is an eidetic module, a piece of tech that can record images. Our own eyes, as suggested by the way they refract light, are probably very similar in design. If we want, we can swap one of our eyeballs out with this thing to take and access photographs. This is essentially a gameplay convenience for people who don't want to take screenshots. It doesn't take an inventory slot while equipped, but it isn't all that useful if you have a smartphone or a working print screen key. It's a nice inclusion and offers a little bit more lore about replica anatomy, but we'll pass on it for now. The card grants access to the incinerator room. That seems a lot more useful. As we make our way through the morgue, glancing nervously at the body bags, we hear a noise behind us and turn to see a floor tile sliding out of place. A sick replica emerges, looking more warped than the others we've seen. Her head is fused with some sort of helmet, and her arms are stretched into long, club-like appendages. We sprint toward the incinerator door, swipe our card, and duck away before she can get to us. These enemies are one of the strongest arguments for using SIGNALIS' third-person camera mod. In the default perspective, you can always immediately spot them popping out of the floor, which makes them fairly easy to avoid. In the over-the-shoulder perspective, however, your first clue that you're being ambushed is often from the music kicking up into this frantic industrial beat, prompting you to either blindly run away or wheel around trying to figure out where the new threat is coming from. Because of this, These guys became my #1 most hated enemy on this run, rather than being a minor inconvenience. The incinerator room is, thankfully, unoccupied, and we're able to leave the malfunctioning units behind. Here, we find a few thermite flares and a note written by an Euler intended for another. My. As you've probably heard, there have been multiple accounts of decommissioned protectors reactivating and acting in a defective manner. Based on November's autopsy report, it seems that all affected units showed some sort of cancerous growth in their organic components. According to her, unless completely incinerated, the growth may reactivate the replica even after it's been dead for hours. We don't know what's causing this and we're unsure who's affected. We can't keep up with incinerating all the bodies with just 2 incinerators that constantly need recalibrating, so we're improvising. These thermite flares are able to melt through replica armor and burn the organic components from the inside. I've requisitioned some more of them, but there was some paperwork missing, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Junie. It seems these Eulers are all named after months of the year. It's also pretty funny that despite the unprecedented emergency, one of the biggest problems around here was the bureaucracy. The aforementioned furnace is actually still running. Our instincts as a ship repair technician tell us that it's not a good idea to leave a 1,000-degree furnace running unattended. We can't have the place burning down before we find Alina, so we check out the service panel to see if we can shut it off. God damn it, it's another puzzle. For some reason, there's no emergency shutoff on the furnace. Instead, we can only adjust the gas mix feeding into the chamber with these knobs along the bottom. Once it's calibrated, we pull the lever and the furnace tries to adjust to our specifications. A series of lights along the left side indicate whether we've set any part of the mix too high or too low, but they only update when we pull the lever. What this tells us is that the system knows what the levels are supposed to be at, but was not designed with any degree of automation. I guess that makes us the automation. Typical. We fiddle with the knobs and the lever for what seems like an eternity, trying to imagine why it was designed this way. Maybe different gas mixes are needed to incinerate replicas and gestalts. Maybe different replica models need different mixes too. As for the lack of any emergency shutoff, we can only assume it was a cost-cutting measure. Sure, we have 2-meter fembots in space travel, but we don't have an off switch for the furnace. What a country! Eventually, we dial the proper mix in and the furnace goes dark. We thought we saw something inside, so against our better judgment, we open the door. There's a person-shaped shadow where the incinerator did its work. But improbably, a card key seems to have survived being left in there for hours. It's labeled Fire, which is a match for one of the locks on the surgery door. We realize we're going to have to do a lot of backtracking to get the rest of these keys, and that means we'll be seeing a lot of the same enemies again. We decide to use our new flares to incinerate some of the bodies in the main hallways. It works surprisingly well. Those Eulers really came through. We try not to think about whether we're burning Junie, Mai, or November. It would seem that in the midst of this disaster, a second one occurred. Something, or possibly someone, blew up the bathroom. This poor ARA unit was killed in the blast. It's unclear what exactly transpired, but what we can say for sure is that the room below is completely flooded. We snag a pump room key from the dead replica and head over to maintenance storage, where we find a socket wrench handle and a propaganda poster depicting the ARA, describing them as all-purpose repair units. ARA is a German word for a type of macaw, which was originally taken from the Tupi people of Brazil, for whom the word was an onomatopoeia of the sound the bird makes. ARA! They don't really look like macaws. Maybe their hat looks sort of like a big beak? Who knows? A note in the pump room helps explain what might have happened. There are automated pumps designed to prevent flooding, a necessity in any mining facility, but this one is broken and needs to be operated manually. The system was left in disrepair for too long, and too much water pressure must have caused the explosion. Of course, this means we'll need to do another puzzle. This one involves trying to equalize the water pressure between Tank A and Tank B so that the pump can start running again. We get it eventually. With most of the water pumped out of the lower level, we can drop down into the Gestalt bathroom, grateful for once that we don't have feet. We snag a key card marked water on our way out. We also score a blank card from a supply closet and an examination room card from a flooded office. There's no water in the recovery ward at the north end of the hall, but we're dismayed to find out why. A veritable army of corrupted ARA units begin climbing up out of the floor, and we barely have time to grab some ammo and a videocassette as we hurry past. We duck into a supply closet where we spot an abandoned toolbox and a personal grievance form. One of the ARAs accused another one, nicknamed Elf, of constantly misplacing the 10mm socket for her wrench. If you're not into cars or home improvement, I'll let you in on the joke. The 10mm is one of the most commonly used socket sizes, and as a result it is constantly going missing, especially if you were just using it 5 seconds ago. The note tips us off to an issue with the air vent. Taking a look, we spot another keycard lying just out of reach. We'd love to remove the vent cover and grab it, but without the 10mm socket, that would be impossible. Stuck for now, we climb a ladder back up to level 3 and take our videocassette back to the ICU where we found Alina's diary page. The way home. We see Ariane young, looking much younger than before. The view pulls back, and we find ourselves riding on a train. The young Ariane sits alone on one end of an empty car, while endless rows of identical megabuildings pass by in the snowstorm outside. A brutalist hive of a city. A propaganda poster, mostly shadowed, reads, "Bouillon will burn." Letters painted across the interior of the train inform us that we are on Rotfront, the same world where we visited that radio station. We approach Ariane, but with a flicker of the lights, she vanishes. Nearby, we spot another poster. This one reads, "Operation Penrose, now seeking volunteers." We can see into the next car, and it's as desolate as this one. It's bizarre that in a city this overpopulated, we'd be the only ones on a train. In Ariane's seat, we spot another keycard. This one marked gold. Picking it up, we find ourselves back in the ICU, still holding the card. This isn't the first time this has happened, but it's a little harder to explain this as a mere hallucination. Where could the card even have come from? We have several cards now, but the one we found downstairs has nothing printed on it. Luckily, we know what to do. Back behind reception, there's a computer set up to make access cards. We slot in the blank card we found in storage downstairs and imprint it with the pattern that we saw in the X-ray room from the card that was lodged in repair foam. This prints out a suitable replacement for the Earth key. We find the 10mm socket in the examination room, sitting in a chair. My theory is that it fell out of the ARA's tool belt, but maybe Elf hid it here like she claimed. Either way, we use it to get the air key and slot all 5 keys into the surgery door. We find ourselves in the upper level of a surgical theater, where observers can stand and look down at an operation taking place below. The place is lit by the glow of a red monitor. We use these to save our game, but little else. We have a bad feeling about this, so we check our equipment before dropping down to the lower level. We are immediately face to face with a new replica model, Mynah, and the databank automatically feeds us some information about her. We catch a glimpse of words like mining, nuclear engineering, and high security, but something is wrong. Our system is glitching out just looking at her. Blood begins pouring out of her helmet, and the skin of her face falls away like a wet paper mask. For an instant, what's left resembles a gigantic red eye. Then the visor closes, and she climbs to her feet. The Mynah is enormous, more than twice our size, and she's encased in a bulky pressure suit. Our targeting system tells us what we might have easily guessed. Our small arms have no chance of penetrating that armor. The more pressing concern is, of course, the gigantic mining laser she's lugging around. We duck behind the operating table to buy a moment to think, but it turns out she's got backup. Corrupted ARA units begin climbing out of the floor, and we're forced to fend them off or be driven out of our hiding spot. Eventually, we find an opening. The sick replica periodically has to open her visor to vomit more blood on the floor, and we take the opportunity to shoot her in the face. We don't have time to worry about the fact that the blood appears to be crawling away like thousands of little red worms. At last, we manage to put enough lead into her, and she falls face down on the floor. A thought crosses our mind, or perhaps we caught the Mynah's dying words.
We are all flesh, and return to the flesh.
We black out briefly. Maybe it was all the laser burns, or that auto-injector kicked harder than we thought. Either way, we come to our senses in front of an elevator. Signage indicates that we're still on level 4, so at least we haven't wandered far. The elevator opens, revealing a man, a replica. The databank informs us that this is Adva, the station administrator. He greets us cordially, despite the chaos and our obvious confusion. We have a thought, maybe a memory, that something was unearthed. A secret. Still hazy, we tell him that we're looking for a gestalt and show him the photograph that we brought, as well as the access card we found. He recognizes Alina So, and just as we begin to get our hopes up, he shoves us down the open elevator shaft. You shouldn't have returned. It is calling to me from below, the song of a god that whispers to the sleeping, a dark sun setting over black ocean, a red eye in the sky, staring, unblinking, forever. And deep below the earth, await answers to questions yet unasked. A dream about dreaming. A girl with a mole on her cheek awakens in an empty classroom. She's younger than we recall, dressed in a school uniform. But this is Isa, the gestalt we met on S-23 Sierpinski. We are Isa. Looking out the window, we can see the endless snowstorm of Rotfront and row after row of apartment towers, shadowed by huge parabolic antennae. The blackboard is empty. The Oila who teaches this class always erases everything before we can finish taking down notes. We note that the teachers often confuse us with our twin sister. Pretty funny, considering they're Replikas. Stepping out into the hall, we discover that we are at the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rotfront Sector C. Other than the national flag, there's nothing in the way of decoration, just printed signs telling us not to run, not to loiter. Whatever. Our sister Erica's here somewhere. We were supposed to get some books from the library. Maybe she's already there. We pass by a classroom with the door partly open, and can't resist taking a peek. A girl with white hair sits at a desk, reading a book. 3 other girls, students, their faces covered by gas masks, stand around her, mocking her. She tries to ignore them, but one of them gives her a shove and she topples out of her chair, so they start kicking her. For a moment, we make eye contact. In the end, it was my sister and not me who came to Ariane's aid. Our short friendship was for me forever from that moment of paralysis overshadowed. I have always been useless. Inferior. We awakened back at Sierpinski S-23, battered but alive. Rather than falling several floors to our death, we landed just 1 level below where Adler pushed us. Turning around, we can see why. Some kind of red and black clutter broke our fall. We decide not to look at or think about it right now. Examining the elevator door, we simply observe that it is out of order. There is no text about what's inside. Okay then, Ashta. The 5th level, Service, seems largely devoted to keeping the facility's machinery running, and very little of it is accessible. We swipe an Otto's access card and use it to get into Flood Overflow, which is a shaft with ladders that go all the way down to level 8. Unfortunately, the lower levels are locked up, so we're forced to try level 6, Staff Accommodations. We are immediately confronted by a ghastly sight that confirms our earlier suspicions. The elevator shaft is choked with dead Elster units, each identical to us but a little less lucky. Our fall was broken by what must be dozens of those who came before. Strangely, Elster doesn't comment on this at all. Are we blocking it out? There's another possibility, and that's that these bodies aren't really there, and this is another hallucination. It wouldn't be the first strange vision Elster has failed to remark on. Even if it was a sheer drop, we could have caught the ledge on level 5 and crawled out of the shaft on our own. It's unsettling, but as ever, all we can do is soldier on. We spot another couple of propaganda posters. The first gives us a better look at one we saw on the train. Bouillon will burn. It depicts a fighter craft bombing a tower perched atop the clouds against a green sky. Above it, we see the Imperial hexagon. So we're still fighting the Empire on Bouillon, wherever that is. The name Buyan is taken from a real-life medieval Russian legend describing a city on a mysterious island that can vanish and reappear unexpectedly. The island is said to be home to many miraculous things, such as the secret of immortality. In some of these legends, Buyan is the source of all the weather in the world. It's presently unclear whether that has anything to do with our Buyan, but as with the national flag and so many other things, it's something we'll want to keep in the back of our mind. The other poster depicts a replica we've met before, the Stoich, or Security Technician Controller Replika. She's armed with a shotgun and a stun baton and certainly looks like she can hold her own. It's a shame the one upstairs lost her nerve. We could really use a hand down here. Or maybe not. If Ada is the station administrator, she probably reports to him. We took down a sick Mynah, but a healthy Stoich might be another story. There's an angry note nearby, written by a Stoich. Apparently the Eule dorm is on this level, and the Eules were listening to the same song on repeat for hours on end, driving the Stoiches next door crazy. A note nearby confirms some basic information about Stas. Security Technician Guard Replika, Starling. Type, Generation 4 Low-Cost Combat Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 220 cm. For the Americans among us, that's a little over 7'2". Fitted with extended legs, Sta units gracefully tower over most gestalts. Despite their heavy armor, they can move swiftly with their long stride. Their cool and detached demeanor allows them to analyze situations with objectivity and deploy force as required. Trained in close combat and riot control techniques, they operate best in small squads, led by an officer Sta unit equipped with a ballistic shield. Stas, named after starlings, are the rank and file of the nation's security replikas. The first model we met here was a Sta, but all the others since then have been transformed by the outbreak. Being Generation 4, they're able to make use of the same medical items we are, and furthermore, the Stas seem to have some medical skills. They may have even been serving as doctors here, as we found an access card belonging to one who was stationed on the hospital level, and the functioning Sta we met was capable of treating herself despite being seriously injured. As enemies, Stas occupy the middle tier. They are strong, aggressive, and sometimes come equipped with shields that make them difficult to defeat with our pistol or shotgun. They're also fairly common enemies, numbering just behind the Eules while being far more dangerous. The corrupted Stas can be recognized by their stature and the veil-like drape covering their faces. Their height gives them a lot of reach, and those stun batons hurt. Luckily, their vision seems to be too poor to operate firearms. We make our way to the ARA dorm, where we find a bizarre scene. The bunks are shoved out of place, and a huge hole has been dug into the floor. Strangest of all, the ARA seem to have constructed a rowboat in the middle of the room. Maybe their overview file can explain. All-Purpose Repair Worker Replika, Macaw. Type, Generation 2 Low-Cost General Purpose. Frame, biomechanical with titanium-reinforced polyethylene shell. Height, 185 centimeters. The tough worker bees of the construction and repair industry. One of the earlier replica designs, the simple but efficient ARAs are actually the most produced replica type to date. These strong and heavy worker units are a perfect fit in construction and production of industrial goods. In many places throughout our nation, ARAs have already replaced all Gestalt workers in fields like climaforming and explosive ordnance disposal. Here, we begin to see some interesting stratification among replicas. ARAs, like Eules and Stas, are specifically called out as being low-cost models. Being Generation 2, ARAs wouldn't be able to make use of the life-saving medicine in our auto-injector, and all three models would be unable to use add-ons like our radio. Above all else, the document makes the ARAs sound entirely disposable. If these were mindless drones, that would be one thing, but they're people. There's also something to be read into the statement that they have already replaced Gestalt workers in climaforming and EOD, indicating that Gestalts are increasingly having their jobs taken by more capable replicas. We've gone over the corrupted ARAs, which tend to climb out of the floor and attack with club-like fists. Despite being touted as tough and strong, these are the flimsiest enemies in the game, and other than their tendency to surround us unexpectedly, they're not much of a threat. It's almost never worth wasting a flare on permanently getting rid of them, as their ambush method makes them easy to avoid if you know they're going to be somewhere. As if on cue, several floor panels open up, and a swarm of ARAs ascend to attack us. With no other choice, we take a leap of faith down the hole in the floor. Elsewhere, we see Isa attempting to gain access to Commander Falke's quarters. ADLR catches her in the act, and in a familiar pattern tries to disarm her with calm cordiality. Still sensing danger, Issa backs away and we see a few brief flashes. A corrupted image of Issa's twin Erica, and a message, possibly from ADLR, though whether these are words, thoughts, or something else remains unclear. None of us are here by choice, and no one will miss us. We find ourselves in the Sta dorm, which is quite a bit nicer than the ADA's and certainly less crowded. Here we see another propaganda poster, this one depicting Heimat, Heart of the Revolution. Heimat is a loaded term in real life. Literally, it means homeland, but due to Germany's complicated history, it has taken on nationalistic, utopian, or nostalgic undertones. Over the 20th century, Germany's volatile political and military situation forced many citizens out of regions their families had lived in for generations. People were forced to flee persecution, rounded up by the government, evacuated out of war zones, or deprived of their livelihoods as catastrophe after catastrophe swept the nation. It should be no wonder, then, that the idea of a peaceful homeland became for some something of an imaginary utopia. We can see the national stars depicted here, and the language tells us something new. The Oysan nation is a revolutionary government that broke away from the Oysan Empire, and we've been in a state of interplanetary warfare ever since. We can assume, then, that Heimat is likely not the original home of humanity, but has become our nation's capital world. The halls are, as ever, a mess, with mattresses piled up everywhere and tipped-over mail carts spilling documents all over the place. Level 7 is devoted to protector accommodations, and while it's swarming with enemies, there's no shortage of ammo down here. There's also a paternoster lift. This is a hilariously dangerous type of elevator that works by moving a series of cars along a circuit. The elevator can thus always have a car available, and passengers will never have Jaeger, suggesting that one of these units reached a sort of celebrity status around here. Jaeger, of course, means hunter. We swing around the corner to the management office, where we're suddenly overwhelmed by the screech of static as our systems start to run haywire, like we're being hacked. 4 corrupted replicas sit on the floor. They must have been very short once, but now their heads have blossomed into spasmodic bulbs of tumorous flesh. We clutch our head in agony. Whatever's happening in here, it's killing us. Messages come staccato across our visuals as we continue to malfunction.
Give up. I might do. Die.
We see numbers, error messages, things we don't have time to process. Firing at the little monsters reveals a problem. Our bullets have no effect, at least on the first one we try. After a moment, our targeting system figures out what our eyes cannot. 3 of these are illusions. We gun down the 4th, and the copies vanish, leaving a wretched little corpse in one corner. Our reality returns to normal. There's a painting hung on the wall, and of something bright red on the other side. We make our way to the Protector dining hall. As with the Gestalt hall, trays of half-eaten food have been abandoned here on the tables. After taking down a few corrupted replicas, we find a poster depicting another planet, with the text, Kitej awaits liberation. The image depicts a mineral extractor half hidden by a red dust storm, suggesting we may want to take this imperial world for economic reasons. Kitej in real life is another lost city of Russian legend, akin to Atlantis. It is said that when the Golden Horde attacked the city, its denizens all joined in prayer, and it spontaneously sank beneath the waters of Lake Svetloyar, where it remains today as an unearthly paradise for the pure of heart. Nearby is a replacement fuse for the Paternoster lift. We swipe it and head back to level 5 to repair the thing. Of course, it wouldn't be as easy as replacing the blown fuse, now would it? There are 2 circuits. One needs 800 volts, the other 230. Flipping the row of switches beside the display adds or subtracts from both of them. Thanks to our repair module, we know just what to do. We randomly flip switches until it works. With the Paternoster online, we can finally get down to level 8, Command. From there, the mine should be just below us. All we need to do is get ADLR's access card and reach the access lift. While exploring, we find a crank handle and some classified documents. This is prime time for some snooping. Replica Overview, Mynah. Mining, Nuclear Tech, High Security Replica, Mynah. Type, Generation 3 Industrial Specialist. Frame, Biomechanical with High Security Reinforced Armor-Plated Servo Shell. Height, 260 centimeters. When it comes to dangerous cargo, heavy machinery, and hazardous environments, no other model rivals the Mynah units with their high-security power armor bodies. Even in lethal radiation, under crushing pressure, and in zero-G, they keep their calm demeanor and show exemplary teamwork. Despite their hulking bodies, underneath their face shields, a standard Generation 3 cranial construction can be found, making maintenance and social interfacing as easy as with any other replica model. Please note that the Mynah neural pattern is not suited for combat use. For combat applications, the Schnappa unit should be used, which employs a combat-capable persona in the same frame. For more information, see Schwer Antipanzer Replika Schnappa. There's nothing too wild in here, except for the fact that it's possible to load different personas into the same frame. Presumably not at the same time, but still, that's pretty interesting. Both Mynah and Schnappa's names appear to be puns. Mynah, named for the Mynah bird, is a miner, and Schnappa, named for the flycatcher, sounds like sapper. Someone at Aeon thinks they're real funny. The next document is juicy indeed. Replica Overview, FLKR. Operational Command Control Unit Replica, Falcon. Type, Generation 6 High-Tech Bioresonance Command Unit. Frame, Biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 250 centimeters. That is, over 8 feet tall. Classified information, Commander eyes only. The Protectorführungskommando's commander, the head of each Aeon facility's protector force, is a powerful prototype bioresonant FLKR unit. An authority that may never be questioned, a FLKR unit serves not just as a commander to the protectors, but as a nearly godlike being, a perception that is underlined by her tall build and resemblance to our nation's leaders, the great revolutionary and her daughter. It is also aided by her powerful prototype bioresonance module, which not only allows her to bend the will of weaker minds and fathom their intentions and emotions, but also grants her the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. So, psychic powers exist, or at least that's what bioresonance sounds like. We recall that one of the Gestalt prisoners we read about was arrested on suspicion of possessing such powers. It would make sense that the nation would not want random people walking around with abilities like that. This probably also explains what we experienced in the management office, though the replica responsible for that was certainly no 2.5-meter demigod. We have learned the names, or at least the titles, of our nation's glorious leaders, the great revolutionary and her daughter, and the phrasing, combined with the fact that these super-powerful replicas are made in their image, suggests a cult of personality. There have been no shortage of these in history. In ancient times, it was common to deify kings and emperors, but in the modern age, the practice is often secular. It involves the use of mass media to promote or even enforce unquestioning adoration of a nation's leader across all levels of society. The aim is to create an environment where the populace sees the leader as a cultural hero, a father, or in this case a mother, to all the people of the nation. In such an environment, criticism of the leader becomes difficult or even illegal, and this generally extends to the government as a whole. If power flows from the autocrat, then every part of the state is acting on their behalf, and any failure to obey can be treated as an attack on the leader and therefore the people as a whole. There are plenty of examples from all over the political and economic spectra, and like most things, it's a matter of degrees, ranging from overzealous support of a political candidate under a democracy to legally mandated totalitarian hero worship. They can be top-down, grassroots, spontaneous, or carefully orchestrated. Cults of personality are not limited to any one system of government or economics, and most commonly arise following revolutions or times of extreme change in economic policy or style of government. The leader in these cases steps into the role of an enlightened guide who will lead the people to a glorious new way of life, a sort of national savior who must be emulated or obeyed if the revolutionary dream is to be realized. The ontological fallacy of expecting a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, that's what the preacher sells. See, he encourages your capacity for self-delusion, tells you it's a virtue. There's a ration mark to be had doing that. Transference of fear and self-loathing to an authoritarian vessel is catharsis. They absorb your dread with their narrative. Because of this, they are effective in proportion to the certainty they can project. Which is to say, in far too many words, that the Oisan nation is likely not a very old nation, and that the conditions we now live under, for better or worse, are probably very different from what it was like under the Oisan Empire. There are also two paintings here. One is a variation on what we saw in the management office, a mysterious island. The other depicts a dark shoreline. This is the spot where Adler confronted Isa. Are they nearby? The door leads to Falke's headquarters. Under normal circumstances, we'd probably get our head popped for intruding, but screw it, we need answers. Unfortunately, there are none to be had. The Falke unit is asleep, and judging by the IV stand, she's been that way for a while. We recall reading that she was the first to fall ill, so it looks as though the godlike commander slipped into a coma, and Sierpinski went to hell without her. She is holding some kind of owl-shaped box with a microphone on it. Nearby, we find her diary. She's filled it with Sierpinski triangles, a type of fractal made by filling a triangle with an endlessly repeating pattern of smaller and smaller triangles. It was first mathematically described by Wacław Sierpinski, a real-life Polish mathematician and apparently this facility's namesake. Falke writes, "I don't know how much longer I can go on. I do not want to live anymore as what I have become. The red eye beyond the gate showed me. No, touched me. Poisoned me. It feels like my mind has been contaminated, defiled by another person's memory. I'm no longer fully myself anymore, but I've not fully become someone else either. I'm stuck here, between her and me, with half-formed dreams and recollections penetrating my brain and tainting my every action. Who is she? Who is that white-haired girl? Why do I long to see her again? Why would she curse me like this?" White-haired girl? Ariane? That's been a point of confusion we have yet to resolve. We're ostensibly supposed to be looking for Alina So, but it was Ariane in the intro on the Penrose. And we did pass through some sort of gate. Ever since we got to Sierpinski, Ariane has been popping up in the visions we've been having. It sounds like Falke may have been having a similar experience. Next door to Falke's office, we discover something neat. It's an orrery, a diagram of the inhabited worlds of the solar system. The outermost world is Leng. That's where we currently are, at the mining facility S23 Sierpinski. Moving toward the sun, the next world is Heimat, home of the nation's government. We get a rare bit of editorializing from Elster, who says that she hears that the view of the gas giant's rings in the sky is beautiful there. So, Heimat isn't a planet. It's a colonized moon around a gas giant with rings. Got it. The next world, Rotfront, is also a moon, orbiting an even larger gas giant. We note that it's still in the process of climaforming. Every vision or memory we've seen of Rotfront has been in the middle of a blizzard. Maybe someday it'll be a bit nicer there. After that, it's Kitej, the Red Desert. The Empire is still holding on to it, but we are confident it will be liberated. Then it's Mynah, the ocean world, ravaged by war. When we close our eyes, we can hear the sound of the waves. The innermost world is Buyan, where the Imperial Palace floats above poisonous clouds. It's easy to miss, as the orrery is not to scale and only shows inhabited worlds, but each world in the solar system corresponds quite closely to one in real life. Buyan is a match for Venus, which has an uninhabitable surface, but it's been theorized that colonies could be built above the ultra-heavy clouds. Mynah would be standing in for Earth. Earth is not an ocean world, but Elster mentions that it was heavily damaged by the war. It's possible that some sort of catastrophic flooding has taken place. Kitej, then, is Mars. Rotfront would be one of the moons of Jupiter, possibly Europa. Heimat would most likely be Saturn's moon Titan, and Leng could be Pluto or another currently undiscovered body. Not shown, and apparently uninhabited, are the other moons of the gas giants, Neptune, Uranus, and Mercury. It's not completely airtight, but if this is not meant to be our own real-life solar system, then it is an extremely similar one that also happens to have humans living in it, who speak a mishmash of real-life Earth languages and fly a flag that looks very similar to East Germany's. So either this is Earth's future, or it's an alternate timeline based closely on our own, sort of like how Fear and Hunger does it. The orrery, of course, is not to scale, but one thing still sticks out. The orbits are wrong. Lang, particularly, would have to be traveling at a preposterous speed to make it around the sun as fast as it does. It could not possibly be going that fast. This inconsistency, we will soon discover, is not a lore detail, but an important puzzle hint. But we'll have to come back to it. On the north end of the floor, we find Adler's quarters. We remember reading that he was the man to see about getting a flashlight, and so we shouldn't be surprised to find one here. It's a replica module that mounts onto our shoulder. We equip it in our module slot and take a look around. The first thing we spot is a replica overview packet. Let's take a look. Replica Overview, Adler. Administration, Data Processing, Logistics Replica, Eagle. Type, Generation 5 High Command Specialist. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. Height, 175 centimeters. That works out to be about 5'9", a little taller than Euler and about the same height as Elster. An integral part of every Protector Führungskommando is the Administrator Unit. A single Adler unit can manage and oversee all the administrative tasks for an entire facility, freeing other operational command units to focus on the direct control of Protector units. The Adler is designed to work as a direct counterpart to the Falke unit, serving as her adjutant by taking care of necessary paperwork and calculations. We've already read Adler's persona profile, so there isn't too much new information here. We gather that Adler is intelligent, cordial, and utterly devoted to the Falke unit he works under. He's even got a poster of her above his bed. Adler isn't physically imposing and doesn't seem to have bioresonance, body armor, or any other tricks up his sleeve. He's a bit like us, a resourceful, high-generation individual. It seems that he does all the day-to-day leadership here, serving as sort of a first mate or head of personnel, doing most of Falke's busy work so she has time to make big-picture decisions or serve as a figurehead. Interestingly, Adler is the only male replica in the game, and the only male character we ever see besides a few gestalts mentioned in notes or pictures. While he has thus far been a sinister figure, shoving Elster down an elevator shaft, ordering to have Alina tortured, and menacing Isa, I do not believe the game is attempting to make much of a statement about gender. Adler is less physically imposing than many of the women in the game, and none of the struggles we see the characters going through seem overtly tied to their gender. Still, it sticks out enough to make one wonder just what the intent behind the mostly female cast was. If I had to guess, I would say that the devs just liked pretty girls and drew a bunch of them. I think if the genders were swapped and this was a story about a bunch of men and one woman, it wouldn't seem so strange to us. Resident Evil 4, for example, has 14 named and voiced characters, only 3 of whom are women, and that never stuck out to me. So maybe it's a good time to consider my own biases. Which is all to say that Adler may be our enemy, and he may hold a high rank at S23 Sierpinski, but neither of those seem to be because he is a man. Things just sort of are the way they are. Adler's intimidating nature stems not from his sex, but from the fact that he represents the status quo, where replicas hold power over gestalts and are tightly regimented into castes which do not permit the sort of deviation we've been getting up to by breaking in and shooting the place up. Lastly, Adler is the only replica we've encountered who is still doing his job. The Sta was fleeing the station, the Euler had a nervous breakdown, and the Stoich was refusing to engage the enemy until the chain of command was re-established. He may be a bastard and a simp, but he's the only guy still going to work during a meat monster epidemic. You've got to admire somebody that committed to the hustle. With our new flashlight, we can explore some areas that were too dark earlier. Unfortunately, while the corrupted replicas have greatly diminished vision, they will still notice us much more easily with our light on. We'll have to be careful. There's a secondary Stoich storm on this level. It's dark, but our flashlight allows us to take down the Eulers and the Sta officer here. Once they're all dead, we discover a floor tile out of place, revealing one of those tunnels the Aras have been using. Against our better judgment, we decide to drop down and have a look. Our flashlight encounters some trouble as we explore, but not to worry, there's an Ada down here who hasn't quite lost her mind yet. She helps us get it working again, but seems distracted. She's found a bunch of classified documents and has decided that she's not going back to work. She decries the idea of persona destabilization, arguing that it's just a tool of oppression. All they want is for us to work until we die, she says. Something's off. This Ada remembers us. She's friendly even. But we don't remember her. Aras aren't built for combat, and this one seems to want to stay down in her tunnel. Alright, tunnel girl, you keep doing your thing. We'll go deal with the horrors. You can stay here with your plants and your state secrets. Before we go, we decide to read what got her so riled up. Operational procedures. Control. Classified information. Commander eyes only. Aeon Guideline 176 for the deployment of operational procedures. Operational psychology. In order to reliably protect the safety of our nation, Aeon must develop and deploy procedures and technologies to maintain complete control over all replicas in service of the nation. Just like with Gestalts, procedures involving operational psychology are highly effective for behavioral control of replicas. The primary advantage of replicas over Gestalts is predictability. All newly deployed replicas of a model are virtually identical both physically and psychologically. As they all share the same memories, under the same circumstances, a newly deployed EULR unit will practically always react in the exact same way. However, as soon as a unit encounters new situations, it will begin to deviate from the original pattern. In some cases, this may lead to the unit being less efficient for its intended purpose. This is called persona degradation. Using a wealth of private information about the life of the Gestalt each neural pattern is based on allows us to ensure optimal, uniform post-deployment development of each unit. In simpler terms, our primary objective is the focused manipulation of the individual to ensure they remain as close to the original pattern as possible and thus productive, loyal, and docile for as long as possible.
Are we the baddies?
This is called persona stabilization. Stabilization may come in many forms and usually takes on the form of regular activities or fetish objects that distract and calm the replica. Until the development of bioresonance technology that allows wide-scale direct behavior control, the methods of operational psychology still remain the most reliable way to control both replicas and gestalts in the interest of the protection of national security. This is alarming. Until now, we'd assumed persona degradation meant violent insanity. It might have even been fair to assume that, for instance, the pressure of the outbreak combined with the breakdown in the chain of command, and other incidents like the EULRs losing access to their music, might have caused them to start going a little bonkers and stabbing people. If that were the case, then decommissioning the ones that were too far gone would be unfortunate, but understandable. That's essentially what we've been doing. But it's not. If this is to be believed, persona destabilization isn't derangement, it's just individuality, and there's no place for individuals in the clockwork of the state. The fact that wide-scale mind control is a stated goal of the nation is not to be overlooked. What's almost worse is that it's all laid out so matter-of-factly, like it was obvious all along. On the way out, we find a replica overview of the Stoich model. Security Technician Controller Replica, Stork. Type, Generation 5 Combat Lead Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 240 centimeters. Each cadre of Protector security technicians is overseen by a controller unit, the most common of which is the Stoich, Stork type. One of the tallest replica models thanks to their extended legs, Storks figuratively and literally keep a constant bird's-eye view of any situation, ready to direct and coordinate their assigned security technicians. Their tough, no-nonsense demeanor, though sometimes described as brutal and even cruel, makes them the perfect fit as unwavering sentinels of order.
My tallest! Your leaders are just taller than everyone else?
We make our way through a Protector office, where we note a few more paintings of the same shore and island, and head to the Protector archives. Here, we find a key, crudely engraved with that same island, and some more documents. One note in particular stands out. Colibri in the management office. One of the Colibris has holed herself up in the management office on the 7th floor. I've seen her and her illusions sitting around the room, crying. Which one is the real one? I think it's because of that painting in there. Whenever I was close to her, I felt like my mind was being assaulted by the image of that island. The sensation was strong enough to make me hurl. Is there a way to neutralize the transmission? Maybe some sort of feedback loop in the frequency of her control signal? This is interesting indeed. We dealt with that Colibri the old-fashioned way, but the revelation that bioresonance travels over radio waves is news to us. That must be how she was interfering with our system. She was basically hacking us over Wi-Fi, in addition to whatever else she was doing to our biocomponents. If we come up against that sort of thing again, maybe we can use our radio to fight back. We'll have to thank Alina for the thoughtful gift when we find her. The note's author seems to have drawn a picture of the island. Strange. Maybe the Colibri's attack left some sort of a lasting impression on them. A poster here depicts Vineta, the cradle of humanity. If there was any doubt that this was Earth, that should dispel it. Past a corrupted Euler in the back of the room, we find a key with a tag on it labeled Jäger, or Hunter. We recall that being the name of a locally famous STA unit. We found a crank handle earlier, and we can use it to unseal the piano room. Inside, we find a small library, a monitor, and, shockingly, a piano. This must have been some of the only recreation available to most of the replicas around here. Speaking of, there's a packet on the chair describing the most basic unit, the Euler. Simple, universal, light replica, OWL. Type, Generation 4 low-cost general purpose. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell. Height, 175 cm. Euler units are the backbone of the Oisan nation's workforce. These elegant multi-purpose worker units are suited for all kinds of domestic tasks like cleaning, cooking, and simple medical and office work. Eulers are highly social and get along well with each other as well as most other replica models. While unfit for combat, their lightweight frame makes them a prime choice for distant facilities where supplies are limited. This would explain why we've seen so many Eulers here. On top of being very cheap to produce, they don't eat much and are under normal circumstances friendly and pleasant to have around, serving as a sort of social glue. Here at Sierpinski, they would have been serving as teachers, clerks, cleaners, nurses, and cooks, and probably assisting the protector forces with various menial tasks. They come across as kind of frivolous and ditzy. The nurse on the hospital floor was paralyzed with fear, and a note we found prior to that described one Euler who had to sleep in the hallway because the Sierpinski layout was too confusing for her to find her dorm. As Generation 4 replicas, they're advanced enough to be repaired by the same medicines we are, and we saw one being treated on the hospital level, meaning their lives hold at least enough value to not immediately replace them. I wonder, did the lower generation ARAs have different medicine they can use, or do they just get decommissioned when they're too sick or injured? Corrupted Eulers are the most common enemy in the game. They're very weak, being made largely of tumors and plastic with no armor to speak of, and their kitchen knives don't do much damage. They're low priority for flares unless they're hanging out somewhere we need to pass through often. It's easy to tell them apart from the larger STA units by their faces. Corrupted Eulers have bare skulls with glowing eyes rather than the gauze veils of the former security forces. While we're on the subject, this may be a good time to point out that the name Euler could be another mathematical reference, this time to Leonhard Euler, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 18th century. Euler founded graph theory and topology and made innumerable contributions to math and the sciences that we rely on to this day. He's even the reason we write the number pi with this funky little symbol. However, while Euler is a fascinating historical figure, I'm not sure there's much to be made of the reference, if it is one. We find an OWL key here, which we take back up to the staff level to open the Euler dorm. It's a sad sight. There are 12 beds in here, strung with fairy lights in an attempt to make it look a little less dismal. The Eulers have been given one standing mirror to share, and besides that, there's just a simple chair and a table, atop which sits a tape player and a broken cassette. It looks like that Stoich made good on her promise to put a stop to the music. While putting all of this together, I went through and counted the total number of enemies on Sierpinski and was surprised to find that there are exactly 6 corrupted STA officers, matching the number of beds in their dorm. The lower-ranking replicas all have fewer beds than units, which suggests that they're taking shifts on them, much like real-life sailors do on submarines. It's easy to look at these cool designs and think about these cyborg girls getting into all kinds of mischief, but I am constantly struck by what a meager and temporary existence they were allotted. This room and a single cassette tape are all they had, and they didn't even get their own beds. We step into the repair bay, which turns out to be a mini nurse's station for replicas, and find our way to the shooting range beyond. We snag some ammo, but more importantly, we find a roll of tape and a locked gun case. Jaeger's key unlocks the case, and inside we find a beautiful upgrade for our arsenal, the revolver. It's the same model we saw in the X-ray machine, and fires powerful 12mm rounds. While it can't hit multiple targets like our shotgun, it does enough damage to consistently drop an Euler or an ARA in a single shot. Against the STA officers, the first shot will knock their shield aside, allowing them to quickly be dispatched with a few follow-up attacks. It's quick, easy to use, and ammo isn't so scarce that we have to be precious about it. We can also put our repair module to good use once again by using the adhesive tape to fix the broken cassette. The poor Eulers would never have figured that one out, though we're still missing a way to play it. There's a score sheet hung up here, revealing that the top 3 records on the range are all held by STA Officer Jäger. The next one down is Storch Sieben, who we met upstairs. Fifth place is held by Panza, or Tank, another Sta. It's interesting to see one replica pull so far ahead of her identical sisters, but we suppose they're only identical when they're built. Varying experiences and random circumstance would certainly cause them to diverge after that. Using the island key on the painting in the management office opens up a weird little door in the panel, where we find a key to the workshop. Hell yeah, now that's some survival horror bullshit. The workshop is trashed, but at least there are no ADAs this time. Here we score another sealed envelope full of classified documents. Don't mind if we do. Replica Known Issues, Part 2. Classified Information. Commander Eyes Only. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Sta. Despite their normally laid-back demeanor, Stas have a strong internal hierarchy which is important to take into consideration when promoting units to officers. Not promoting a respected unit or promoting a unit low in status can lead to friction within dorms. Stas will occasionally develop in-group rules involving physical punishments. It is recommended to allow some officers to own military weapons as fetish objects to stabilize their persona. Stoich. Stoich units typically have a short temper. Training them in patience early after deployment is key, as their neural patterns are less stable than other models. Failing to do so may yield an extremely volatile personality prone to cruelty and violence. A common strategy is pairing them closely with an older Sta unit. Stoich's personality stabilizes by showering or bathing. Books on history or mythology work well as fetish objects. The cruelty might explain some of what we saw in the interrogation room, though Adler didn't seem to have a problem with what the security staff was doing to the gestalts. Maybe in some cases, it's even a desirable trait. The last bit is especially interesting. A Stoich is 240 centimeters tall. That's 7'10". We've seen the showers. They'd have to squat to get their hair wet, and the idea of a Stoich trying to fit inside of a bathtub is hilarious. Not that Sierpinski has anything that nice. There's nothing too surprising about the Stas. They're soldiers, they haze each other, they like guns, and they get mad when the wrong units get promoted, but that's hardly classified information. There's a cassette player set up on the desk along with a radio broadcasting unit. Maybe this is where they did morning announcements. We idly wonder what else they got up to. Radio shows? Propaganda? We stick the tape in the deck and hit play, broadcasting it over frequency 140. At first we don't hear anything, but then we turn on our own radio module and dial it in. It's the Swan's theme from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Swan Lake is a ballet that tells the story of Prince Siegfried, a young man who must find a bride. One night, while out hunting, he is surprised to see a swan transform into a beautiful woman, Queen Odette. She has been cursed by the evil Rotfront, who can take the form of an owl, to turn into a swan by day unless someone who was never loved before pledges to love her forever. Siegfried and Odette fall in love, but the meddling Rotfront intervenes, disguising his daughter Odile to look just like the cursed queen. She tricks Siegfried into marrying her, and by the time he discovers the deception, it's too late. His love can no longer undo Odette's curse. Despairing, Odette dies of sadness at the center of the lake. Siegfried refuses to let her die alone and dives in after her and drowns. The story is a tragedy, but at least they are together in death. There's a lot going on here. For one, we've been confusing a white-haired woman with a brunette, and Vodka wrote about confusing herself with somebody else. Somebody who was looking for a white-haired woman. Back in the USSR, Swan Lake was used to preface emergency broadcasts on state television and radio. It was probably chosen to head off panic, as it's a relaxing and familiar tune, but if you suddenly heard it come on, you knew something big had happened. Most notably, it was played when Leonid Brezhnev died, and again to announce the deaths of Yuri Andropov and Konstantin Chernenko. It also played prior to the announcement of the 1991 coup that triggered the fall of the Soviet Union. Lastly, the hero's name Siegfried sticks out to us. Siegfried is the name of one of Germany's greatest fictional heroes, a warrior from the 13th century Nibelungenlied. His story was revisited and expanded in Wagner's operas and Fritz Lang's films and is part of the bedrock of German cultural identity, much like King Arthur to the English. Particularly, it became a major tool in the hands of German nationalists, who first used it as propaganda in a push to unify the disparate German states, and then again during World War II to justify the extremes of the authoritarian government. Wagner's version is probably the most well-known. It's too long to go over here, suffice to say that Siegfried is a man who knows no fear and thus cannot die. He slays the dragon Fafnir, acquires a cursed but powerful magic ring, tastes the dragon's blood, and gains the power to read minds and understand the songs of birds. He meets Odin, mocking his missing eye and breaking the spear that serves as the symbol of his authority, and then finds a woman who has been cursed to sleep forever. He immediately falls in love with her and feels fear for the first time in his life, the fear of loss. But love wins out, and he wakes her with a kiss. Together, they proclaim that fear and death have no power over love, and even the gods may wither and die while love alone endures. But that isn't the only version. Fritz Lang's films tell something closer to the original, a tale of deceit, where just as in Swan Lake, deception and a confusion of identities lead to tragedy, and Siegfried is inadvertently betrayed by his lover and dies at the point of a spear. Superficially, we can assume that the Oilers liked this song because it's from a ballet with an owl in it. And there's a picture of an owl on the cassette. But maybe there's more to it. Much to think about. What we do know is that the Oilers don't like the music anymore. The corrupted Replikas can hear it over our earpiece and will come running to attack us. Playing the song for the sleeping Falke causes the owl box to open, revealing a keycard marked with a hummingbird. Chief Irons would have loved this place.
Everyone's gonna die!
The card opens the door to the KLBR office, which is surprisingly ornate. The back wall is lined with all manner of books, and... is that a step stool? Whoever KLBR was, she must have really liked tea. There are cups left out everywhere. She also had another painting of that gloomy coastline. It's a shame we had to shoot her. She probably could have told us what was going on around here. Oh well, time for more classified documents. These ones are about Eule and ARAR. Eule. Eules tend to form large groups and like to sing and dance, as the original neural pattern for this unit was a ballet dancer. Persona degradation can easily be prevented in this unit by making sure they have access to music, through tape players or musical instruments. Always place at least one mirror in Eule dorms, as they have a strong urge to check their own appearance at regular intervals. Eule's persona stabilizes by keeping a tidy appearance and through regular social interactions. Eules will often organize into groups of roughly 10 units and give each other themed nicknames. This explains the mirror and the trouble with the music. It also explains their choice of song. The original neural pattern for this unit was a ballet dancer. The original. So we're all copies. I guess it is right there in the name, Replika. If all Eules are copies of a single gestalt, that must be true for other models too, each type coming from a different original gestalt. Imagine living in a tiny dorm with 12 of yourself. ARAR. Even though they may seem like quiet simpletons, do not underestimate ARAs. While they may not show it, they judge those who are rude or unkind harshly, and will quietly share this information with their entire cadre. ARAs get along best with Eules, who tend to be patient and friendly and have a talent for reading ARAs' expressionless faces. In many facilities, ARAs will construct service tunnels accessible only to them, often under floors and in walls. Unstable units may retreat into these tunnels. It is not recommended to attempt to retrieve them.
Well then, I guess I'll just have to get into the crawl space again. I hate it when he gets in there.
ARAR personas can best be stabilized by allowing them access to plants to take care of, ideally colorful flowers or trees. The only plant life we've seen here is that shitty bamboo in front of the operating room. No wonder the ARAs all went tunnel mode. On the desk, we find a key to Adler's room and a note written by KLBR. Keep an eye on Adler. He's hiding something from us. There was nothing in his diary, but when I probed his mind, there were memories of an Elster unit working at Sierpinski. There's no record of that model of replica ever being deployed here. An order for a single unit for some survey work in the mine was briefly considered, but no new orders were made due to the commander's sickness. That Eule thought she recognized us, but the Sta and Stoich didn't seem to. And Alina's diary made it sound like we had been coming by. There's also the matter of the army of dead Elstas in the elevator shaft. It's doubtful that many of us could have sneaked in here without being recorded. There are cameras everywhere, though we do have to confront the fact that those corpses might be a hallucination. Here we go, there's a packet on KLBR here. Replica Overview, KLBR. Command Control Unit Bioresonance Technology Replica, Hummingbird. Type, Generation 6 High-Tech Bioresonance Specialist. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 152 centimeters. Classified information, Commander eyes only. A marvel of modern technology, the Kolibri is the most powerful bioresonance unit ever produced. Every Protector Führungskommandos Volk unit is aided by a cadre of Kolibri adjutants, which can amplify her bioresonance signals as well as produce their own. Despite their diminutive build, Kolibris are one of the most effective Protector units. Able to directly influence the minds of Replikas and Gestalts, extract information non-verbally, and communicate among themselves instantly in the full bandwidth of the senses, the Kolibri's bioresonance is the closest recreation of a true hive mind. Oh, cool, our dystopia has psychic secret police. And they're so tiny, kawaii! Something to note is that both Kolibri and FLKR units have these 3 red stars tattooed on their foreheads. These mark them as bioresonance, likely a security precaution as they are both living weapons and mind readers. As we step into the Kolibri dorm, we recall that the document mentioned that there was an entire cadre of them. We catch a message in the noise. It's a radio frequency. We quickly tune our radio to it, picking up a strange signal that plays in our ear. Is it working? The Kolibri switches frequencies, and we follow as quickly as we're able. Suddenly, she keels over and dies, burned out by the feedback from her own bioresonance. Just like the note said. The room is trashed, with bookshelves knocked over and, for some reason, mattresses pulled off of bunks and heaped up in the middle of the room. We grab a key to postbox 0512, which is upstairs. That turns out to have a key to the library in it, which is all the way back down on the command floor. Sheesh, this is a lot of running around. If we had feet, they'd be pretty sore by now. Inside the library, we spot another packet. The first document offers a psychological profile of 2 replica models, Mynah and ADLR. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Mynah. This neural pattern is extremely stable. Little has to be done to keep Mynahs happy. They get along well with most other models thanks to their sometimes submissive, sometimes motherly personality. Unlike other models, diary keeping is not mandatory for persona stabilization. Small stuffed animals may be given as fetish objects, though those resembling cats should be avoided as they might cause resurfacing Gestalt memories. ADLR. ADLR units work best when left alone. They do not mix well with their own type. They will usually become very emotionally dependent on their commander. ADLRs are very susceptible to bioresonance suggestion, making them fairly easy to control. However, they become bored very easily and may need new fetish objects at regular intervals for stabilization. It takes a minute for us to notice that we're not alone in here. There's a Kolibri, a healthy one, huddled in the corner. She's part of the command staff, but it looks like without her cadre she can't do her job and has become as useless as the Oila upstairs. But while the Oila was scared to die or transform, the Kolibri just wishes she hadn't been left out. So great was her bond with the others. She doesn't even stop us from opening a classified envelope sitting nearby. Replica Known Issues, Part 4. Classified Information, Commander Eyes Only. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Kolibri. Great care should be given to Kolibris. Their neural patterns are very unstable and their bioresonance module makes them very susceptible to influence from others. Like most bioresonant individuals, Kolibris will often subconsciously create an emotional feedback loop, imitating and then broadcasting the emotions of those around them, acting as a sort of amplifier. While they are trained to recognize and disengage this behavior, already unstable units can sometimes spiral into persona degradation. Due to their bioresonant connection, neural pattern development in Kolibris varies less than other models. The constant exchange of memories and emotions between units of a cadre acts as a safety net that buffers extreme changes. However, once a majority of units in a cadre degrade, they will drag remaining units down with them. Because of this, it is important to decommission Kolibri units instantly when they begin to degrade. For persona stabilization, Kolibri should have access to a well-stocked library. No mercy, huh? Any sign of deviation and you just put him down like a dog? Kolibri, with all her power, is incapable of going on, so we leave her on the floor. There's some kind of weird machine in here, and we just know it's puzzle time. I don't know why the Oisan Nation would build a book dispenser like this, but for some reason it can't actually select any of the books that are inside of it. They act as blockers. Pushing the controls in any direction slides the book grabber as far as it will go, but one book looks different. Maybe we can navigate over to that one. It takes some doing, but eventually the machine spits out a familiar-looking tome, The King in Yellow. And unlike the one from the Penrose, this one doesn't have any locks on it. We open it and quickly discover that it's a fake. The inside has been hollowed out to make room for... what is this, an astrolabe? We still have that key to Adler's office, so let's head over there. Inside, we find his diary, which gives us a little insight into the man. He's fascinated by puzzles, as his persona profile indicated. He also seems to have had trouble getting the staff here to respect him. He writes that while he didn't get along with Kolibri, he appreciated how good she was at making people fall in line. The fact that he refers to her in the singular, using Kolibri as a name rather than the Kolibri, suggests that maybe the Kolibris were all acting as one thanks to their hive mind. Maybe they even all spoke in unison or some other creepy crap like that. That'd be fun. Adler also relates a dream he had, which he believes may be a memory of his Gestalt life. In his dream, he was administering a test to a white-haired girl. He was holding a set of cards and asking her to guess what astrological symbols were printed on them. This is a reference to the real-life Zehner cards, invented by psychologist Carl Zehner, who sought to use them in this manner to test people for extrasensory perception. It may seem silly now, but in the early 20th century and into the Cold War, several nations did experiments to try to determine whether any such ability existed. The opportunity cost was low, and in an age of nuclear paranoia, being the first country to weaponize mind reading and clairvoyance could have been huge. Of course, no conclusive scientific evidence of psychic powers was ever discovered, but the idea was intriguing enough that it stuck in the popular consciousness, if only as an example of the sheer lunacy of the Cold War. If you've seen Starship Troopers, it's pretty much like that. And of course we know that things often do not go well for Gestalt bioresonance. We recall reading that someone named Julia Wong was arrested and imprisoned here on suspicion of bioresonance. While she never got a fair trial, it sounds like the accusation was true. Recalling her note from the workers' quarters, she mentions being able to feel the protector's fear. Interestingly, it sounds like Miss Wong wasn't aware of her own power, and may not have been told why she was arrested. Adler recalls testing a white-haired girl. That must be Ariane. But Ariane wasn't arrested, nor was she given the star tattoos, so there are a few options. Either she isn't bioresonant, or she realized the danger she was in and failed the test on purpose, or she never took it, and Adler's having the same kind of messed up dreams that we in FLKR are. This also tells us that Replikas typically do not remember much of their Gestalt lives, but may catch glimpses of them in dreams. It's tempting to assume that's what our visions are, but in one vision we were Isa, who is here on Sierpinski with us now, and in the intro, we were definitely Elster. Something else must be going on. We'll have to keep digging. There's also a stranger entry. Adler recounts an event where he had a conversation with some sort of engineer unit with an orange chest piece, then suddenly realizes that this never occurred, and no such replica has ever been stationed on Sierpinski S-23. Our chest piece is red, not orange, but we are an engineer, and we recall that our Ava suit had an orange chest plate. Or maybe Adler's just colorblind, or his memory wasn't great. Either way, this sounds like what Kolibri mentioned in her note. The rest of this diary is pretty depressing. With Falke out of action, Adler slipped into despair. Kolibri locked herself in a room, the Gestalts started dying off too quickly to even treat them, and there were so many staff casualties that it rapidly became impossible to keep the station running. There is an amusing bit at the end, though. Adler mentions that he found a blank notebook in the puzzle box he was working on. Which is lucky, because he needed a new journal, but he had spent all of his ration marks on a fountain pen. Now, pens can get pretty fancy, and maybe a little pricey, but the fact that the second in command of this entire facility can't afford both a pen and a diary in the same month is pretty sad. Even the elites barely get to have anything. On a normal day, it would have been hard to sympathize with the wardens and secret police of a forced labor camp at the edge of the solar system. The Kolibris would have been terrifying as a functional cadre. The guards did awful things to the Gestalts. Even the Eulers, Mynahs, and ARAs were to some degree complicit, but the situation here has laid bare the degree to which these replicas, these people, are cogs in a machine that does not seem to care much about them at all. We also find another information packet. Adler must have requisitioned this after he had that weird memory of the Elster unit, because this one's about us. Replika Overview, Elster. Land Survey Ship Technician Replika, Magpie. Type, Generation 5 Cosmo Pioneer Specialist. Frame, biomechanical with carbon fiber reinforced polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. Height, 178 centimeters. A versatile combat engineer unit primarily designed for orbital service. These tough and stoic loners are best suited as specialist sappers and scouts. Their technical knowledge and combat capabilities make these units true survivalists, especially when in their iconic white and blue heavy combat configuration, which sports bullet-resistant armor plating on the chest and forearms. Since the original neural pattern for this unit was lost with the destruction of the Central Neural Archive on Vineta, new Elster units have been produced based on a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program. Alright, cool, we're a tough and stoic loner, we're almost 6 feet tall. Let's try not to think too hard about the fact that our original neural pattern was destroyed and we are thus a copy of a copy. A copy that came from the Penrose program. Our first memory was being on the ship, the crashed Penrose 512, looking for Ariane Yon. It was crashed on an icy world with those huge towers. Was that Rotfront? We recall that climaforming isn't finished on Rotfront. The computer said we needed our Eva suit to deal with the cold, not because there was no breathable atmosphere. Every part of Rotfront we've seen so far is half buried in driving snow. So we can't be sure that's where we were, but it's a possibility. We went through the Black Gate, down that weird hole, and we were suddenly in that radio room with all those books. The radio came on, and then our face melted off, and we woke up here on Sierpinski, looking for Alina So. So is that it? Are we like Adler, confusing our past life for our present one? That doesn't really explain why we keep seeing Isa, or why everyone here is turning into meat zombies. Falka has been seeing Ariane too, and maybe even Adler. Well, we got one answer out of this, and that's that our replica body is cool as hell. We don't have that bulletproof blue and white armor plating, but our polyethylene shell, I assume that means the black and white parts of our body, has carbon fiber reinforcement. Kevlar, essentially, or maybe something even more advanced. That would explain why we can take such a beating, meaning we're equal to or more advanced than all the models we've seen except Kolibri and Falka. The weird puzzle box Adler was talking about is still on his desk, with a bunch of those astrological symbol cards he mentioned. Why does he have these? Weren't they from a memory of his Gestalt life? Did he get his hands on them to try and figure out what they were for, or is this more weird stuff happening? We find that the astrolabe fits right onto the front of the box, so we've got a puzzle going, baby! The key to this one is in the orrery near Falka's office. The planets revolve at an unlikely rate, and one of them, Heimat, is marked with the same four-pointed star that we see on the astrolabe. The other planets don't have symbols on the orrery, but if we use our memory module, or write or screenshot where they all were when Heimat is up top, we can move the other symbols to line up with the other worlds. We press the central hexagon and the box swings open. Inside, we find Adler's access card and the shrine diary. This must be an older diary of his. At first, the book seems unremarkable, beginning the cycle after the last that we read. But oddly, Adler makes no mention of the disaster and even describes speaking to Falka. These dates don't line up. It gets weirder from there. The second entry has the same date but describes a power outage that wasn't mentioned in the previous one. It goes on like this, with each entry given the same date but the events and Adler's thoughts changing. Eventually, an overwhelming sense of déjà vu gives way to him realizing that he's filling a diary with entries that he doesn't remember writing, as if he's reliving the same day over and over, a little different each time, and only the diary remembers. The first 8421D describes a normal workday and a meeting with Falka. By the sixth 8421D, Falka is comatose and Adler worries he's losing his mind. He knows he'd be decommissioned if he was found to be slipping. On the seventh repeat day, he realizes that he can remember the events of the previous repeats by reading the anomalous entries, and that something more than mere insanity must be the cause. The ninth entry offers his hypothesis. Things are changing between the endlessly looping days due to something like generational loss. Like the minute errors that work their way in when you copy a cassette tape or a strand of DNA duplicates itself. Like the replica mind, copied from a template. We're all the worse if that's true, a copy of a copy, and according to Adler's memory, and what Kolibri sensed in his mind, we're the piece that's out of place here. There was never any Elster stationed on Sierpinski S-23. So I guess that's why he pushed us down the elevator. Maybe he thought that would fix it. But, like always, some of this doesn't line up. Why is he the only one who caught on to the alleged loop? And how could generational decay describe all the weird things that have been happening? We've been having oddly specific visions. Falke thought she was somebody else and slipped into a coma, most of the staff are zombies. His last entry says that he feels like something is calling him from down in the mine. If Alina is alive, that's where she'll be. We have the key, so we make for the elevator and begin our descent.
It's a three-pronged attack. Subliminal, liminal, and superliminal.
Superliminal?
I'll show you. Hey, you! Join the Navy! Yeah, all right.
I'm in.
We cut to Issa, crouching behind a pillar with a kitchen knife in her hand. Adler stalks the mine, wielding a hunting rifle. He's lived this day so many times. He knows exactly. Issa surprises him, stabs him in the eye, and sends him plummeting down a mine shaft. Huh. Guess he didn't see that one coming. We emerge into the mine, and it is magnificently weird. This is a space that really makes the third-person camera mod shine. It looks so much prettier from a closer angle than the usual top-down. This rock structure may be familiar to Bloodborne players, as these same hexagons are found in the Nightmare Frontier, one of the most far-flung and bizarre layers of the dream the good hunter ever reaches. But it's a very real phenomenon. For reasons best left to CGP Grey to explain, hexagons often occur in nature, and as liquid basalt cools, it can sometimes form these hexagonal columns, which are sometimes shockingly regular in size and structure. It may have been this uncanny phenomenon that inspired H.P. Lovecraft to specifically describe so many of his cyclopean alien cities and bizarre landscapes as being made of basalt. One story, A Shadow Out of Time, describes a colossal city of basalt towers with repeated mention of roads made of giant octagonal basalt flagstones. Not quite hexagons, but worth a mention, especially as the game directly quotes Lovecraft in several places. As a brief aside, I probably don't need to tell you that Lovecraft voiced some very stupid opinions about certain kinds of people and that this will forever tarnish his legacy. I simply hope that we can acknowledge where he failed and where he succeeded as a writer and as a human being, and learn what we can from both as we do some critical analysis of a video game, a century after his death, on www.youtube.com. We really should get back to exploring the mines, but there's one more thing we ought to examine. Just before Adler was stabbed by Issa, he said, "You don't belong here." It's not clear whether he thought he was speaking to her or us, but both Calibri's note and Adler's diary say there was never an Elster here. If we should die at any time prior to the mines, we get a blue screen as our system crashes. Our designation is listed right here in that message, Elster S2301, meaning that, at least according to our OS, we are the first and presumably only living Elster unit stationed here, not a unit that has wandered in from some other facility. However, here in the mines, the blue screen calls us Elster 512. Of course, Issa doesn't belong here either. She's a Gestalt trying to break her sister out of a cyborg space prison, and she's doing a pretty awesome job for someone without a titanium skeleton. The mines are a series of hexagon-shaped chambers, and at first they're rather quiet. We pick up a flare gun in a storage room and give it a once-over. This thing holds only one round at a time, but the 2 rounds we can load it with are both awesome. The standard flare is a ranged version of the thermite we've been using to permanently take out corrupted Replikas. It's pretty much a one-hit permakill on any enemy that isn't blocking with a shield. The other round these can use is a grenade. It's just as powerful without the permakill effect and will do some damage to anything within a few meters of the target. We don't have a lot of ammo for the thing yet, and the mines aren't a great place to use it, so we'll stick it in the item box until later.
What's going on in there?
What?
That light!
Oh, the red.
Nearby, there's another page from Alina's diary. She made it down here. We must be getting close. It's worse than I thought. Everyone has disappeared. I still haven't found any trace of Elster. It's as if she had never been here. Something's wrong with the protectors, those that are still around. A guard spotted me earlier sneaking out of the medical wing, and she let out a monstrous scream as she chased after me. When I looked back, I saw her face, and now I can't forget. It looked like she had been in some horrible accident. In a corridor, we discover another replica. This is Beo, who takes her name from the German word for the hill mynah, a species of mynah bird that lives in Southeast Asia. Many mynah birds are mimics, but the hill mynah is one of the best and smartest of all, producing an amazing range of sounds. I'm not sure the name tells us all that much about Beo, but it is interesting. Beo wishes she could help us, but her hydraulics have failed and her heavy body has become immobilized. We're too weak to use her mining laser, and she refuses any offer of help, saying she's an old unit and fixing her up would be a waste of resources. After all, she says, we're just replicas. When we die, they'll replace us. What's one drop to an ocean? Nevertheless, she thanks us for taking the time to talk to her and wishes us luck. If you somehow weren't convinced that the nation was a horrible place, this is a great time to change your mind. Replicas are individuals, they're people, and it's not right that a person should ever be seen as worthless or disposable. No matter what ideals a state or revolution may hold, if it doesn't value its people, then what good is it? We're already quite deep underground, but this inclined elevator, straight out of Half-Life or maybe Evangelion, takes us much lower. Some people call these funiculars, but it's actually only a funicular if it's linked by cable to a second car that serves as a counterbalance. As a land survey technician, it's important that we keep these things straight. The lower levels are crawling with corrupted replicas, but the chambers are big enough that we can mostly avoid them. A warning sign gives us pause as we duck into a room to the south. Something ominously glitters under the floodlights. For reasons unknown, monofilament wire has been spooled between stakes to create a network of deadly traps. This extremely thin wire is sharp enough to lacerate skin and even sever limbs, and in the dark, it's barely visible. We turn on our flashlight to make sure we don't wander into any, and make our way past the danger, toward the sound of weeping. Several dead replicas lie on the floor. These were uncorrupted, and the way they're heaped here suggests they all died very suddenly. None of these STA units have shields, so none were officers. It's possible that without a chain of command in place, this group was fleeing in a blind panic. They hit the wires and bled out. 2 of them are still alive, a wounded STA and an EULR crying over her. The STA tries to comfort her companion, asking her to remember the time they went to the surface and saw the night sky together. She's even remembered her Gestalt name. She whispers it to the EULR in an attempt to cheer her up, but it's no use. The poor thing is inconsolable. We can't really figure out why the razor wire is even up. The signage indicates it was here before the disaster. Was it to keep Gestalt workers from running away? There's not exactly anywhere for them to go. This is a remote station on a desolate and possibly uninhabitable fringe world. There are no corrupted replicas here, and it seems unlikely that a squad this size would have been defeated by a bunch of simple-minded zombies. Maybe a corrupted Mynah could have shot them all down, or possibly even ADLR. But he only seems concerned with restoring order by removing the people he thinks aren't supposed to be here, so to me, that seems unlikely. In any event, there's no help that we can offer. The STA must be wounded too badly even for the mighty auto-injector. To descend further, we have to open the hatch on a nearby shaft. It's a slow process and attracts the attention of a corrupted Mynah. We run around the chamber, dodging lasers until we can dive into the hole and slide to the bottom. We're below the basalt pillars now, in a deeper strata. The walls and floor are covered with blasting markers. This is where Issa got the drop on ADLR. There's no going back, no sign of Issa, and only one way to proceed. We jump into the pit, hoping that the sound of water below means we won't land on rock. We have another brief vision of Alina So standing beside us, clad in a military uniform. Our vision goes red and we see, briefly, a countdown. We emerge from a cave to a narrow coastline, stars twinkling above. Are we outside? Is this Lang's surface? But we were so far underground. A piece of paper lies on the sand. Along the shore, the cloud waves break. The shadows lengthen. Another. The night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still. Die thou unsung as tears unshed shall dry and die. We wander as if in a dream, collecting the scattered pages. It calls me, in a sea of flesh. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me. There's a small cave here with something inside, just out of reach. It's a book, The King in Yellow. 3 of the seals are gone now, and only 3 remain. The countdown reaches 0 and we are nowhere. We stand in murky water among casually discarded replica bodies. Through the door, we find a few more laid out in the morgue. They look like oilas, but in this state it's difficult to tell. We pass an altar set with rows of ancestral plates. The names are too worn for Elster to read, though very careful examination reveals that these belong to members of the Young family. This place doesn't make any sense. Everything here is dull, worn concrete and rusted metal. Like it's much older than the facility above, and strange tableaus are laid out seemingly at random. This does not resemble a space anyone ever lived or worked in, and the menacing cage bars around every door make it hard to tell whether this is a tomb or a prison. Strangest of all, the world no longer seems to follow the laws of physics. Each doorway is like stepping through a portal. Space seems to twist back on itself or send us hurtling what ought to be vast distances in a single step. Whatever this is, if it's anywhere, we have crossed a threshold into some deeper layer of the nightmare. From this point on, if we die, our blue screen will not refer to us as Elster 512 as it did in the mine, but Elster S2301, same as it was back at Sierpinski. A warning sign, marred but partially legible. It distinctly bears the radioactive trefoil. This place. No deed is commemorated here. Nothing valued is here. What is here is dangerous and repulsive. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is still present in as it was. The danger is to the body. The danger is an emanation. The danger is unleashed if you stand. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. When the beast within is killed, a path will open here. You've probably heard this message before. It's a message proposed in 1993 by the Sandia Institute as part of an attempt to develop a warning system that would be communicable to people centuries or even millennia later, in order to prevent them from excavating nuclear waste disposal sites. Contrary to popular belief, this message was never actually used, but is frequently shared around the internet due to its strange cadence and ominous tone. That last bit, the bit about killing something to open a path, that's not a part of the Sandia message. We passed by a bunch of, I don't know what these are, bloody altars? Baths? Some have cages over them, reminiscent of the tiny cages the Gestalts were forced into back at Sierpinski. In one, we discover a wooden doll. It looks like part of a matryoshka designed to resemble a Mynah. We descend a ladder and find ourselves in a classroom? It's horribly cramped, and 2 chairs to one side have spikes on the seats and manacles on the armrests, looking more like implements of torture. The notes are getting weirder. Here we find a bizarre room, a microphone next to something like a spectroscope and a series of lights. An angry glare comes from the rows of fenced-off monitors behind one wall. Each displays a black hex over a red screen, looking like so many staring red eyes. On the table we find a gold band, a wedding ring inscribed with "Till death do us part." We start fussing with our radio and are surprised to find out that even here we get reception. Scrolling the frequencies until we catch one sending data, we play the sound for the microphone. The spectroscope draws a shape, and the lights form a pattern. One of the shapes is very familiar, the Penrose triangle. It is a shape that can easily be depicted in 2 dimensions, but is impossible to construct in 3. There are several of these, so we copy each one down, feeling pretty clever for not needing a note to tell us how to do it. There's something we've been trying to ignore near the classroom. A section of floor is removed, revealing a heaving mass of meat beneath, with a large hole leading who knows where. Issa is down in the dark, unaware of something creeping up behind her, a mass of grasping arms. It's Elster to the rescue! We drop in behind the creature and begin firing at it, hoping to get its attention. It works, and we're forced to duck away as what looks like a meaty conglomeration of replica and possibly gestalt bodies lumbers after us. This is the Nue, or Chimera. It's fairly slow, and as long as we can maintain our distance using the pillars down here, we should have plenty of room to bait charges, evade, and return fire. Out of the corner of our eye, we catch Issa struggling with something. Adler's rifle. A closer look at the Nue reveals 4 legs of the extended type used for Stoiches, and way too many arms. The frame looks like one of those cages from the isolation room. Perhaps the Gestalts have had their revenge on the Protectors. After we put enough rounds in it, Issa figures out how the gun works, shoulders it, and fires. She's not ready for the recoil. Maybe it's not a weapon Gestalt should even be operating, and she falls back against the cages, knocked unconscious. But the Nue is dead. In Japanese folklore, the Nue is a monster very similar to the Greek Chimera. One detail that stands out is that traditionally, eerie nighttime call of the scaly thrush was attributed to the Nue. This birdsong was said to be an ill omen. We somehow doubt this thing is the sole source of our misfortune, but killing it was probably a good idea. We carry Issa to a rusted bed frame and gently lay her down. She's alive, but she won't wake up. Even here, under these extreme circumstances, Elster exhibits a quiet politeness that I find pretty funny. It's obvious Issa can't handle this ridiculous rifle, but we won't take it because it belongs to her, and she's not awake for us to ask for it. Stepping outside, we encounter a new enemy, the corrupted Stoich. These things no longer even really resemble the replicas they once were. The only hint to their identity is their distinctive long legs. They've lost their arms and torso plating entirely, and their head has been shoved into a 3rd leg extender, which they will flail around and try to club us with. Despite the terrible state they're in, they're the strongest regular enemy in the game, outdone only by the bosses, and this one is absolutely worth spending some thermite on. The lower part of Nowhere is very similar to the upper area, just meatier. Stumbling through the maze, we pick up another ring. This one is black, inscribed with the phrase, "This too shall pass." Beyond lies a maze of monofilament wires strung between pillars. We're able to navigate it by using our flashlight, and we collect a rusted key and the plate of flesh. The rusted key's head is cast in the interlocking hexagon symbol of the Empire, while the plate of flesh is another hexagonal slab like the one we found in Alina's butterfly box. Does this mean she was here? Around the corner, we find a room with a concrete platform stained with the dark impression of a human body. It reminds us of something, but we can't place it until we find another one of Falke's diaries, with the distinctive red drawings. This looks like a corrupted version of her quarters. The Dreamer. A prison from which the only escape is death. Deep below, the Dreamer floats in a sea of flesh, the red eye birthing a new world from their dream for eternity. And each time the Dreamer turns over in their sleep, the world turns over too, until only flesh remains. If Vodka really wrote this, then she must have gone off the deep end before her coma. Nothing down here feels real though, so we can't be sure. There's a bottle of smelling salts here, as though someone was trying to wake the shadow up. Well, it's probably too late for them, but we know somebody who could use this stuff. We give Issa a whiff of the ammonia salts, and she finally comes to, thanking us for our help. She's not doing too well, however. The air down here is hard to breathe, and as a Gestalt, she doesn't have our strength or endurance. She offers Adler's rifle to us and decides to rest for a while. The BW-5 is an odd gun. I'm not sure if it's based on any one specific weapon, rather it seems to be a conglomeration of different ideas. It's a break-action double-barreled rifle that holds 2 rounds, and its barrels are vertically aligned. This reduces the width of the weapon, but could cause some problems with aiming the second shot, as with the revolver, it adds more distance between the sights and the barrel. It fires 16mm Nitro Express ammunition. Nitro Express is a broad term for big game cartridges which entered use in 1898. It originally was a trademarked term that referred to the use of cordite as propellant. Modern NX rounds no longer use the stuff, relying on standard gunpowder, but the name has stuck around. In layman's terms, these bullets are generally fired out of what you'd call an elephant gun, something to bring on safari. They don't have a ton of practical applications these days, but there are a lot of amusing videos of people shooting watermelons and ballistic dummies with these things on YouTube that I highly recommend. The ammunition is interesting as well. Real-life Nitro Express ammunition is designed for unarmored but very large and dangerous targets like Cape Buffalo, rhinoceros, and elephants, and it works quite well for that purpose. It is not, however, designed to defeat armor, and despite its incredible size and velocity, it can still be stopped by ballistic plates, though if the wearer survived it would probably be the worst day of their life. SIGNALIS' NX ammunition is made of Teflon-coated tungsten carbide rather than the standard lead and copper. The way it knocked Issa off her feet also suggests that the weapon may have a higher powder load, giving the bullet more velocity but making it impractical for Gestalt use. Elster calls this caliber a ridiculous anti-tank round, and the ammo box does indeed say anti-tank on it. In real life, armored vehicles tend to be countered by sniper rifles, machine guns, or larger weapons. This rifle's form factor does not seem suitable for that purpose. It doesn't look like a particularly long-range weapon, and it lacks a large magazine, making it a poor choice for taking on something like a tank. It was also in Adler's possession, and Adler is not designated as a military unit. It'd be much more effective to use an Elster or a Schnapper to defeat a tank. This is conjecture, but I believe the purpose of this weapon is to decommission Replikas, something that an administrator at a station like this could conceivably be responsible for. I imagine on a normal day, if an armored Replika went rogue, Adler would order a Star or a Stoich to use this rifle on the target, though as we've seen, he certainly seems capable of doing the job himself in a pinch. Since it is slow to operate and unsuitable for Gestalt use, even though it could be used to take down a Mynah or a Stoich, it wouldn't be suitable for a rogue unit to use in a shooting spree. Even better, if a Gestalt worker got hold of it, they wouldn't have the strength to effectively use it against their captors. Save for the flare gun, this is the most powerful weapon in the game. It can kill a Stoich in a single blast and a Mynah in 3. It ignores armor and can even penetrate a Sta officer's shield and down the Sta in a single shot. Its only real drawbacks are its poor capacity and low rate of fire. Between the rifle and the revolver, I much prefer the latter, but I tend to cycle weapons as I run out of ammo, so it doesn't really matter all that much. We leave Issa to rest and return to wandering the maze. Eventually, we come upon what has to be the worst room in the game. It looks like another operating room, and it's jam-packed with enemies, including a Stoich and a Mynah. We can sneak past, but there's some stuff on the operating table. If we can get the enemies to bunch up, this is a great place for the shotgun. It's also possible to take out 1 or 2 and leave the room, then come back later. Either way, it's not worth trying to kill the Mynah. Her shots are slow and easy to dodge as long as we don't get close. The prize here is a small wooden doll. It goes to the Matryoshka set, but we'll need 1 more doll to complete it. Through the door is another pack of enemies, including a corrupted colibri. We use the radio trick again to fry her brain, then duck into a nearby office. Here, we find another copy of Alina's diary pages. This one seems recent. How long has it been that I'm down here? How did I get here? Where is this place? And why am I here? My memory feels so blurry, as if I had always been here. Forever. Even my hair is slowly turning white. I remember my name and I remember my life, but I also remember a different name and a different life. And it feels like the line between her and me is blurring the longer I stay here. More identity confusion, though there's a key difference. We, Adler, and Falke have all been seeing a white-haired girl, while Alina seems to be becoming her. There's a stick of incense here as well. Returning it to the Young family shrine and burning it opens a little box containing the plate of love. That's 3 plates now, but where do they go? In a dark room, we discover the 3rd ring, the serpent ring. It lacks an inscription, but we do note that the serpent depicted is biting its own tail, an Ouroboros, a symbol for eternity. Taking these 3 rings, we head for a room decorated by a strange mural. A note nearby titled "The Empress's Hand" reads, "On the first day she was crowned. On the longest day, nothing was done. On the next day, she was wed. On the last day, she took her life." Is this the Empress, then? The oppressor that the great revolutionary rose up against to form our nation? Hard to say, but the puzzle is easy enough. We put the regent's ring on her index finger, the wedding ring on her ring finger, and the serpent ring on her pinky. Her hand moves away, revealing a gaping hole where her face ought to be. Blood leaks out as we pick up the plate of eternity. Cool. Further down into the labyrinth, we discover the 3rd doll and assemble the entire set. As we expected, it's a matryoshka depicting a Mynah unit. The bottom is hex-shaped and decorated with Sierpinski triangles. Down in the flesh pit, there's a bizarre scissor-shaped apparatus guarding another plate. This we remove from its pedestal and replace with the completed matryoshka dolls, acquiring the plate of balance in the exchange. The dolls weigh the platform down the same as the plate did, allowing us to leave. Traditionally, matryoshka dolls often represent motherhood or passing things down from generation to generation. Each doll houses a smaller one in the same way a succession of mothers do their children, though no one doll is complete without those who came before and after it. They can also just be fun little decorations or even jokes, but given that replicas are copies and sometimes copies of copies, the theme seems to apply here. The final plate is found at the end of another mono-wire maze. What seems at first like an easy task is made complicated when corrupted auras begin to emerge from the floor behind us. Unable to flee thanks to the deadly traps, we dodge and shoot our way through until we acquire the plate of sacrifice. The plates, as it turns out, slot into another hex-shaped door, very similar to the one that led to the operating room back at Sierpinski. With the door unsealed, we check our equipment, use some repair spray, and step through to find the bottom of a deep, circular pit, lined with flesh. This looks a lot like what we climbed down into in the intro. There are spikes stabbed into the side, creating a precarious spiral ladder. We take hold and begin our ascent. Here we find the black gate, the one that we saw before, the one Falke dreamed of. Whatever she saw on the other side changed her forever.
At the end, the way home, I am waiting.
Worthless. We stride through a trackless sea of red. Square-cut pillars jut from all angles, marked with Sierpinski triangles.
Who are you? Come closer.
We walk on, noting dead Elster units strewn about the area.
Be not afraid.
There, impossibly, we come across the wreck of the Penrose 512. Alina So. Alina turns, but not the others. Maybe that was the wrong answer.
For you.
Ersta. 6 women turn in unison. 5 of them are Ersta units. One looks like us, one is missing an arm, one is wearing the orange spacesuit from the Penrose, one has the white armor we've read about, and one has a hat. The 6th, barely visible, is Falke.
For us.
Ariane Young. Calling Alina's name only got her attention, but as we speak Ariane's name, 6 faces turn toward us. In order, they are Alina So, Ariane, another Ariane with a bandaged face, and Falke. Something blasts us as we move toward the voice, nearly knocking us off our feet. But we struggle on. We see a profusion of images in rapid succession, resurfacing memories, but whose? There were so many variations on those paintings, the island and the shore. We see the eclipsed sun warp as if to split in two. We see Vineta and someone, Alina, watching a fighter craft on the horizon. A star falling from the sky, a mushroom cloud, a dark-haired woman in uniform at a ring of 6 graves. White lilies. The same woman, clutching her gouged-out eye. We see her again, collapsed behind a line of tank traps, wounded defending Vineta's artillery. We stagger forward, trailing blood but too overwhelmed to even try to see what struck us. We know this ship. We were here. We climb up toward the hatch and grab the emergency release. We've taken too much damage, pushed ourselves too far, and now we're just not strong enough. The hatch comes halfway open, but that's all we can manage. A muscle tears and titanium bone shears apart as the force of our desperate attempt rips our right arm off at the elbow. We see the painting, the island, endless variation, but always the same place. We're headed there for real this time. Ariane tells us again to wake up, but it's just no use. All of this was for nothing. There are a few things to consider as the credits roll. A big one is, how did we get hurt? We had a vision of Falke behind us at the gate. Perhaps she woke up long enough to do something with her bioresonance, but it's tough to say. If Adler still had his gun, he could have shot us in the back. That's what it's for, after all. Issa took it from him, but maybe with all the weird dream logic going on, he got it back somehow? I believe there's an answer, but we'll have to keep digging if we want to find it. I think consciousness is a tragic misstep in our evolution. We became too self-aware. Nature created an aspect of itself separate from itself. We are creatures that should not exist by natural law. We are things that labor under the delusion of having a self. An accretion of sensory experience and feeling, programmed with total assurance that we are each somebody, when in fact, everybody's nobody. I think the honorable thing for our species to do is deny our programming, stop reproducing, walk hand in hand into extinction one last midnight. Brothers and sisters opting out of a raw deal. We return to the title screen, and it is here that many people simply uninstall the game, thinking that that was the end. Savvy players will note that the title image has changed. Elsta's dead eye no longer tracks the mouse, and the visuals are glitching out a lot. What if we simply start again? Wake up. We awaken from our pod on board the Penrose 512. The pod's a strange sight now that we think of it. The Replikas at Sierpinski S23 all slept in normal beds. Exploring the ship, we see something is different. It's not crashed. There are no broken pipes or hanging girders. The place looks completely normal. We passed some tools we were planning to use to do minor repairs on the heating system. We pass the cargo bay doors, which are sealed, indicating that the ship is currently in flight. We find a little drawing. A colibri, her head replaced with a cabbage. This is a German pun. Kohl means cabbage. This doesn't seem like something we would draw. Elstas are tough, stoic loners. And there's a window here. That is definitely space out there. Stepping into medbay, we find a printout. Penrose Briefing, Phase 2. Start of decrypted transmission. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of mission time will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now you should have become fully acclimatized to your new life on board your ship. As you approach the Oort cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing the long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, or signs of life. Remember to rely on your Replika to assist you in maintaining your vessel. We all wish you great success in your mission. End of decrypted transmission. So, we've been on this ship for at least 1,500 cycles. That's a little over 4 years. The Oort cloud is a theoretical ring around our solar system that is thought to contain planetoids, asteroids, and other large celestial bodies such as comets. These are objects caught by the sun's gravity, but well outside of what we would consider the solar system. The Oort cloud is very far away. It begins about 293 billion kilometers from Pluto. Pluto itself is only about 5 billion kilometers from the Sun. Assuming the Penrose launched from Leng, and assuming Leng is either Pluto or is about as far from the Sun as Pluto, our ship must be going 0.75% the speed of light, which is about 8 million kilometers per hour. The fastest real-life spacecraft is the Parker Space Probe, which goes a bit over 635,000 kilometers per hour. The Penrose is going almost 13 times faster than that. It's not even 1% the speed of light, but it's still extremely impressive. It'd take us 560 years to get to Alpha Centauri at this speed, but the Oort cloud is certainly doable in our lifetime. Of course, anything we find is going to be too far from the Sun for habitability, but climate-forming technology can apparently work miracles, as Buyan, Heimat, Kitej, Rotfront, and Leng all have plenty of people living on them. There's also an emergency procedures manual left out on the counter. It explains that in a crisis, Gestalts should not try to cannibalize Replikas, as bioengineered flesh and the oxidant fluid we have in place of blood are poisonous, no matter how much they look like natural tissue. The note concludes by pointing out that Replikas are much more likely to survive long-term than Gestalts, so we should eat our officer if push comes to shove. I love that there's a government manual for who gets to eat who in a worst-case scenario. Checking the examination table tells us that it's not time for Ariane's scheduled checkup yet. This confirms that we do indeed have medical training and that we're back on the ship with Ariane, like we were in the beginning. We make our rounds, checking on the reactor, the access terminal, the cockpit, and the emergency cryogenic pod. Everything seems to be in good shape. Along the way, we find a couple more notes. Technical Service Record, Scout Officer Young, Ariane. Officer's Note. I've adjusted the ship's internal clock to run slightly slower. By my calculations, each cycle should be exactly 12.26% longer, simulating what I believe is the length of a day on Vineta. I wonder if Elsta will notice the difference. Judging from her accent, I'm sure she's Vinetan. She pronounces ship just like Isa and Eri used to. It's very cute. Hearing her speak makes me dream of the ocean. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit something like it. Maybe on a distant world? We have a cute accent? We have a cute accent? We also find a sealed envelope marked for Gestalt Officer Eyes Only. It almost certainly contains classified information about us, though it seems like Ariane never opened it. Elster units seem to be very considerate. We didn't even want to take Issa's rifle without permission. We would never steal, and sneaking around like this really isn't our style. But you and I know the nation is not exactly benevolent. Let's sneak a peek and see what they have to say about us. Classified information, Gestalt Officer Eyes Only. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Elster. Elster units were chosen for the Penrose program for their adaptability and reliability under long-term isolation conditions. Stoic and reserved, Elster units have a relatively stable neural pattern. It is best for you to leave it alone and interact with the Elster unit as little as possible. Right away, we see something interesting. The instructions given to the Gestalt use dehumanizing language for us. It, in this context, used by the state, instructing a Gestalt how to deal with us, implies that we are less than human, only a tool. That is not how the replicas we've met refer to each other. Even Adler doesn't speak that way. Elster's neural pattern was a soldier of Venetan origin, so their needs are basic. Avoid talking to the Elster unit about the war.
Listen, don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it all right.
We remember the sound of the waves and something else. Penrose vessels are fitted with a specialized calibration pod which may help with persona stabilization. So that explains our weird bed. To avoid resurfacing of Gestalt memories, do not show or give the Elster unit photographs, especially of soldiers during the war. Do not show the Elster unit movies, or let it listen to music. Do not try to befriend the Elster unit. It's just the two of us here for however many years, and we're expected to be nothing more than an object. No movies, no music, no friends. Even the Aras got to have friends. We put the envelope back and continue our rounds, discovering some notes Ariane left for herself. Running out of ochre paint. Elster laughed when I told her. Now I have to mix it myself. So annoying. I still haven't read a whole bunch of these manuals. I feel like they gave me enough to read for the rest of my life. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. They could have given us more films to watch instead. Half of them are war films, which Elster doesn't like, and the other half are kitschy propaganda dramas. I have a hard time imagining Elster laughing at anything. She just seems so sullen all the time. It's easy to imagine why we don't like war films. Our Gestalt memories are suppressed, but I doubt our robot bed is doing a very good job keeping our PTSD in check. All systems are nominal. Scout Officer Young will be expecting our report. Elster! You're up! I missed you. I missed you too. Ah! It's our 3,000 cycle anniversary. 3,000 cycles. So we've been on board for 8 years. We'll be getting the updated mission parameters later, so I thought it'd be nice to celebrate. Wait, let me put on some music. We were asleep by the time the message arrived. The music that played at the beginning of every encrypted broadcast. We've been hearing it every time we've used one of those red TV screens to save. We are back, lying broken in a sea of blood. Lena? No. Ariane? Was your hair always this long? We can't die yet. We are back. Leng, Rotfront, the Oort Cloud, nowhere. It doesn't matter. We are back. We, or somebody, opened the hatch the rest of the way, and were finally able to board the Penrose 512. It's a derelict now. Ariane's bed is long cold. Nearby, a note. Cycled. I can't tell whether awake or asleep anymore. My vision is blurry and my fingers hurt. My back hurt. My teeth hurt. Eyes hurt. Everything hurts all the time. I can't go on. Please make it stop. We stagger into the primary corridor, every system critical. Though we can hardly see, we find another. Lost another tooth. There was so much blood. My hands were shaking. Why is my hair falling out? I can't sleep. I just want to sleep. Please, just let me sleep. There's only one place Ariane could still be alive. We push on. Into cryogenics. There she is. Us. Elster. Not 512, not S2301, just Elster. She collapsed beside the cryopod, which is open, revealing a horrible mass of flesh. This Elster is decommissioned, dead, but that doesn't matter now. We stumble over to her and do what must be done. We made a promise. We'll do anything. We salvage the dead Elster's arm and chest plate, using repair spray to gap-fill the cannibalized parts and hold our ruined bodies together. Our implants try to brute force our limbic system. We don't have to grieve for ourselves. We don't have to be disgusted or sad or afraid. We just bury the trauma, like always, and rise to our feet. We have taken what we needed. Without a word, we turn and leave, finding that a gigantic hole has consumed the fore of the ship, right where our bed used to be. No going back now, but that's been true from the start. We are on the shore again. Those who sing the same song have heard it in their dreams, a dark tone at the edge of hearing, a silent voice whispering to my heart. Come join us. Together we will be eternal. There is no escape. We will be one. But I fear the dark sea that will swallow me. Something old, far older than humanity, sleeps deep below the ground. Those of us who can hear its call in the night. An invitation. An ocean of memories where I ends and we begin. This sounds almost like what we've experienced. There are thousands of Elsters out there, maybe more. Living and dead, all one, but all apart. Great holes secretly are digged where earth's pores ought to suffice, and things have learnt to walk that ought to crawl. We should have never left the primordial soup. Only through death can I escape the call of the one who rules above all life. Kill me. It repeats over and over. Is this Ariane or someone else? Out in the water we can just barely see something. Another copy of the King in Yellow. 5 of the 6 seals have been removed. We step over the scattered bones and board a little boat, hung with a glowing red lantern. This looks almost exactly like what the Aras were building in their dorm. As the boat makes for the island, we see something familiar. A star falling from the sky. We arrive at Sierpinski S23 for the first time all over again, but something has changed. This is S23 Sierpinski, but it's not. Veins of flesh crisscross the floors, moths flutter around what few lights still illuminate the blood-soaked halls, and most of the welcome pamphlet is a garbled mess. We've also got the armored chestplate and mismatched arm we salvaged, as well as a nasty cut on our face. Proof that we were on the Penrose. Overgrown flesh blocks off several doors. The few notes we can find are like corrupted versions of those we've seen before. We retrieve our weapons from the item box and forge ahead. In classroom 4B, we find a message on the chalkboard. You've been here before. We have, haven't we? We pull up our memory module and flip back through all our recorded documents, till we find the Monden Tochter Wall Safe Manual. The default code is still there. 204512. We retrieve the classroom 4C key and scramble to get past the corrupted replicas barring the way. We didn't expect to see a Stoich and Sta officers up here, but we shouldn't be surprised at this point. Our new armor actually provides some protection, and we're going to need it because Chapter 3 is a meat grinder. The hole in 4C has grown since our last visit, but as we recall, this should take us down to the workers' quarters, so in we go. We cut to Adler, but something's wrong. He's been claimed by the corruption, but as he promised, he hasn't forgotten who he is. Or maybe he's finally remembered. Issa, too, seems to have realized that she should not be here, that everything has gone wrong somehow. She's lost an eye and her hand looks pretty bad. A beam from a skylight slips down through a grating overhead to illuminate the central atrium of the Rotfront Sector C workers' block. This isn't the workers' quarters at Sierpinski, but it's not altogether different either. Despite the fact that this is a residential megabuilding on an entirely different world, it still has that same oppressive air. I get a bad taste in my mouth out here. Aluminum. Ash. I can smell the psychosphere. This place is like somebody's memory of a town. The memory's fading. It's all just one big ghetto. Giant gutter in outer space. Stopping first at what turns out to be the Blockvart, that is, the Block Warden's office. They've thoughtfully left a submachine gun lying out, so we snag it, completing our arsenal. The Drage Type 80 submachine gun looks for all the world like the Heckler & Koch SMG-2, a prototype which was at one time set to take the place of the world-famous MP5. While the SMG-2 was chambered in 9mm, the Drage fires 8x22 compact rounds, and those specific dimensions suggest the cartridge is based off of the 8x22 Nambu, a round used by the Japanese in World War II, notably in the Type 100 SMG. 8x22 Nambu is a lightweight cartridge, far weaker than the 9mm cartridge used in a real-life MP5, but it is lightweight and much more manageable in terms of recoil. The in-game ammunition seems to share these qualities. From their description, we can gather that the Drash and the Wuchong 8mm compact ammo are designed for smaller or less experienced shooters. The picture becomes clear when we check out the Blockwart's PC. It seems the Gestalt workers in this block were mostly overseen by a Kolibri protector. Oddly, the bedroom attached to this office contains only one bed and one mug, suggesting that this Kolibri may have been working alone. There is, however, a dormitory around the corner with the same bedspread on the bunks there. We know that Kolibris always operate in groups as a hive mind. If I had to guess, I'd say it's possible they took shifts here in Sector C. Since these Kolibris were primarily dealing with Gestalts, it may have been easier to present themselves as one interchangeable individual rather than a single mind in several bodies. That might also explain why they only had one gun.
Who wants to look at catalogs? I do!
In any event, it would seem that despite running a futuristic police state, Aeon's cybersecurity is not all it's cracked up to be. A Kolibri left her computer unlocked, with her work email open. We learned that she requisitioned the SMG from Aeon Command recently, and that it may have been because she was tipped off about an Imperial spy by a protector unit elsewhere in Rotfront. The unit's designation is one we've never seen before, KNCR. As it turns out, this is a replica that was cut from the game, likely because it wasn't needed. Data mining has revealed that this replica was planned to be Kranish, or Crane. Her character model would have been similar to a Stoich, but instead of leg extenders, she had 3 stars on her forehead, marking her as a bioresonant. We've heard mention of some replicas, such as the Schnappa, being essentially variants, using existing base models or interchangeable parts, but with different personas, modules, and equipment. There's even an unused corrupted version that looks pretty intimidating. I like how her arms are still Stoich length, even though she's got regular-sized legs. Cranes carry a lot of significance in Chinese mythology. They are strongly associated with longevity and immortality. Their red crests are the color of good fortune, their white plumage the color of purity, and it is said that their calls could reach all the way up to heaven. Taoist tradition holds that immortals can change into cranes to fly long distances, and it's said that the souls of the dead are carried to heaven by cranes. Signalis was conceptualized long before development began, and seems to have kicked around as an idea in Yuri Stern's head for quite some time. A lot of ideas from that process fell by the wayside, as they do with any such project, but I think Kranish was something they only dropped fairly close to release. This is purely speculative, but I believe Kranish was originally supposed to be the block warden in Sector C, and giving a Kolibri that role instead was a late change. We're going to come across a Kolibri poster pretty soon here, and taking a look at it, we can see that it doesn't quite fit visually with the other propaganda posters. Additionally, there's a song on the soundtrack called Blockwart. That's what's playing now, and it certainly sounds like boss music. And this isn't Kolibri's theme. Kolibri's theme is just called Kolibri. There are a few instances on the soundtrack where leitmotif is used to draw some kind of a comparison between two characters, or to indicate that two songs both relate to a single character. Personally, I can't really detect any shared elements between the Blockwart and Kolibri tracks. My very dubious theory here is that they wrote the Blockwart track and had some Kranish poster art, then late in development they decided not to use Kranish, so they swapped her out for a Kolibri and a new poster was done to match. This might have been quite some time after Whitman did the original posters, and so her style may have evolved a bit. That would also explain the single bunk and single teacup in the Blockwart's quarters. This doesn't seem to make any sense for Kolibri, who always operate in tight-knit cadres. I suspect the Kranish would have served as the boss of this area, with far more presence than what we get out of this sector's Kolibri. There may have even been more of a story intended for her, as the Block Warden is mentioned a couple of times in notes left by the other characters later. Again, that's entirely speculation. Literally all we have is her name, her logo, and her models. Maybe she was going to be something else entirely. She has one of my favorite replica designs, mashing up the details from Kolibri and Stoich, so I'm a little sad we didn't get to see more of her. The idea of this lanky weirdo terrorizing the citizens of Rotfront is a lot of fun. One bit of consolation is that I doubt that she was cut because of time or funding, as her assets were so complete. Maybe whatever story she was intended to tell didn't fit the final version of the game, or maybe her gameplay mechanics just never really panned out. In any event, a person going missing from the story seems almost entirely appropriate for Signalis. Maybe she really was the Block Warden in the original timeline, but the decaying loop has substituted her for a Kolibri. An important person getting forgotten like that does seem pretty appropriate given what we know about our story so far. Of course, as with all cut content, it's impossible to say how much of the Kranish is still canon. At the very least, it's confirmation that there are more replica types out there, so fan artists rest easy. Your OCs are safe for now. The Kranish email also provides some interesting subtext. The tone isn't, hey, heads up, you might have a spy on your beat. It's more like, psst, Aeon heard rumors of a spy. They're sending a spec ops unit in a week or two, and if they catch them, you're dead. To me, it reads like the spec ops team is scarier than any spy, and maybe the Kranish is trying to tip off a friend, despite the message's stern tone. Better safe than sorry. You never know who's reading your emails. There's also a message from Aeon Command reminding the Blockbart that her seasonal review is coming up, and that she'll be replaced if she fails. A follow-up email suggests that the Kolibri asked for a transfer instead and was simply told, no. So this whole block is overseen by one psychic bioroid cop/counterintelligence officer, and once a year her boss sends her an email reminding her she'll be killed if she doesn't do well on her next review. None of us are here by choice, and no one will miss us. The other emails reveal the more humdrum side of the job. The Ito bookstore and the Young Photoshop have both written with excuses for not having spare keys ready to assist the warden in her patrols. Anya, Ariane's aunt, says that Ariane has the only key, but she's in the hospital. The Ito twins' mother writes that the code for the back door is their birthday. It probably shouldn't surprise us that the two families were neighbors. The girls went to high school together, after all. The halls are teeming with corrupted replicas. We take our new gun for a test drive and find that it mulches most models easily. Rapid fire more than makes up for the lack of stopping power. We should burn these bodies, too. We're going to be here for a while, and this hallway's about to see a lot of foot traffic. Well, hoof traffic, stilt traffic. Whatever you want to call our little hiver prongs. As we explore, we begin to get a picture of our surroundings. We are in one of the many identical mega-buildings we've seen on Rotfront. It's as squalid and joyless as everything else in the nation. A hive of apartments and family-run businesses crammed together against a transit platform. Trains still mindlessly trundle past, but there's nobody left to ride them. The Gestalt residents are nowhere to be found, and the replicas are in a worse state than ever. The Oilers here appear to be wearing gas masks, similar to the ones Ariane's bullies had on. Perhaps the air is sometimes bad on Rotfront, due to the pollution or the incomplete climaforming. We climb a service ladder to the second floor, where we navigate a maze of darkened apartments, collecting a photo-developing tank and a hand wheel before coming to another hospital. Along the way, we find a newspaper article that mentions the Mondfest celebrations on Rotfront have been cancelled by the Protector Office, citing public safety concerns. Mondfest is the German word for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhongqiujie, a harvest festival originating from China. Like most harvest festivals, it originated as a way to express gratitude for the fruits of the year's labor, to get friends and family together and to prepare for the coming winter. While we are not so deeply tied to the land these days, these festivals are still an important cultural practice, and it's sad to think that one of the few moments of joy here in Sector C got shut down by the state. The Mid-Autumn Festival is said to originate with the legend of Chang'e, who was the beautiful wife of Ho Yi the archer. In those days, there were 10 suns, and each took turns lighting the world. One day, all 10 suns decided to come out and play together, and unwittingly began to scorch the earth. Ho Yi took up his bow and fired 9 arrows, shooting 9 of the suns out of the sky and ending the disaster. For this, the gods granted him the elixir of immortality, but for reasons that differ depending on the telling, he did not take it, and his wife Chang'e did. Chang'e, now immortal, could not stay on Earth, and ascended to the moon with her pet rabbit, Yu To. This is one reason why in East Asia, rabbits are associated with the moon. Interestingly, this isn't the first time we've heard the name Ho Yi. It's actually the brand name printed on our shotgun shells. This story may be the origin of one more familiar to some viewers, the tale of Kaguya Hime, a princess from the moon who dwelled for a time on Earth and fell in love with an emperor, a romance which was doomed from the start, as she had to one day return to her home. Of course, if we're talking star-crossed lovers, immortals, and Chinese festivals, we really ought to go over the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, typically celebrated at the Qixi festival just a month or so earlier. The details vary, but generally the story goes that Junyu, daughter of the Jade Emperor, fell in love with Niulong, who tended the celestial herds. While they were both gods, their romance was forbidden by heavenly law, and Yulong was banished from heaven to be reincarnated as a mortal cowherd. Jinyu tried to leave heaven to be with Yulong, and Yulong tried to leave earth to be with Jinyu. But they were discovered, and so the gods created the River of Heaven, which we know as the Milky Way, to keep them forever apart. Jinyu became the star Vega, and Yulong Altair, forever kept a galaxy apart. But once a year, a flock of magpies fly across the Milky Way, forming a bridge with their bodies so that the two lovers may have one night together. In the night sky, Vega and Altair are joined by a third star, Deneb, to form the asterism known as the Summer Triangle. Deneb is notable for being the brightest star in the constellation Cygnus, which means swan. Yet again, we come back to Swan Lake. Deneb also symbolizes the magpie bridge between Yulong and Jinyu in the Chinese tradition. The hospital is strange, smaller than it ought to be, and lacking more than a bed and some equipment haphazardly strewn about. We also can't get to most of it. The doors to the patient room and the eastern hallway are locked. Either way, it seems like someone was expecting us. A box decorated with a magpie sits on the bed, sealed shut with another microphone lock. Nearby, instead of medical charts, we find a report that one of Ariane Yang's teachers wrote about her. The girl, without a doubt, is remarkably odd, certainly due to her being raised solely by her mother rather than by a community of good people overseen by a block warden, as is normal these days. Her obsession with paintings, music, and other such nonsense was clearly implanted during her time living in the mountains on that desolate radio outpost. And surely, her friendship with those Venetian-born Ito sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in their parents' bookstore. She does not seem to understand that these distractions are no longer acceptable now that she must partake in the society of our nation like anyone else. Personally, I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do so far. It's hard to imagine an Euler writing these unkind words. We have an image of Eules as dainty little social butterflies, but the truth is, we're all cogs in the same system, and the system has no room for misfits. We use the hand wheel to shut off a gas leak, collect a blue diskette from the bottom of a garbage chute, and pass into what looks like some kind of decontamination room, where we learn that harsh UV lights aren't enough to stop the spread of meat tendrils. We score a bottle of acetone, then step through the door to find a gigantic meat grinder. Literally, just a hole in the floor lined with blades. Why is this here? The grinder appears to be out of order, allowing us to use it to jump down to the level below. We have a brief vision of Ariane, blood running from her mouth, and a single word: tooth. Just outside, we find a common house, a place residents of the block would come to eat their rations. Not really a restaurant or even a cafeteria, just a way to keep these people from having to eat alone. Ariane's report card gave us the sense that people here tend to do things communally. Boxes marked Ration C and Ration S are still sitting on trays on the tables, and there's blood splattered all over the place. Next to a human molar, we find a tarot card. Number 16, the Tower. It depicts a black tower marked with the national stars. A plume of smoke in the shape of Sierpinski triangles rises from it as it's struck by a bolt of lightning. 28 irregular white shapes decorate the green sky behind it. The tower is one of the major arcana and generally portends loss, failure, or calamity. On a neighboring table, a newspaper describes the dire situation on Vineta. The imperial planet Kitej has recently passed close enough to Vineta in its orbit that imperial ships are able to intercept national supply deliveries from Rotfront to Vineta. Because Kitej is between Rotfront and Vineta, it will be difficult or even impossible to get food to the beleaguered ocean world until their orbits line up such that Kitej is far while Vineta is close. That won't be for another 8 seasons. This is dire news indeed for any national citizens stuck in the inner solar system. The word season pops up a lot for the same reason cycle does. Different worlds have different rotational and revolutionary periods. Jupiter's moons do not have actual seasons as they don't wobble in their orbits, and season appears to be used in place of the year in Rotfront dates. We'll do the math later, but for now we can assume that a Rotfront season is an arbitrary measurement of time which is about equivalent to 1 Earth year. Of course, this is just a piece of state propaganda. Without a free press, we have no idea if any of this is real. Maybe it's a cover story to explain why we're not getting letters from our friends and family serving on the front. Maybe it's an attempt to quiet unrest by manufacturing a crisis. Or it could really be happening. It could be far worse. We don't know, and that ignorance is part of the state's plan to keep its citizens helpless. The block warden, as it turns out, is right outside on the metro platform. We frantically try to tune our radio to blow up her head instead of ours as we fend off 2 corrupted Oilers and a Sta officer. Once we get a moment's peace, we realize we're standing in front of the Young Photo Store. It's locked, and the human shadow burned into the wall out front doesn't inspire a ton of confidence. But we need to get in there all the same if we want to find Ariane. Or was it Alina? We can't really tell anymore. Even our death screen, should we be defeated, holds no answers. Our internal identification has become corrupted. Oh look, a Calibri poster. It's your duty. Report suspicious elements to the block warden. Next door, we find a computer store. Its shop front is lined with rows of monitors, each displaying a black hexagon over a red screen. We suddenly realize we've seen this before. Inside, we swipe a key labeled Room 512. We head through the back and up a ladder to an enclosed alley. After dealing with the Ara and her friends, we spot a magazine left out near some dumpsters. Paper, not ammo. An issue of Heimatspiegel. It appears to be a news and lifestyle magazine, depicting a Gestalt soldier and an Elster unit standing side by side on the cover. Along the bottom, we can actually make out some prices. They appear to vary by world. It costs 2 ration marks on Heimat, 4 on Rotfront, 3 on Vineta. Guess that means you have to special order this kind of thing on Leng, if you can get it at all. One article discusses a cultural superstition on Rotfront, a belief that the gas giant which the colony orbits has a gigantic red eye. The article explains that the eye is simply a storm, but that belief endures both because of a natural tendency for pattern seeking and because it is endured as a symbol for the watchful eye of the government. We also learn that people in here give gifts of ration marks dipped in red paint during Mondfest, ostensibly to symbolize the blood spilled in the revolution, but there may be some connection to the red eye superstition as well. A few of these painted ration marks are scattered around the magazine. Maybe people were still quietly trying to celebrate Mondfest. These painted coins are similar to the real-life giving of hongbao, or red envelopes filled with money. However, while red in Chinese culture symbolizes luck and prosperity, the gesture seems to have taken on a much grimmer meaning on Rotfront. We've been watched by red eyes all along, haven't we? The monitors, the cameras, and even Falke wrote about a red eye beyond the gate. Of course, we can't ignore the fact that Ariane has red eyes. The article notes that our gene-deep drive to find patterns is called pareidolia. We ascend the ladder to the upper levels, slogging through another mob of corrupted replicas. There's a poster here depicting anti-orbital cannons on Vineta. We know those guns. We saw them in a vision back when we lost our arm. Next door, another apartment. This one's still lit and well furnished, featuring a fancy lamp and a potted lily. It'd be nice if it wasn't swarming with moths, presumably pets that have escaped in all the chaos. With its weird puzzle safe, its books, and the otherwise out-of-place Nitro Express rounds, this room reminds us of Adler. It would make sense that there would be an Adler working with the Replikas here, but why haven't we seen him if so? There's a classified document here. It wasn't Adler's. It belonged to somebody important. Bioresonant technology and its limitations. No other technology has shaped our nation as bioresonance has. Would we ever have been able to free ourselves from the stranglehold of the Empire without the support of Replikas? Essential technologies like climaforming and induced gravity would be impossible without bioresonance technology. Despite that, it feels like we've made little effort to really understand or replicate bioresonant effects with conventional technology. Our progress in the development of electronics and microprocessors has stagnated for nearly a century now as we focus solely on new ways to instrumentalize this barely understood phenomenon. Take replica production, for example. The process of duplicating a neural pattern from a Gestalt host to a replica brain is still not fully understood. How does synchronicity happen? Why is the duplicate imperfect? What happens to pre-existing patterns in the receiving brain? Recreating a replica purely with microprocessors and digital programming may be far out of reach, but I believe that we've become overly dependent on a poorly understood technology controlled solely by a few gifted individuals. It may not be long before we're back where we were under the Empire. This answers a few questions about the world, and we'll want to discuss them, but for now we'll put a pin in this and check out the safe. It's locked with a combination which is worryingly set to LSTR. A look around the room reveals 4 butterflies pinned and framed, with the word pareidolia beneath them. A word we just learned from a magazine we found in a dumpster. If we squint, we can kind of see letters in the butterfly's wings, so we try the combination AEON. The safe swings open, revealing a collection of chrysalises and a tarot card depicting a red eye in the sky over 2 towers. Number 18, the moon. The moon card represents mystery and imagination and portends danger, deceit, fear, and the unknown. Plenty of that going around. The moths, clearly more than just random fauna, invite speculation. Chinese folklore holds that the spirits of the deceased can sometimes return in the form of moths to visit their loved ones. They also represent rebirth and, of course, metamorphosis. We try to ignore the fact that the doorway to the room we just left is now nothing but meat, and instead head down to the hall and into a dentist's office that looks an awful lot like the interrogation room at Sierpinski. Pareidolia. Here we snag a red diskette before moving back to the Blockvart's office. One diskette allows us to hijack control of some of the local radio antenna. Given that bioresonant phenomena can travel via radio waves, and this whole nation runs on the stuff, these knobs probably would have caused all hell to break loose around here on a normal cycle. The tomfoolery we have gotten up to over the last several hours may in fact be the most fun anyone has ever had in the Oisan nation. We set the eastern and western towers to broadcast the magpie signal, which turns out to be repeating the 3 tones from the title screen, tones we also heard in the radio room in the intro. We adjust the towers until they're both pointed at a receiver that can pick them up. This signal, whatever it is, opens the magpie box in the hospital, and we collect Ariane's spare key and a tarot card depicting a short-haired person pouring water from 2 vessels. One into a basin, one onto the ground. There's a lily on the right side of the image, and 6 stars above. The star, number 17, portends hope, victory, or healing. The other diskette reveals a bunch of medical records, presumably for some of the people who lived around here. Most of them are strangers, but several things stick out. One is that a suspicious number of patients report lung or bronchial issues, perhaps lending some credence to the notion that the air is bad here and explaining the creepy gas masks. We spot a patient named Roswitha Fong, whose forehead is marked with the stars signifying bioresonance. Perhaps that indicates that this trait is tolerated in certain Gestalt individuals. Roswitha was a replica technician. Perhaps she was one of those responsible for transferring personas from the Gestalt template to replica brains. Erica's portrait file is corrupted, but we can assume that she looks like her twin, Isa. The chart notes that Erica was very active in sports at school and went on to university, while Isa is notably a klutz and simply worked in her parents' store after high school. It looks like Isa got the short end of the stick in life. Issa's medical history is rather extreme, and it looks more like the injuries she suffered at Sierpinski fighting corrupted Replikas than anything to do with being clumsy. It kind of seemed like maybe Issa made the jump with us when we time-looped back to Sierpinski. If her injuries carried over, then they would have no causal relationship to events in this timeline. Maybe writing them off as an accident is a way for the universe to resolve that paradox. We almost came through with a missing arm. Instead, we got cool armor. Sucks to be her, I guess. There's a Venetan biologist named Rebecca Liang, who apparently had some persistent depression. We also spot Nikolai Nguyen, a writer who claimed that his lumbar pain made him unable to participate in the communal morning exercises. The wording suggests those might be normally mandatory. Ariane's record mentions that she has been looked at for bruising, insomnia, and premature achromotrichia, whitening of the hair. It's odd phrasing. She's clearly got some form of albinism going on. Her skin is paler than any other character, and her eyes are definitely red. I wonder why it doesn't just say that. The bruising is probably from being bullied. Those girls were really going in on her. Maybe that's why she wound up in the hospital. There's a lot of lore buried in these medical records. We'll return to them later, but for now, we should keep moving. We hurry down to the metro platform and unlock the door to the Young Photo Store. But there's hardly anything here. Just a bottle of photo developer. We can use that at least. And a little pile of pictures left out on the counter. People's Army, 5th Venetan Infantry Division, Unit 12. There's a list of 8 names and... Wait a minute. We know this picture. It's the one we had at Sierpinski, the one we showed Adler. That's Alina So, but who's that standing beside her? It's us. Or not us, but an exact copy of us. Or maybe we've got that the wrong way around. Elsta, all Elstas, are copies of the woman in this image, a Venetan soldier wounded in battle and traumatized by her experiences. Was she friends with Alina? War buddies? Something more? We can only wonder.
You and he were buddies, weren't you?
Once.
Listen, when I first joined this hospital, I was strictly solo. You were the first real buddy I ever had. But if you and he wish to be best buddies again, I won't stand in your way.
Some of these names on this list are familiar. Rebecca Liang's medical file is here at Rotfront. There are also 2 Huangs at Sierpinski. One was Julia, a suspected bioresonant and a friend of Alina, and the other was Emily. Similarly, there were a Michaela and Wolfgang Wang and a Heinrich Fukuyama, but this is the first we're hearing of an Anna Wang, Helena Wang, Brigitte Fukuyama, or Lilith Ito. These are all very common last names, so without anything else to go on, we can't be sure whether the other Huangs and Wangs and Fukuyama are related to these. As for Lilith, we suppose these photos must belong to the Itos, who live just 2 doors down and naturally might have wanted to get a photo of one of their family members developed. Comparing the names and photos to the medical records we stole, we can say that the woman barely visible on the far left is certainly Rebecca Liang. So that's 1 down, and of course we know Alina, but we do not know our own Gestalt's name. She could be any one of the remaining 6. We can't stand around mourning our past life. We need to keep moving. We can get into the Ito bookstore via the backyard. The code, as per Mrs. Ito's email, is the last 6 digits of the twins' PKZ identification. We can refer to their medical records to get the numbers. 560-524. The back room is cramped between 2 rows of bookshelves. One stands out above all the others. Song of the Gods. Possession and distribution of this publication is prohibited and punishable by the 4th Cultural Protection Act. There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of. A song that we all dance to but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt. We all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. Those select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that cannot only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Oisan and lifted us to the stars. It was her power that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. This is a lot. For one, it might explain why Erica was imprisoned at Sierpinski S23. This book is contraband. There are also some interesting implications about bioresonance here. It's something that exists independent of mankind and is influenced by all people's actions. A select few have a low-level sensitivity to it. That probably includes people like Alina's friend, Julia Huang, who seemed to be able to pick up on emotions but wasn't able to consciously manipulate them. The description of bioresonance as a song also lines up with some of the notes we found on the beach. But who wrote those? We also learn the cause of the revolution. To the Empire, Gestalts are servants, an underclass of disposable workers. But is that how it's actually worked out? The documents Ariane had on Elster were specifically meant to dehumanize the replica in the Gestalt's eyes. But elsewhere, we've seen that power, at least power over your average civilian, is generally in the hands of the protectors, who appear to all be replicas. And why not? Replicas are stronger, they don't get sick as often, they're better suited to the tasks they specialize in, they are created as adults, they don't have children. They are far more ideal citizens than the Gestalts. The document in the Butterfly Room, Bioresonant Technology and Its Limitations, described a worry among the national intelligentsia that these innate differences between individuals would eventually start to replicate the inequalities that existed under the Empire. Thinking back to the isolation cages, the interrogation room, the Euler's scathing report on Ariane, and the abject misery of Rotfront, it's hard to say they're not present already. Of course, it could also be that real power in the nation is held by whatever Gestalts or replicas are in charge of the protectors. We've seen that the protectors themselves don't enjoy many special privileges and are still treated as disposable. Ultimately, we don't know enough about the Great Revolutionary and her daughter to say. These two documents also explain a few things about some of the amazing technology we've seen, namely replicas, space travel, and climaforming. Replica personas are transmitted via bioresonance, possibly over radio waves, into existing brains. I assume these are vat-grown. And nobody really understands how the process works. Similarly, climaforming appears to involve what is essentially magic. If Rotfront is Europa, then there is breathable air here not because of nanomachines or bioengineered algae, or at least not solely because of these things. Rather, the transformation of this world was the product of some extreme force of will. This might serve to explain the lopsided nature of these technological advances as well. We've been using cassette tapes and CRT monitors despite the presence of 8-foot fembots and near-relativistic space travel because conventional technology hasn't caught up. Stepping into the shop, we find Isa, and she looks worse than ever. She tells us that her search was in vain, and that she can't go on. For a moment, she looks just like Alina. We can only watch helplessly as the corruption overtakes her. She collapses and melts into mere flesh, rivulets snaking away to join the collective. We can only beg for her forgiveness, but what exactly do we have to be sorry for? This is the fate that befell all the Gestalts on Sierpinski, the source of the great mass of flesh below Leng. One by one, the Gestalts have lost their identity, their shape, and their individuality. It would likely be the same for the replicas if we weren't held together by frames of metal and plastic. Not that the fate of our sisters is any better than what just happened to Isa. A shrine sits along the back wall, dedicated to the two girls who grew up here, Isolde and Erica. We recognize Isa in her photo, but Erica's, as it was in the medical file, is damaged. It's like the universe is forgetting her. These two may have been dead all along. If we had to guess, Erica was arrested for possession of Imperial contraband, maybe suspicion of espionage, and shipped off to Sierpinski S23. Maybe Issa found out and tried to free her. Maybe she was too late, and her sister was worked to death, or spent a little too much time in the interrogation room. Maybe she made it in time, but they were both swept into the nightmare we're trapped in. Whatever happened, they're both gone now. What a stupid, pointless waste. We take the death card from the altar, number 13. The card depicts a skeleton wearing our breastplate, standing before two towers, perhaps the same as those on the moon card. The skeleton wields a black banner emblazoned with a white rose symbolizing life's triumph over death despite its inevitability and permanence. We're not so sure about that one just now. The death card famously portends change. This change can certainly involve death, but it often does not, despite the morbid imagery. There are two other books to check out in here. The first, a fragment of a poem by Goethe, titled Prometheus. Here sit I, forming mortals after my image, a race resembling me, to suffer, to weep, to enjoy, to be glad, and thee to scorn as I. Prometheus addresses Zeus in this poem, condemning him for being an unjust ruler and creating mortals who will do the same. This seems like an obvious parallel to the Great Revolutionary turning against the Grand Empress and creating an army of Replikas to fight her. There is another book to check out before we go. Resonant Phenomenon. Synchronicity. Phenomena that are meaningfully related yet lack a causal relationship. We've yet to discover the true source of the ability of the mind to alter the physical world. Yet, creating physical phenomena remotely simply by consciously or unconsciously willing them into existence forms the basis for the entire field of bioresonance technology. Before the advent of bioresonance technology, acausal correlations were often falsely interpreted simply as chance.
There is no such thing as a coincidence. The fact that you're watching this video means you are energetically aligned with me and this message. Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that, yet you still live a life that you dread.
Many phenomena, such as remote viewing, doppelgangers, or the Pauli effect, have since been classified as synchronistic phenomena related to bioresonant effects. The world we live in would be impossible without bioresonance, but its origins remain unclear. If it was truly a divine gift from outer space, as the late Empress claimed, why was she defeated by our great revolutionary, who had no such divine powers? Here we find confirmation that the Empress is dead, though her shrine in Nowhere might have told us as much. Said shrine, in fact, suggested that the Empress's death was by her own hand, not that of the revolutionary. Whatever the case, it looks as though the nation seized the means of bioresonance and redistributed the power, albeit unequally. I should also take a detour here to discuss someone some of you may have been anticipating for a few hours now, Carl Jung. Jung, a German psychologist born in 1875, was a contemporary of Freud. While Freud laid the groundwork for the application of the scientific method to the field of mental health care, Jung took a different approach. Jung believed that some phenomena, both psychological and material, did not occur strictly due to observable causality. As an early pioneer in his field, he made many invaluable contributions to our understanding of the human mind, but he also frequently ventured into seemingly baseless conjecture, magical thinking, or pseudoscience. These are serious accusations, but Jung was working in a very superstitious era, and to this day the inner workings of the mind are largely a mystery. So, despite my skeptical nature, I will cut him a degree of slack. Jung believed that there was a shared psychic world that all human beings were immersed in from birth, the collective unconscious. He conceived of this as sort of a dream world, psychically projected by all people and populated by concepts he called archetypes. The dragon, the temptress, the angel, the hero. All cultures, even uncontacted tribes deep in the middle of nowhere, seem to have some version of these ideas woven into their myths, storytelling, and even their fundamental understanding of day-to-day life. Or so said Jung. This collective unconscious is created by the human imagination, and in turn creates it. If you're familiar with the Shin Megami Tensei series, this should sound familiar. Jung's ideas seem to have particularly inspired a lot of Japanese writers, and are now part of the general fabric of comics and video games. There is, of course, no scientific evidence, and plenty of counter-evidence, that human beings create a psychically shared spirit world where our desires and fears are real and personified. The idea has stuck, however, because it is certainly true that this notion serves as a useful metaphor for the shared imaginings of humans around the world. ones which are influenced by cultural contact, global correspondence, books, television, and tall tales. Things we show and tell each other, whether directly or indirectly, not things we magically beam into each other's brains. Frustratingly, Jung often rode the fence about whether this was a metaphor or some kind of worldwide ESP. At times, he very clearly meant the latter, while at others, he seems to have meant the former. This slipperiness is a constant issue with Jung, who sometimes comes across as more of a sorcerer than a scientist. For that reason, I tend to avoid bringing him up in any analysis unless I have to. If anything can mean anything, then it becomes difficult to remain cogent. Jung is credited with coining the term synchronicity, which you may recall is the title of the game's first chapter. At some point in the 1920s, he came across I Ching, one of the 5 classics of Confucianism. The book contains 64 hexagrams, which are to be referred to after observing random numerical happenings, say, seeing 12 birds in the sky, or throwing a handful of coins and having 5 land heads up. Any given number would correspond to one of the symbols, each of which has some accompanying text. So you take your random event, check the book, and then you get some indication of what it supposedly means. Of course, if the numbers were random, any significance in the text would simply be a coincidence, right? Jung proposed that it was possible for seemingly acausal coincidences in a person's life to still have some significance, whether that be due to unseen machinations of the subconscious, some other unseen event which is logical but outside of our understanding, or even the overtly supernatural. An example might be thinking randomly of a friend you haven't seen in a while and then getting a phone call from them in the same day. That's certainly an acausal coincidence. Well, yes. For example, it may be that you randomly think about people more often than you realize, but generally don't remember doing so unless something happens to trigger confirmation bias and solidify the memory. It may also be that the date was significant to your friendship somehow, maybe the anniversary of your meeting, and unconsciously influenced you both to think of each other, leading your friend to decide to call you. But Jung would take it farther than that, suggesting that synchronicity could be used as evidence of the supernatural, that fortune-telling and astrology could theoretically operate on more than mere coincidence and unconscious bias, and that even things like ESP could potentially result in synchronous events. For the most part, the scientific world has not accepted these claims. As far as science is concerned, magic is still fake. Obviously, faith and spirituality are important to many, but science runs on a different set of rules. SIGNALIS uses the idea of synchronicity as the crux of its primary supernatural element. While bioresonance can do things like read minds and levitate objects, it mostly seems to manifest through synchronicity. This suggests that we ought to look very hard at anything which might appear to be a mere coincidence. The next tarot card, the Lovers, is embedded in a painting of that island we keep seeing in the dormitory near the block warden's office. We use some acetone to dissolve the dried paint so that we can get it out in one piece. The card, 6th in the deck, depicts a long and short-haired person holding hands over a black trefoil. In the background, 6 graves stand on a field of red. The Lover's card is said to signify a big decision, and despite the name, doesn't necessarily involve love. As with the other card rooms, a wall of flesh seals the room off once we step out. Perhaps we ought to hurry. We pour the developer fluid from the photo store into the developing tank, and are rewarded with a hasty photograph of a QR code. This we bring back to a scanner in the block's package room. Once upon a time, residents would have received their deliveries here. I've been found out. I'm sure the white-haired girl working at the photo store in Sector C is bioresonant. Be careful. They don't pay me enough to take any more risks. I am on the next ship to Kitej tomorrow. Meet me at the docks in Sector N if you want to bail too. Son. It's a letter from the spy the Blockvart was hunting for. We knew Ariane was bioresonant, but that's because we read Adler's notes. The notes where he described testing a white-haired girl with a series of cards marked with astrological symbols. How did the spy figure it out? The locker also contains the Sun card. Wait a minute. Adler had some cards in his office. This here is a card with an astrological symbol on it. Just like the Moon and Star cards. If Ariane read Sun's mind, or even simply had some kind of a premonition about him, she might have reported him. That seems like a horrible thing to do, but remember that Ariane was in the People's Navy, and like all citizens, she was presumably taught to view Imperial spies as the hated enemy. If she dimed on him, or even if the resident Blockvart learned about him by reading her thoughts, he would have been arrested, and any number of things could have happened to him from there. Is it so inconceivable that a cunning and resourceful spy would be repurposed as the template for a replica model? Adler's file notes that he has no combat upgrades whatsoever. It also explains that he is designed to be totally subservient to his FLKR unit, and that his pattern has been modified to be vulnerable to bioresonant influence. This suggests that without those traits, he might not be loyal enough to do the job the nation now requires of him. Thinking back to the medical records, we find a man, Nikolai Nguyen, who is the spitting image of Adler. He claimed to have a bad back that made his morning exercise impossible. Was this a cover story so he could run around spying? Maybe he had a hunch about Ariane and used the tarot cards to confirm it, maybe without her even realizing what he was doing. Nikolai's listed occupation is writer. Adler units are made to keep diaries for persona stabilization, and Adler is the most eloquent and prolific writer that we've come across. This is an alarming revelation if true. Adler has every reason to hate us as it is. If he remembers any of his Gestalt life, it'll be all the worse, and even if not, it suggests that we're dealing with more than just a glorified secretary. Any work depicting a totalitarian dystopia is bound to run up against comparisons to 1984, which is clearly a major influence on the story. 1984 tells the story of Winston Smith, a man living under brutal oppression who, craving freedom, attempts to join a resistance movement, only to be arrested and subjected to re-education.
We do not destroy the heretic, we convert him. We capture his inner mind. We reshape him. We burn all evil out of him. We bring him over to our side, not merely in appearance, but genuinely. Heart and soul. We make him one of ourselves. No one whom we bring to this place ever stands out against us. Never again will you be capable of love or friendship, or joy of life, or laughter, or courage, or curiosity, or integrity. You will be hollow. We will squeeze you empty, and then we will fill you with ourselves, with love of Big Brother.
This re-education is ultimately successful. At the end of the story, a broken and traumatized Winston suffers the final indignity of realizing that he truly loves Big Brother, the idealized and possibly fictional leader of the state. We see him paralleled in the figure of the great revolutionary, and the report on Falke goes out of its way to mention that she is designed to resemble the leader of our nation. There is no definitive proof that Sun is Nikolai, nor that Nikolai is Adler's Gestalt. It could just be more pareidolia, but the parallels are so obvious that they bear consideration. Adler is certainly a threat, but most of all, whatever the case, he's a truly tragic figure. So Sun was here in Rotfront, and if he was Nikolai Nguyen, he worked as a writer to cover for his espionage. He figured out that Ariane was a bioresonant, then bailed because it would be too dangerous to try to do his job with a mind reader around. But Ariane wasn't the only mind reader, right? In fact, she probably wasn't even aware that she had that power. Why would he worry about a random girl in the Photoshop when there was a cadre of highly skilled colibris working the block? If we consider the block warden's emails, a pattern starts to emerge. She didn't seem to be doing her job very effectively. Mrs. Young straight up didn't let her into the Photoshop, making a lame excuse about Ariane having the only key, and the Atoll bookstore is widely known as a place where banned Imperial books are sold. Mondfest is cancelled, but there's evidence that people are still celebrating in secret. Then there's the letter from the Kranish, warning her about the spy in a message that just oozes with subtext. The block warden had been told that she needed to arrest the Imperial agent and hand them over to High Command, and it was strongly implied that she'd be decommissioned if she failed to do so. So what did she do? She requested a transfer. And the one-word reply she got suggests that this was a ridiculous thing to ask for. Only then did she requisition a submachine gun. Why didn't she just get on it immediately? Sun's letter contains a detail that's easy to skip over. He wasn't just leaving Rotfront, he was asking the intended recipient to run away with him. And it was in the block warden's bedroom that we found the lover's card. The card that portends a difficult dilemma, often involving love. It may well be the case that Sun's note was addressed to the block warden, that the pair had a romantic relationship, and maybe even that the Kolibri was an Imperial sympathizer, or at least not especially enthusiastic about national security. This went on until somebody up the chain caught wind of the situation in Sector C, and a Kranish warned Kolibri that she needed to straighten up and do her job, or she'd literally be on the chopping block. This would have left her with a choice. Arrest Sun and hand him over to the protectors, or abandon the only life she'd ever known and run away with him. In the end, she couldn't work up the nerve. She met him at the station as he'd asked, but it was with a gun in hand, and he was taken away. Just like Issa failed Ariane back at school, the block warden failed Sun. If Issa was right, if this is hell, then there's got to be some reason we're all here, right? I'll admit I've strayed a bit from the hard evidence. There are enough seemingly intentional breadcrumbs to follow, and with the law of conservation of detail as our guiding star, I think the narrative and thematic elements we've seen throughout the game do suggest that at least something like this happened. If this is the truth, or something close enough to it, then it makes the situation at Sierpinski so much sadder. Replikas don't remember their Gestalt lives, but they do harbor old feelings. Adla writes that he cannot stand Kolibri, and they're constantly arguing. But he does call her by name. Kolibri, not the Kolibri. Amazing what something as simple as a definite article can do for a story. Lastly, Sun's arrest might have led to the arrest of the Ito sisters. If Ariane was indirectly responsible for that, she'd have been condemning her only friends to execution and worse. Issa wondered if we were in hell. But whose hell is it? The sun is the 19th major arcana, and it represents all that is good. On it, we see a short-haired person wielding a black banner in front of a field of sunflowers. The sun in the sky is a hexagon within a circle. This hexagon is, of course, the same shape used in the symbol of the Empire. The card pretends joy and contentment. Let's hope so. With all 5 cards, we return to the atrium to discover that the growing flesh has knocked a ring loose from the grating over the upper level. We collect it and head upstairs. There's an unlit apartment up here where we find a shredded document that has been painstakingly glued back together. Classified information, replica technician Gestalt eyes only. Carefully selected by Aeon, exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically preserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. To preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible ideal, the original Gestalt is erased from records and public memory. During the production process, when experienced bioresonant technicians copy that neural pattern to a new unit, a majority of episodic memories are altered and suppressed. While the resulting replica maintains the skills and personality of the original Gestalt, it will be incapable to recall specific events from the life of the donor under normal circumstances. This ensures that the replica performs its duties without distractions created by personal memories of the donor. However, even the best-maintained replica unit will eventually be exposed to stimuli that may cause Gestalt memories to resurface. While units degraded in such way pose no particular danger, like all units with persona degradation, they will eventually lose many of their advantages over Gestalt workers. Because persona degradation is usually difficult to identify from the outside, bioresonance is used by command units to surveil units under their command. Generally, it is recommended to swiftly decommission and replace units before their productivity decreases or they begin to show clear signs of individuality. When ammunition is rationed, alternative ways of decommissioning may be deployed at the discretion of local operational command. This is the most heartbreaking document we've found. It dispels any remaining notion that the nation has accomplished anything but another sort of subjugation. Replicas may be stronger and more suited to specific tasks, but we already know the truth. Their primary advantage is that the machine, that is, the nation, runs better with replaceable parts that function in reliable ways. There may soon come a day when freedom of thought and individuality are no longer even a memory. The Great Revolutionary didn't free us from anything. So who is this nation for? Who benefits? What is the silver lining to all this brutality and suffering? What has Aeon accomplished that justifies the billions starving on Vineta, or the untold deaths by nuclear fire, or the horrors at Sierpinski? Are these the ideals the Great Revolutionary originally aspired to? Was this idealism that got out of hand? Or was it this cynical from the start? But perhaps most horrifying is the revelation that the gestalts chosen to become neural patterns for replicas are disappeared by the state and excised from history. 1984 calls these unpersons. We think back to the photo of Alina. It looked like it was damaged, but we can put two and two together now. As stated, this woman is our gestalt. We do not know her name. It could be any one of these 6. The community generally calls her Lilith Ito, though please note that there is never definitive proof that this is her name. Personally, I like the name Lilith for her as it carries some fitting connotations. Lilith is a woman briefly mentioned in some versions of the biblical story of Genesis, though in nearly every telling she seemingly comes from nowhere and mysteriously drops out of the story just as quickly. This is likely due to redactions, both intentional and unintentional, as the story made its winding way through the millennia. She may have figured more prominently at one point, but bit by bit she was cut down and removed until only the barest evidence that she ever existed was left. In some traditions, she was Adam's first wife, eventually scorned for Eve. In others, she's a demon who can influence dreams, or a witch, or a moon goddess. In all cases, she is a shadowy, mysterious figure, and in modern Christianity, she is little more than a relic, with almost no place in the story. There are a few reasons that the community generally leans toward Lilith. One is that we know the Itos are from Vineta, and Elster speaks with a Vinetan accent. Lilith and Ariane both having some relationship to the Itos would also provide a common thread that might further explain Issa's presence in the story. There is a contrary theory that suggests that Anna Huang is the Gestalt, not Lilith. This theory primarily revolves around the fact that Huang means yellow, and the word Huang is stamped on the safe where we found the moon card. Recall that the safe's original combination was Elster, though, notably, this combination did not work. It's certainly possible that Anna is Elster's Gestalt. Ultimately, it doesn't matter much either way, and the confusion is intentional. I'll stick with Lilith when I refer to Elster's Gestalt, but as always, draw your own conclusions. Lilith, our Lilith, if that was her name, was a Vinetan soldier in the Oysan People's Army. During her service, she formed a strong bond with one of her comrades, Alina So. The People's Infantry, 5th Vinetan Division, Unit 12, fought bravely to defend a battery of anti-orbital cannons on Vineta. Against all odds, they succeeded, but at heavy cost. Of the unit's 8 members, only 3 survived. Alina So, Rebecca Liang, and Lilith Ito, who sustained heavy injuries, including the loss of her right eye. The nation decided that Lilith's sacrifice was not enough. She had clearly impressed her superiors in action, and rather than send her home with post-traumatic stress disorder and lifelong physical disabilities, they had her taken to the neural archive and put into cryostasis, to serve as the neural template, effectively the mother, to a new model of replica, the Elster. This image, a memory we saw briefly in the false ending, depicts her leaving a white lily at her own grave. Alina So would later visit the same monument, where she would witness an Imperial ship using a nuclear weapon to destroy the neural archive. Perhaps she knew, or merely suspected, where her companion really wound up. Despite the destruction of the cryo facility and her body, death did not release Lilith Ito from service. The neural pattern was somehow collected from a dead Elster unit who had embarked on a Penrose vessel and put back into service. Ariane is not the ghost in this story. We are. Lilith was unpersoned by the state. Her records, wherever they could be found, were systematically deleted. Perhaps Alina So knew that Lilith had been taken somewhere, and she may have even known that the bombing should have been the end of the Elster model. So, she was arrested and sent to S-23 Sierpinski, guilty of nothing more than loving a war hero. In the first cycle, the original timeline, Elster S-2301 was brought to Sierpinski S-23 to assist with the mining operation. She may have met Alina there. She may have remembered her. Alina would certainly have recognized her comrade's face. They may have even conspired to escape together. This much we know for sure. Even ADLR confirmed So was among the Gestalt workers. But ever since then, it's been all confused. How is Lilith related to the Itos? And where is Ariane? We are like Siegfried, unable to tell whether we're dancing with the black swan or the white. The revelations also make things worse for ADLR. If he truly is Nikolai, then he is trapped in a worse purgatory than Lilith. She was a loyal soldier. An eternity of service is depressing, but it's nothing compared to being forced to simp for your worst enemy. If you want a vision of the future, picture a leg extender stamping on a human face forever. The patient key we found in the computer store opens the door to room 512, and we kind of wish it hadn't. The place is squirming with overgrown meat. On a desk in the middle of the room, places have been marked for tarot cards, each corresponding to a planet. A nearby dream diary serves as our key for arranging them. 6th night. I dreamt I was an imperial farmer. I embraced my lover in the red deserts of Kitej when a storm consumed us, the sand grinding us down until nothing remained. 13th night. I was a worker in the mines of Lang when I was consumed by a shapeless mass of flesh, my flesh joining with the flesh of many others until only my bones remained. My mind joined with the collective of flesh, which persists beyond death. 16th night. As a storm raged in the sky, I fell from a ruined skyscraper on Mynah, but I never reached the ocean below. I kept falling when suddenly lightning struck the building, and I woke up. 18th night. I was floating in the sunless sea below the ice of Rotfront when I saw a large creature move in the darkness below me, in the moon's dark core. 19th night. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds of Buyan. I was walking through the floating imperial palace when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes. Navigating dream diaries and tarot symbolism are probably not use cases the repair module's designers had in mind. Oh well. Flicking the UV lamp on reveals symbols painted in fluorescent ink on each card. So that's our puzzle solved. It might be tempting to try and interpret this spread, but a key factor we're missing is what order to read the cards in, and what each might represent. Individually, we can draw connections to what we've seen, but anything we tried would be a guess, and totally unverifiable. We could go in numerical order, or we could try to match the symbols to the positions of the plates from the earlier hex puzzle, and work out the order in which we discovered those, or we could go in the order of the planets from innermost to outermost, or we could try to trace Elster's progress world by world, or we could tie each card to a character or an element, or... That way lies pareidolia. It's something tarot cards are specifically designed to take advantage of, and one of the reasons they're so engaging. Plenty of people believe tarot holds real magic, that the order of the cards you draw is somehow influenced by anything more than the physical properties of the universe and the way they were shuffled. If that is your belief, it is perfectly valid, and nothing I say should be read as an attempt to take that away from you. Speaking from what I'll call a materialist point of view, which is to say one that does not assume the existence of magical or spiritual forces, tarot serves as a useful tool for examining your subconscious. Self-deception comes naturally to people. It's something we need to get by in our day-to-day lives so we aren't paralyzed with worry over our flaws or the state of the world around us. For many, tarot serves as a useful tool to get past the walls we build around our inner selves. The purpose of these cards is to tell a story. Each card is full of elements that individually could mean a number of different things and together could mean anything at all. Slap down 4 or 5 of them and you've got all the ingredients to build a narrative. If you're open to the process, that narrative can be examined to get in touch with how you really feel about something. It doesn't really matter what's on the cards. What matters is that you sat down and thought about it. It's a form of meditation, pareidolia with a purpose, which is to say that trying to put these in any specific order isn't necessarily going to reveal anything about what the developers intended. What we can see, and what is certainly intentional, is that some of the figures look a little like Elster and some look like a long-haired woman. Perhaps Alina, Ariane, or even Falka. We can see themes of life, love, and death. Perhaps the tower represents Lilith's body being destroyed in the bombing. Perhaps the endless fall without ever hitting the water described in the associated dream is about the fact that she has been cursed to an eternal but evanescent existence, reborn again and again as the nation continues to pump out Elsters that it ultimately sees as disposable. But a spread? A sequential analysis of the story? No, to me, these cards are just moments and vibes. Slotting the ring we found into the mural in the atrium, we can turn a series of dials to place the worlds of the system into the phases marked on the cards. This causes the peephole on the wall to yawn open impossibly, and we crawl through to find ourselves once more in Ariane's bedroom, the spare room at her aunt's home on Rotfront. We've been here before, but we didn't know it then. We were not us. We run our fingers over the books on the shelf. Old Imperial space operas about renegade heroines flying through the stars. There are radio operators' manuals, inherited from her mother, and below them her radio transmitter, still sending a broadcast. Who did Ariane talk to, all alone down here? We can see her ratty little mattress, the marks she made on the walls as a child. It's impossible to read the Hanzi on Ariane's wall. The style matches those seen elsewhere in the game. This was likely just something spray-painted by the nation when they had this place built. The upper right character, that would be the first in the reading order, seems to be star, and the middle left, the fifth, seems to be people, as in the people. But that's it. It likely just designates what this room is originally meant for. I can only assume that it's the bunker at Rotfront Interplanetary Station 6. But the walls are also covered with little scribbles, images of eyes, and to one side, Ariane at some point scratched a series of numbers into the paint. Those we can read. It's a cipher. A substitution cipher, to be exact. One of the most basic forms of encryption. In this case, the numbers represent letters of the alphabet in sequential order, and a 0 is a space. That works out to, and excuse my pronunciation, könnten wir doch nur vivre so liebe wie jetzt. If only we could live forever like this. This heartbreaking message isn't the only encrypted one in SIGNALIS. There are plenty. The number stations we've been hearing on the radio and seeing in our vision almost certainly contain coded messages. Some of them are recordings of real-life broadcasts from the Cold War. These are much more complex. Without their keys, it would be pretty much impossible to deduce their meaning. We've also seen some ciphered messages in text. While these initially looked like gibberish, careful examination reveals that they are actually a consistent set of characters with a distribution that looks suspiciously non-random. In the case of the radiation warning and the snippets of Casilda's song from the beach, we can deduce what letters or numbers each character must represent, because we already have the solved versions of the text since they're taken from real-world sources. We can then work backwards to decrypt any messages that use these ciphers. For the most part, there's nothing interesting buried in this ciphered text. The biggest exception would be the message that pops up when being attacked by corrupted colibris. Translated from German, it reads something like, Colibri S2301, connecting, protocol 434, bioresonant control structure intact, AB contact, targeting Elster. Both of the corrupted colibris on Sierpinski, as well as the one in Nowhere, use the designation S2301. This may be an oversight, or they may share a designation due to their status as a hive mind. In the game's files, which aren't necessarily canon, the uncorrupted colibri is named S2302. As mentioned earlier, the two corrupted colibris on Rotfront use R1602 and R1603 respectively. We never encounter the block warden, R1604, in a corrupted state. So maybe she was decommissioned, or somehow she escaped. Otherwise, deciphering the various notes left lying around is mostly useful if you weren't already aware of their provenance. It's pretty easy to fill in the blanks, or just look up the works the game is quoting most of the time. The community has also put together 2 complete ciphers which are on the wiki and can be used to decode most of this obscured text. There is, however, one exception, a final encryption which is yet to be cracked by anyone in the community. It's the first one we saw, the smeared diary page on board the Penrose. It's not too hard to guess what the hidden words in this message are, but they don't map cleanly to the cipher characters. There are too few, and they're repeated too often to match with individual characters in the same way the previous ciphers were. Back at Sierpinski, we found a note in front of the surgery door. The sword cipher. This note explained how to open the sword safe, and back then these scrambled characters weren't really part of a puzzle. All we had to do was realize that the right side was in numerical order and then deduce what the missing character on the left was. But some of these characters match those in the smeared diary. Some have suggested that the characters therefore must map to the numbers and the letter that they're covering up. But I'm not sure we can even say that's the case. There's no reason the developers couldn't have mapped the characters onto the sword safe's keypad, for instance, and that's even assuming that this is a substitution cipher. What if these characters instead represent words or bytes, or their order and grouping changes their meaning? Some parts of the safe puzzle are randomized per playthrough. Does that randomization draw from a limited set? Could that teach us anything? We don't have enough information to say, so for now we'll move on. We can't stay here forever, as much as we wish we could. There's a familiar book here, The King in Yellow. The 6th and final seal in the book has been removed. We pick it up, and the door unlocks. It's time to go home. This is Ariane's aunt's home. It's a pretty unremarkable apartment. There's a printout on the kitchen table, a workforce assignment. We learn that following high school, Ariane completed a mandatory period of military service where she was able to work as a radio operator in a Rotfront orbital station thanks to the skills her mother taught her. After her conscription was finished, she returned to Rotfront Sector C and applied to the Penrose program. The printout notes that if she is not accepted to the program, she must find other work or she will be forcibly assigned to Sierpinski S23 on Lang. Hell of an unemployment program the nation has. Get a job or it's off to the gulag. We also find a letter to Ariane from her mother Iris. We discover that Ariane once found the photograph of Alina and, noting the striking similarity between herself and the woman in the picture, mailed it to her mother, asking if she could be a relative. Iris seemed doubtful, but who knows? In our heart, we know we are approaching the end of our journey. We leave most of our weapons behind, bringing the Blokvart's submachine gun and Adler's rifle with us. We're going to need them. We step out of the door knowing we will never see this place again. From the desk of Adler, S2301. All efforts to contain this illness have been in vain. All the Gestalt workers have succumbed to it, leaving only dark shadows on the walls and floors where they died. And soon, all of us Replika will have lost our senses and turned to writhing masses of flesh. I now believe it was not an infectious disease, nor some form of poison or radiation. It was a slow corruption of reality itself. As I've relived the same cycle over and over, each time details changed. Things are twisted, added, removed. How long until it all turns to nothing but noise? All gone, huh? Well, if we still had any thoughts of finding Alina here, we can lay those to rest. Adler is of course correct. We have observed that the regenerating flesh of the corrupted Replikas is riddled with tumors. Cancer, as it turns out, is largely caused by the same sort of generational decay that Adler describes. Our cells are constantly replicating themselves, copying their DNA and passing it along during mitosis, a process which in some parts of the body is completed every 24 hours, and every once in a while, tiny errors are introduced in the process. The human body, equipped to live as long as a century, is capable of tolerating a lot of this genetic damage. Cells that are too divergent are destroyed by the immune system, and even if they weren't, apoptosis, or timed cell death, means that for the most part our individual cells don't stick around long enough to cause problems if they aren't working properly. Cancer generally happens when a cell ignores its orders and persists, growing and replicating without regard to the body's wellness. These genetic rebels spread rapidly, killing the body from the inside as they squeeze out vital blood vessels, nerves, and organs in a self-defeating bid to stay alive at the body's expense. Of course, that's anthropomorphizing a bit, but you get the idea. In 1952, a woman named Henrietta Lacks was being treated for cervical cancer at Johns Hopkins University. One of her doctors collected a sample of her cells without her knowledge or permission and began to use these for research. Ms. Lacks died that year, but the university soon discovered that her cancer cells were effectively immortal and would continue growing and dividing as long as they were properly stored. These cells, dubbed HeLa, became critical to biomedical research. It is estimated that over 50 million tons of Henrietta's cells have been grown since they were initially harvested. Her family was not informed that the cells were in use at all until the 1970s, and they were surprised to learn in 2010 that her entire genome had been published. HeLa cells are used in fields from oncology to virology to genetics. There have been calls to classify them as their own species. Henrietta has been dead for almost 70 years, but her cancer lives and may outlive us all. Humanity owes a tremendous debt to Henrietta. It's just too bad the family had to sue to get any compensation. There's another one of Folker's notes here. A red dream, a crashed ship, a strange gate, a hole in the ground, an island beyond reach, memories from other lives, dreams of suffering and loneliness, a promise, a search for someone lost. I saw her in the red emptiness waiting for me. We had made a promise. As the memories of a stranger rushed into my mind, I felt the border of myself blur. Now I can no longer tell where Falke ends and Elster begins. We understand now. Our signal, our persona, was carried over the airwaves from the Penrose 512. If it had only been received by Elster S2301, maybe things wouldn't have gotten so bad. Sierpinski's original Elster was the same model as Elster 512. It was easy for our persona to meld with hers as we were mostly the same person. We experienced this symbolically as stepping through a black gate, almost certainly a construct of our imagination, and coming to in the first floor restroom at Sierpinski S23. Sure, a lot of our memories were missing or mixed up, but we remembered our mission, and that was good enough to get us this far. This explains so much of our confusion. We are neither Elster 512 nor Elster S2301. Not anymore. We are both at once, and have been ever since that first moment in the bathroom. Or maybe Falke simply had the misfortune of receiving the transmission. After all, anyone in the area could have picked up a simple radio signal, not knowing what data was encoded in it. Writing Elster software onto Falke hardware is unprecedented, and she apparently didn't take it very well, fighting back against the corrupting influence that was shoehorning its way into her brain and taking over. Even the mighty Commander Falke, a bioresonant superweapon, could not parse what she was seeing because she lacked even a shred of context. Her experiences, the trippy things she saw, were not literal. They were metaphors, dreams bolted together by somebody else's dying brain using imagery familiar only to that person, Elster 512. Falke did not know Ariane, or Elster, or Lilith, or the Penrose. She might not have ever left this facility in her entire life. To her, the gate must have seemed like some alien artifact, something that had been buried under Lang. The ship, an impossible paradox. The eye, Ariane's eye, staring from Elster's memories, a manifestation of some hateful god. Worse, we've seen that we are protected from our PTSD by implants that serve to suppress bad memories and emotions. Given that we were built specifically to house Lilith's persona, we somehow doubt the disabled war vet package comes standard with other models. We gave her the ultimate trauma dump. From an outside perspective, Falke simply went insane. We know better, but that somehow isn't reassuring. We wonder if the other replicas got the signal too. We remember the boat the Aras built. We remember the Kolibri saying her sisters changed their song and she didn't know them anymore. We remember that every replica on Sierpinski eventually lost their nerve and then their mind. Was that us too? The Sta was fleeing, the Stoich, Eule, and Kolibri all seemed hopeless. Was that cowardice or shell shock? It's hard to say. They all saw hell, with or without our memories. There's one more note here. This one mere scribbles. Stop. You must turn back. There is nothing for you there. You've tried so many times and you've failed every time. Don't you see that you're ruining everything? This is your final warning. Adler. What if we did turn back? Could we, at this point? Heading back down the hall, we see a door that was not there before. Entering takes us to Adler's office at Sierpinski S23. If we hadn't collected the rifle from Isa, it would be here now, presumably left by Adler. Since we did, we only find some cartridges for it. We find another copy of the Elster report, nothing we haven't seen before, though we'll refer back to it in a bit. Scattered around the room are several diaries. There's the Shrine Diary, which contains all of Adler's records of the Groundhog Day he was having back at Sierpinski, plus Adler's original diary. Beside it are two more, each covering the same span of days as the original diary. They reveal that in the original timeline, a legitimate order for an Elster was made to help with the mining. This was the original Elster S2301, the one Adler remembered speaking with in the mine, the one who befriended the Ara, the one who was helping Alina with an escape plan. Ordering this Elster actually seems to have been Adler's idea. The diary reveals several ordinary days where nothing goes amiss. There's a funny bit where Adler describes seeing another new Sta unit hit her head on a doorway. With their leg extenders, Stas are much taller than they must have been as gestalts. It must take some getting used to. In the second timeline, Adler was unable to order the Elster unit because he was struck by what he describes as an incredible headache. And at about the same time, Kolibri stormed off in the middle of their argument about her. He goes on to dream of meeting Ariane in his Gestalt life. The Elster never shows up, Adler begins to feel a sense of déjà vu, and rumors of a sickness begin to spread. Elster S2301 was only actually called to Sierpinski the first time around. In every subsequent timeline that she appeared, she arrived without anyone asking for her. We have no indication of whether we, simply materialized in the bathroom, or we were shipped to the station due to what must have looked like a clerical error in hindsight. I assume the latter, as bioresonance operates via synchronicity. The headache seems like clear evidence that Adler was affected by our signal, and we know he's especially susceptible to bioresonance. But he hasn't confused himself for us like Falke, or turned into a mindless techno-ghoul like the others. There's nothing else here besides a printout showing that we were indeed on the first Cycles Dig team. Even if we don't want to face what's coming, we have to move on. Heading back up the hallway, we find the familiar door to Falke's bedroom, flanked by Ariane's paintings, copies of old paintings, The Isle of the Dead by Arnold Böcklin and The Shore of Oblivion by Eugen Bracht. Falke's memory. We were dancing to that song they start the broadcast with. We fell asleep, watching that movie we had seen before so many times. If only I could take us back to that time when we were happy. These memories are mine now. Poor Falke. Or maybe we should just call her Elster now. Neither of us has a special claim to being the original Elster 512. We're both just bystanders who picked up the same signal, or, from another perspective, were the same signal that got picked up by two different receivers. Back on the Penrose, we could not keep our promise. We wanted to stay there forever. We've been assuming it was Ariane trapping everyone in the loop, but was it our own indecision, inflicted on the world by our other self? Why did you return? There's nothing for you here. She'll never dance with us again. No matter what we do. She doesn't even want us anymore. Both of us, we are incomplete. Let us become whole again. Elster has infected Falke, and thus become a living god. In her despair, she wants only to hold on to what little remains of Ariane in this downward spiral of looping timelines, no matter how much pain the growing corruption causes. But the time has come to make a choice, so only one of us can leave this place. If we take a closer look at Falke's spears, we'll note that their description and inspect messages are entirely encrypted with the uncracked cipher. These items are quasi-real manifestations of her bioresonant power, and given the extreme secrecy of the nation, I can only surmise that either one of Elster's brain implants is actively censoring what she sees and preventing her from learning about this object, or it's simply too much for the human mind to make sense of, like something out of Lovecraft. Frequency analysis, one of the most basic tools in cryptography, combined with the fact that we are only working with a total of 8 characters, suggests that this is probably not a single block of text obscured with a substitution cipher. A few people have taken a crack at it. The general consensus seems to be that it looks like a repeating pattern with some possibly intentional random errors, and that it could just be gibberish. I don't believe the developers would go to all this trouble just to hide a nonsensical code in such a prominent place. While it might make thematic sense on some level to have the messages eventually break down into nonsense as everything becomes noise, it also occurs to me that this is one of the objects which would get the tightest encryption. Personally, my guess is that it's just a short repeating message, maybe "kill me" or something, or a string of numbers like we saw in the intro, but that's just a guess. It hasn't been solved yet, and I do wonder if it ever will be. Stripped of its identity, the room becomes a mass of sick flesh. Elster Falke levitates around the area, telekinetically launching golden spears at us. We return fire until we knock her down, then take up one of her spears and ram it through her face. The process repeats as the arena shifts. Now we're in an operating room, the equipment arranged around it in a hexagon. Corrupted auras climb up out of the floor, obeying her orders to seek and destroy. At the same time, she launches psychic attacks at us much like the Kolibris, covering our vision with junk data, warning messages, and visual glitches. Among them are a few interesting examples. Beyond the sun, in the darkness behind the stars, I saw the face of a god, a shape and color the words cannot describe. I saw the 6 sides of the world unfold, and the light engulfed me. I had become one with nothing, where life and death are meaningless. And I saw the 6th seal broke, and the earth shook, the sun turned black, the moon like blood, and the stars fell from heaven. And of course Casilda's song from The King in Yellow. Along the shore the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen. Strange is the night where black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is songs that the Hyades shall sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in song of my soul, my voice is dead, die thou unsung as tears unshed shall dry and die. Her tactics change as the fight wears on. She begins flinging projectiles made of warped space at us, then summons shields that thankfully aren't strong enough to block Adler's rifle. We drive the last spear into her and...
Now we are one.
But which one are we? Who won? What choice have we made? We find what is left of Adler standing before the black gate, assuming the same pose Falke once held.
Once again, you've returned. Are you really willing to go through with this once more?
Does that mean we've made it this far before? Wasn't Elster Falke the one holding everything back?
You've seen what happens. This world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster!
His attack returned Lilith's injury to us, the same one Issa gave him, and killing him cleared the way.
He'll destroy everything.
But what now? Well, that depends on how we've played. In addition to the fake-out ending before Rotfront, SIGNALIS has 3 ordinary endings and 1 secret. Once more, we climb atop the Penrose, open the hatch, and drop inside. We find an older note from just a few months into the Penrose's flight. Cycle 225. When I signed up for this mission, I just wanted to get away from everything. I was sick of Rotfront, of school, of the photo store. Sick of the fake smiles and the whispering behind people's backs. When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her? But in the end, I just wanted to leave. Nothing I had done or made ever meant anything to anyone. So why bother? Here, I am finally free. I get to be by myself and do what I want. I can finally be happy. And another. Cycle 648. Talked some more to the Elster unit. She's different from Replikas I knew back home. Nothing like my teachers or the Blockbart protector. I know she didn't have a choice, but it feels like she's also here because she didn't fit in. It's like we've run away from the world together. At first, I didn't like having someone around, and I was glad that she's quiet and didn't approach me. But lately, I've missed having someone I can talk to. It's been so long since I've last seen another person. I never thought I'd miss it. Except her, everything is the same in here, always. Nothing ever changes. We spent a year and a half sharing a spaceship barely bigger than a house before we got to know one another. Things probably moved pretty quickly after that. Cycle 1294. Had a strange dream. I was listening to the radio with my mother. Like back then, the numbers were on, and my mother was taking notes with a book on her lap. It was that book I saw in the shop window of the bookstore where the twins lived, the one with the yellow hooded figure on the cover. When I went there to buy it, it was gone, and Erica said the protectors had confiscated it. Or was it Isa? I can't remember. Ariane couldn't keep the twins straight. Maybe that's why Isa showed up on Sierpinski, and not Erica. Erica actually helped Ariane when she was being bullied. Isa just stood by and watched. But now the wrong twin is stuck here with us, going through all of this because Ariane couldn't tell them apart. Cycle 1840. Everything is always the same. I feel like I'm trapped inside this ship. I know every bolt on every panel in every room of it. I've seen everything. I've done everything there is to do in here. I can't concentrate on anything. It's like there's this fog inside my head, and whenever I try to do anything, I just can't focus. I want to go outside. I want to breathe fresh air. I want to feel wind in my face and in my hair. Cycle 2503. I think I lost more hair. I'm sitting here, getting older. Every time I wake up, I feel older, weaker, sicker. I get out of breath so easily lately, and my back hurts when I sit down. How much longer will this go on? It feels like I'm just slowly dying. Everybody's got to turn 30 sometime, Ariane. Jokes aside, we can see how Ariane suffered the same kind of depression you'd expect of a person stuck in a tiny spaceship for 7 years. But that was the mission, right? And at least we were together, doing something monumental. Pioneers, looking for new worlds together. Here we go, the Phase 3 mission packet. This is what was sent to us while we were sleeping after our 3,000 cycle anniversary date. Congratulations, comrade! You've survived 3,000 cycles, reaching the final phase of the Penrose program. With the end of the operational lifetime of your replica unit approaching, it is time for you to prepare for the final phase of your mission. If you have not found a suitable world for landing by this point, accept that you will not. Find solace in the thought that others might be successful where you failed. As you are probably aware, your ship's spare parts and rations will soon be depleted. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. We recommend you do not attempt to prolong your suffering by reusing old filters or rationing supplies. Instead, make peace with your fate. We suggest that you ask your replica, while it is still functional, to spare you a slow and agonizing death, or that you take permanent rest in the cryogenic pod. Remember, you will die having served your nation by partaking in a glorious demonstration of our power. So that was it, huh? 8 years on the Penrose, both of our lives, thrown away for nothing? We were never meant to come home, and there was probably never anything out here to find. The whole thing was just power projection, a vanity propaganda project to flex on the Empire and boost national morale. All it cost was one misfit gestalt and an entirely replaceable replica. The Oort cloud, if it even exists, is gigantic, and while the name may conjure a dense field of interstellar debris, that simply isn't the case. Any bodies which exist out here are likely to be extremely far from each other. We're dealing with a scale orders of magnitude more vast than the solar system. Its area is spread out over a cubic light-year or more, but the total mass contained in that area, all the bits and pieces added up, are thought to be at most no more than 40 times the mass of Earth. Most of that represented by tiny debris or objects no more than a couple of kilometers across. Flinging a spaceship randomly out into this sunless void in the hopes it will bump into a planet would be like firing a gun randomly at the sea and expecting to hit a whale. This wasn't a pioneering mission, it was an unusually expensive state funeral. Was that night, that dance, the last time we were truly happy? Cycle 5309. I'm tired of it all. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that it'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow? Cycle 5434. I don't want to die. I don't want to live anymore either. Everything's just so exhausting. I just want to lie down and disappear. We must have ignored the suggestion we got from home. We were advised at 3,000 cycles, or about 8 years, that the ship would fail, we'd run out of food, and our replica body would break down. Somehow, we bought ourselves another 2,500 days. Another 7 years. The first message we ever discovered was from Ariane, and she mentioned waking up from cryostasis. That's not where she slept prior to the bad news. She slept in a bed. It is possible that through a strict rationing and trading off periods of cryosleep, perhaps our bed has a similar function for replicas, we were able to buy each other a lot of time. We did whatever we could to keep the ship running, but there were only so many spare parts. Eventually, the failing reactor began to leak radioactive coolant, and there was nowhere to hide from it. Back in nowhere, we saw signs warning about radioactivity. At the time, it was easy to assume it was some buried secret down in the mines. But now we know better. It was the Penrose. Home, heaven, prison, and hell, all in one. We don't know how the radiation affected us. Unlike Ariane, we didn't keep diaries. The fact that Mynah armor is designed to protect from radiation suggests that it would be harmful to us. But here we have a catalog of the misery Ariane experienced. It started early. Easily missable signs like hair loss, brain fog, and back pain that could be put down to aging or stress. Then we saw the bruising, the bleeding, the fever, the tumors. The same symptoms that swept through Sierpinski S23. In a matter of days, almost everyone there experienced the same horror as Ariane, trapped in a nightmare as their bodies rotted and sloughed away. We told her we wouldn't leave her alone, that when the time came and there were no other options, we'd take care of her. We made a promise. But we couldn't do it. Either the radiation did us in, or our body just finally broke down. Maybe it was more sudden than we expected, or maybe we just chickened out. Either way, we died, we failed, and Ariane was left suspended between life and death in cryostasis. All she could do was dream, an unending nightmare. But she was a bioresonant, and the dream didn't stay in her head. There's something just a little bit odd about this, though we're in no condition to think too hard about it. This is an Elster with a red chest piece and no armor, like S2301. And why is she here, instead of in the cryo chamber where we last saw her? Well, whatever. Either way, we've failed, and we've come to put things right. Ariane, our beloved, lies as if waiting for us in the cryopod. We can't help but think that she looks like FLKR. Just like Adler, we bend down to wake her with a kiss. Elster. I can't do it. You have to do it. It's time for this to end. Please. You made a promise. It took everything we had. We crossed universes to get here, died 100 times, but we did it. Like Siegfried and Odette, Elster and Ariane are joined in death. Not a horror, not a tragedy, but a bittersweet triumph. Love has done the impossible. With Ariane dead, perhaps everything will be undone. The nightmare on Sierpinski S-23 took place well before Ariane was trapped in the cryopod. Time and the dreamscape being malleable as they are, maybe the original timeline can reassert itself. Maybe Elster S-2301 is at Sierpinski now. Maybe she'll see Alina again. Maybe they'll try to make their escape. Or at least they'll get to die trying. Personally, this is my favorite ending. Yes, it's terribly sad, but it's a fantastic inversion of both queer and horror tropes, and it demonstrates that Elster, not just Lilith, is a hero in her own right. They had a life together. 8 very good years, and then 7 more hard ones. It wasn't long enough, but what life is. At least in the end, Elster 512 had a chance to confront her darkest self and correct her mistakes, and may have finally found some measure of peace. If we stopped there, then it would be a satisfying story, and all 5 endings, including the fake-out we got back before Rotfront, are presented with that idea in mind. You can get an ending and decide, yeah, that works for me, and get what is both an intentional and analytically sound grasp of the story. No one ending in SIGNALIS is specifically the true canon, but neither are they mutually exclusive. To really explore what that means, we'll have to begin anew. Our first ending, Promise, seems like the ending most players are likely to get on their first go-around. It requires that we spend a lot of time wandering around and that we take a great deal of damage. In a game with respawning enemies, narrow corridors, and a lot of backtracking, it's pretty easy to tick all those boxes without intending to. Why should I live in history, huh? I don't want to know anything anymore. This is a world where nothing is solved. Somebody once told me that time is a flat circle, and that everything we've ever done, or will do, we're gonna do over, and over, and over again. And that replica, and that gestalt, are gonna be on that ship, again. and again, and again, forever. On our second playthrough, we know what's up. We don't have things completely down pat, but we're pretty quick at navigating now. We don't bother getting into fights, we know how to avoid enemy attacks, and we have enough medicine to heal up immediately when we get hit. One mark against the game is that it isn't much different on a second playthrough. Fortunately, it's short enough that once we know what we're doing, we can make better time. We defeat the Mynah, we survive the trip down the elevator, our fall cushioned by the bodies of our previous selves. How many Eshtas did Adler kill? We get to the mine, where once again Issa stabs Adler and knocks him down the mine shaft. A thought occurs. Adler says he's done this hundreds of times before. If we assume that Erika was the one getting pulled into this nightmare over and over until the very idea of her became corrupted beyond all recognition, then maybe this is as far as she ever got. Back at Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School, Issa commented that the Oilers were always mixing the two of them up. Ariane has trouble with it too. What if Adler is making the same mistake? At some point, he discovered the elevator shaft trick, and that worked on Elster until some metaphysical shenanigans manifested enough of her own corpses to save her. He's strong enough to handle that rifle, but his biggest advantage seems to be foreknowledge. Elster must have gotten the better of him many times before he learned how to beat her. Maybe here, he doesn't realize that he's dealing with the wrong gestalt. He anticipates Erika's next move, but not Issa's. I guess Erika never tried just stabbing him in the face. If that's the case, then Issa is the only reason we're able to keep going. The Nue and Nowhere is impervious to all of our weapons. It's only defeated by the rifle. If Issa hadn't beaten Adler, Elster might be facing an unbeatable foe and may not be able to get any farther. Maybe Issa's not so inferior after all. Maybe all we needed was a fresh perspective. We proceed through the false ending. Once again, we try to open the hatch and fail halfway. Our arm wrenches off as our synthetic muscles burst apart, pushed beyond their limits. I have heard criticism leveled at this cutscene specifically, that the Evangelion and Ghost in the Shell references are piled on too thick here, that it's derivative, and I want to push back on that. I've previously discussed how visual references can serve, and have always served, as a narrative shorthand. For instance, in the original RoboCop, a phenomenal movie which seems to have heavily inspired Signalis, at one point we see the titular character in a shot which conveys the imagery of walking on water. Director Paul Verhoeven did not do this because he thought it was cool when it happened in the Gospels and he wanted to copy it, nor was he mindlessly gesturing at a storytelling trope. The thesis of RoboCop, outlined by Verhoeven, was to present a Jesus allegory set in modern-day America, using the motifs and ideologies embedded in our culture. Thus the badge, the celebration of ultraviolence, the whole shebang. If you haven't seen Evangelion, this hatch is modeled after one used to seal the entry plugs, essentially detachable cockpits, that the show's protagonists use to pilot their giant robots. The commander overseeing them is a seemingly cold-hearted man, but during an accident involving one of the pilots, he does not hesitate to put himself in harm's way, badly burning himself on the manual release as he races to ensure that the pilot is okay. While his reasons for doing this are too much to get into here, it should be enough to say that this moment serves to show the viewer that his stoicism is a facade, a defense mechanism resulting from the trauma of loss and the fear of losing again. The 1995 film Ghost in the Shell is a 90-minute meditation on what it means to be human in a world where our faculties and ourselves are being replaced by rapidly advancing technology. Major Motoko Kusanagi, a cyborg with full-body prosthesis, is dealing with an identity crisis, unsure if she is the same person she began as, and not knowing whether there's even really a brain in her head doing the thinking for her mechanical body. During the movie's climax, she winds up pitting herself against an AI-driven battle tank, which in terms of combat ability, should be superior to her in every way. She climbs atop and tries to pry it open. The hatch won't budge, and seemingly desperate, she pushes her synthetic body beyond its limits, and the strain tears her arms off. With this act, the Major unwittingly demonstrates her humanity. Her will, her spirit, far exceeds her physical form. It's almost as though her soul is showing itself in a moment of glorious calamity, bursting out of the mere carbon and steel it's housed in as the music swells in a synthesized hymn. People know this scene, even if they've never seen the movie, just like they recognize the carpet from the Overlook Hotel, or the Bible quotes, or the King in Yellow. These elements say in just a few frames what took Evangelion and Ghost in the Shell hours to convey. They are very useful tools in crafting a dense narrative that does not belabor the point. We can immediately get a sense for the desperation Elster feels and understand the fact that yes, there is a ghost in the machine. It is a moment that tells us a lot about our normally stoic protagonist. Human, all too human, not a simple object like the nation would have you believe. To call these references derivative is missing the point, mistaking the surface for the substance. You might as well say this is a ripoff of Nier because the replicas kind of look like the androids in that game, even though both worlds are cribbing from Blame, and all three of these stories explore completely different themes. Everything is the same up through the Folka fight. As before, Adler stabs us in the eye, we shoot him and step through the gate. We climb the Penrose and leave. Instead, impossibly, the ship has returned to Vineta, our Gestalt's homeworld. Did we do this? We leave the Penrose behind and stagger across the flooded remains of Earth. Somehow, we've lost our armor. It no longer matters. We look up at the stars one last time before succumbing to our injuries. Home at last. That's one way out, right? Maybe, but there's one thing to consider. The replica overview for the Elster model. With Lilith dead, the nation was forced to use a decommissioned Elster recovered from the Penrose program. But the Penrose program launches ships out of the solar system, and kind of the whole problem we've been dealing with is that they aren't designed to come back. Of course, not unless they're transported through time and space via bioresonance.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean when I'm talking about time and death and futility. Now, there are broader ideas at work here, namely, what is owed between us as a society for our mutual illusions. 14 straight hours of staring at DBs, these are the things you think of. You ever done that? You look in their eyes, even in a picture. Doesn't matter if they're alive or dead, you can still read them. And you know what you see? They welcomed it. Not at first, but right there in that last instant, there is an unmistakable relief. See, because they were afraid, and now they saw for the very first time how easy it is to just let go. That you, yourself, this whole big drama, was never anything more than a jury rig, presumption and dumb will. To realize that all your life, all your love, all your hate, all your sorrow, all your pain, is all the same thing. It's all the same dream. A dream that you had inside a locked room. A dream about being a person. And like a lot of dreams, there's a monster at the end of it.
We thought we could just lay down and die, but the nation has other plans. We have always been Elster 512. Every Elster has. There's simply no escape. We don't know what else we can do, but we can't stop either. Now we have the whole game memorized. We can just blitz through as fast as possible, taking very little damage. Ariane, our beloved, lies as if waiting for us in the cryopod. We can't help but think that she looks like FLKR. Just like ADLR, we bend down to wake her with a kiss. I've come back for you. It's me, Elster. Elster? I'm sorry. I don't remember. It's okay. I am me, but you are not you. Perhaps this is hell. Please, just let me stay by your side a little longer. We lie down, no longer able to ignore our injuries, and in despair watch as the spiral sinks further, unable to do anything more than FLKR could. At least the next Elster, if there is a next one, will find our body here. She's going to need our arm and our breastplate, artifacts from outside of time. This is the ending you get if you beeline here as fast as possible, killing few enemies.
In this universe, we process time linearly, forward. But outside of our space-time, from what would be a fourth-dimensional perspective, we'd look flattened. Like a single sculpture, the matter in superposition of every location it had ever occupied. Our sentience cycling through our lives like carts on a track. See, everything outside of our dimension, that's eternity, looking down on us. Now to us it's a sphere, but to them, it's a circle. In eternity, where there is no time, nothing can grow. Nothing can become. Nothing changes. And so death created time to grow the things that it would kill. And you are reborn, but into the same life that you've always been born into. I mean, how many times have we had this conversation? Who knows? You can't remember your lives. You can't change your lives. And that is the terrible and secret fate of all life. You're trapped. Like a nightmare you keep waking up into.
Throughout SIGNALIS, we set foot on the Penrose 4 different times, and each, at least in a single playthrough, is different. We can probably say for certain that the Cycle 3000 visit was a genuine and relatively unaltered memory. Chronologically speaking, it was also the earliest point in the timeline that we visited the ship, taking place on the same day as the events at Sierpinski, or just a week or two later. But what about every other time we went? It was always different, and rationally speaking, those differences don't make a great deal of sense. Not unless we understand that all of our visits to the Penrose happened out of order. During the memory and promise endings, we boarded the ship once more, where we found the corpse of Elster 512 sitting motionless in Ariane's room. The body looked fairly pristine, so this was probably not long after she finally succumbed to radiation or age. The last note written by Ariane with a logical date is Cycle 5555, The fact that she never wrote anything after that, apart from one note that doesn't seem to fit with the others, suggests that this was the last time she ever woke up, because Elster was no longer alive to operate the cryopod. Elster 512 died here, in Ariane's room, sometime after cycle 5555, having survived for at least 15 years from the launch date. She left Ariane alive and alone, and that kicked off the entire adventure. In terms of gameplay, this was the 4th time we've been here. So why was it the first time we ever found her body in this spot? It's because these 2 endings were, chronologically speaking, only the 2nd time that we ever visited the Penrose. Do you recall, during the fake ending halfway through the game, what happened to Elster? She was walking toward the ship, and seemingly for no reason, her body spontaneously became injured, despite there being no one to harm her in sight. She pressed on and eventually climbed the Penrose, attempted to open it, and her arm came off. She lost her balance and fell down the side of the ship, her body torn to pieces in the process. Now, that was not a short fall, but it wasn't like she fell off a skyscraper. We surmised that her arm tearing off was the result of extreme overexertion, but are these other injuries consistent with the fall of just a couple of stories? Elster lay dead in this strange red desert that looked for all the world like an ocean of blood. Then, following a brief flashback, a ghostly floating version of Ariane appeared above her, urging her once more to wake up. We cut to Elster, still injured, crawling across a snowy landscape like the one we saw in the intro. Why did it go from red to white and snowy? In the next moment, we cut to the interior of the ship, Ariane's quarters. Elster stood up off the floor. Because the hatch above us was open, it was easy to assume that we dropped down through it to get here, but is that what happened? How could we have opened the hatch? We couldn't do it before, and now we can barely move. We're literally holding our guts in with our one remaining arm. This Elster's injuries are not the result of a fall or a psychic attack. She's not hurt, she's a rotten corpse. This is the damage sustained by the body of Elster 512 long after we last saw it. Long enough that either bacteria got to her, or the synthetic materials her body is made of simply broke down and crumbled away. Ariane has resurrected her, not through sending a signal to a healthy body, but by forcing the dead, completely dead, actually dead one to get back up on its feet. But how? Or rather, why? Now inhabiting the original 512's corpse, which did not drop through the roof but had simply been lying there on the floor since the last time we saw it, we staggered through the ship, as always, seeking Ariane. There was a note in Ariane's quarters. Using the cipher, we can now decode it. 262,144 cycles. What could that possibly mean? It is easy to discard this preposterous number. After all, it's simply 512 squared. Maybe it's something to do with that. But the developers of this game are not in the habit of showing us things that we do not need to see, and Ariane wasn't suffering during cycle 512. The mission was barely a year and a half in. If Elster killed Ariane, or if she didn't, that was probably well below the 6,000 cycle mark. 15 or 16 years. 262,144 cycles is 717 years. The Penrose 512 was traveling at least 0.75% the speed of light. It was fired out of a mass driver and would continue to go that fast even if its engines failed or it never had any to begin with. If it had something like an ion stream engine, it might have even gained speed over time, but it wouldn't need one to reach Proxima Centauri in about 570 years. Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf star with, at the time of this writing, 2 known exoplanets, Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri C, discovered in 2016 and 2020 respectively. Proxima Centauri B is of a similar size to planet Earth and exists within its star's habitable zone. That does not guarantee that temperatures would be comfortable or even survivable, but depending on the planet's atmosphere, there could exist zones which are relatively tolerable, and we know that climaforming relies on bioresonance and is capable of making even far-flung places like Heimat habitable. During this section, the decayed Elster 512 staggered through the wreckage of the ship, which was overgrown with some sort of living meat. Much like we saw in parts of Sierpinski and Nowhere, This meat had torn the ship to shreds. She made it to the cryo chamber and discovered that the cryopod was overgrown with a pulsating mass of flesh. To one side lay Elster, but which one? This, of course, is the Elster we played as in the last ending. Memory, or maybe Promise. I'm not sure that it matters which one we got. We crouched down and began cannibalizing parts from her to repair ourselves, but is that actually what happened?
Ugh. Brother, ugh.
In this shot, we can see that underneath her armor, this Elster has a grey chest plate, and her body is in comparatively good condition. When the cutscene ends, we are applying repair spray, but something is strange here. The dead Elster isn't the same model that we just took the armor off of. It's the one we were playing as, with the huge chunks missing from her decayed body. We didn't take those body parts. We completely traded fates with her. Elster 512, the original 512, was shipped with the grey chest piece and armor that we are now wearing. We can even make out this chest piece in the memory of Ariane. It says 512 on our arm. It's the Elster S2301s that wear red. The Penrose 512 crash-landed on the surface of Proxima Centauri b. Ariane, stranded and frozen for 5 centuries, survived the impact and spent another 2 on that frozen rock under the light of the red star. Caught between life and death, her mind reached back to her birthplace on Leng, her home on Rotfront, prison camp that in hindsight she wishes she had chosen over the Penrose. As time passed, her dreaming mind gained greater mastery over her powers. She tried to go back, to call for help, to do anything to save herself. But her early efforts were clumsy, she made mistakes, and her attempts to return to a happier time only created a hell. Elster tried all she could, but if this is a dream, even a metaphysical, quasi-real, time-space warping dream, then what good is dying? We die in our dreams all the time. The game's prologue, the first visit to the Penrose 512, is likely the last in chronological order. Elster 512 awakens on board the Penrose, which is crashed into an unknown planet. The trash has been cleaned up, the meat is gone, the cryopod is empty, and most tellingly, one of the Eva suits is missing. It was all laid out from the start. And then, of course, there's the matter of the key to the airlock, the exit to the ship. It's broken in half and hidden away inside the cryopod. It's almost like Ariane didn't want us to go looking for her. So, when we begin the game, Ariane isn't trapped, she had found a way out. But to where? Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf star, much smaller and cooler than our own sun. Its light would be quite dim on Proxima B's surface most of the time. However, the star experiences very frequent flare events, which would temporarily make it many, many times brighter, bathing the planet's dayside and terminator in a glaring red light that would fill the sky and reflect off of anything bright on the surface, such as snow. If this is Proxima B, then these are the same planet. The red is not blood, not literally at least, nor is it sand, or an Evangelion reference, or just to look cool. The sun is discharging huge amounts of electromagnetic radiation, constant solar flares 100 times more powerful than those discharged by our own sun. All this time we thought Ariane was the ghost, but we were wrong. It was us. All this time we thought that she was trapped in hell and in need of saving, all because we couldn't keep our promise. Because of this, we couldn't stop, a machine on a loop. Adla did everything he could to bar the way, but we could not stop. We have tried everything, staying, keeping our promise, running away, thousands and thousands of cycles. Maybe we helped somehow, outside the time loops, but we wouldn't know it because no matter what happens, we are still here. Ariane suffered, but for centuries she endured, and in enduring she grew strong. She broke the bounds of her flesh and became something we can scarcely comprehend. Her thoughts escaping the ice to leap the 4 1/4 light years back to the solar system, her flesh growing and becoming something new, her will stretching backwards through time, her eye always watching. Meanwhile, we've just been going in circles, putting ourselves through the same hell for centuries. A soldier, a veteran, recycled and put back through the mill again and again and again. Unable to learn, unable to die, unable to move on. trapped in a nightmare from which we can't wake up. All this time, Ariane wasn't the ghost, it was us. All this time, it wasn't Ariane who needed rescue, it was us. The first message we ever received was a command, or maybe a plea. Wake up. But we didn't. Not really. We awoke only within a dream, and from there we went further down the nightmare. But Ariane is out there, and she's been trying to communicate with us this entire time. She, either on her own or working through Synchronicity and Alina, made sure that we got a radio. By the time she gets to Rotfront, Elster probably has a handle on the basic situation with the time loops and her other selves, but she lacks perspective because she still doesn't seem to remember all that much. ADLR remains a compelling figure because he is the only one who has anything approaching the same context as the player. I think this is what makes him so easy to identify with. Like the player, he knows what's going on, he just doesn't know why. In the 4 main endings, Elster always sees death as the only outcome. She fails and dies, or she succeeds and dies, or she runs away and dies. She begins in a prison. She suffers terribly, and while she isn't the only one in pain, she eventually learns that everything is her fault. She should not have survived Mynah. She should have kept her promise to Ariane. She should not have come back. Falke, who is Elster, is the final boss of the game. She tells us that this god won't forgive us. That certainly works if she's referring to herself, as Elster does feel like she is beyond forgiveness for leaving Ariane all alone. But there's more to it than that. She wants to sleep forever, and when we approach, she gives us a command. Die. This isn't a threat. How can you threaten yourself? She's simply telling us what our fears and shared motivations are. Elster is punishing herself and seeks only death. ADLR, then, inadvertently serves as a sort of reverse psychopomp. Yes, he attacks her, but he knows it won't be permanent. He looks like a monster, but his personality only softens as he gets worse. At the end, while he's willing to use violence, he starts by asking her to help him fix things. Mortally wounded, he begs her not to go. He may not fully understand what is happening, but he is effectively asking her to live, to stop punishing herself, to think about the fact that it would only lead to further misery. The major arcana, lined up in sequential order, tell a story of a person's journey from ignorance to struggle to knowledge to love to victory to the fall, and then, in the darkest hour, back to the light. The 18th major arcanum is the moon, representing deceit, mystery, and illusion. The 19th is the sun, joy, achievement, success. There are only 2 more in the set. Judgment, known as Aeon in Thelema, representing divinity, resurrection, and the dawning of a new age, and the world, completion, fulfillment, and the end of a story. We never see the sun in Signalis. It's hidden away as though eclipsed by the moon. This includes Sol, the literal center of the solar system, as well as even any kind of pictographic depiction of the sun. Instead, we get this hexagon, a vaguely unsettling symbol we come to associate with both the enemy empire and the sinister Aeon. ADLR's past and purpose are similarly hidden, even to himself. Just as Elster has to go through so much to even begin to believe that a better outcome may be possible. This could be due to her nature. Much is made of the fact that her eye is a camera. Often, in photographs, especially old ones, images of the sun will make it look hexagonal. This is due to the shape of the aperture, but sometimes confuses people who are willing to put a little too much faith in what they think they see. If we are on Proxima Centauri b, a single look at our new sun would explain everything. We end our adventure just as it began, aboard the Penrose, the low-cost spaceship for 2 that served as a home, a prison, and a tomb for our heroines. The ship is named for Sir Roger Penrose, a British mathematician and physicist whose body of work spans a staggering 7 decades. His contributions to science are too numerous and in many cases too technical to enumerate here. Broadly speaking, he's given us the Penrose triangle, Penrose tiles, a mathematical toolset that has been instrumental in the field of relativity, important theories on singularities, and a lot of foundational work in quantum physics, which has generally sought to bridge the gap between it and the more traditional models of Einstein and Newton. I do not consider myself equipped to engage with Penrose's ideas as anything other than an odd layperson. As you may have guessed, my educational background lies in writing and critical analysis. Still, they're part of the story, and I made an honest effort to at least get an elementary grasp on what seems relevant to SIGNALIS. What I'm saying is, if you're a physicist, try not to cringe too hard as I dumb this way down. Penrose's 2010 book, Cycles of Time, An Extraordinary New View of the Universe, puts forth a model of the cosmos called conformal cyclic cosmology. The gist of it is that, according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy in the universe is always increasing. That is, heat will always flow toward colder regions of matter. Eventually, after an incomprehensible amount of time, a state will be reached where nothing more can happen in the universe because there is no more available energy concentrated anywhere to move anything to anywhere else. Many cosmological models call this the heat death of the universe. Penrose argues, in terms too technical for me to get into, that eventually all that will be left in the universe are photons. An outside observer can see that light does take time to go from point A to point B over long distances, but due to time dilation, the photons themselves do not experience time. If everything in the universe is a photon, and none of them are subject to time, since distance is equal to velocity over time, where there is no time, there is no distance, and if there is no distance, then everything in the universe technically occupies a single point, and thus the conditions exist for another Big Bang to occur, and a new universe to arise. And this will continue to occur again and again forever. This eternal recurrence is not a new idea, of course. It existed as far back as ancient Greece, but resurfaced in 19th century Germany as philosophers like Eduard von Hartmann began to consider the consequences of the second law of thermodynamics, forming the rudimentary scientific basis of the model Penrose outlines in Cycles. This presented a grim possibility. If the universe operates deterministically, as it appears to do, and if the new universe was created from the same starting point as the old, then everything would always be exactly the same every time. You, exactly as you are now, will watch this video at this exact time on this exact date without realizing it over and over forever. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It was the height of philosophical pessimism. If the universe is on repeat, then we're all just clockwork, playing out parts we've already played an infinity of times, with nothing but an infinity of repetition to look forward to. Free will would be a lie, a symptom of our temporal perception. You are not blazing a trail from your birth to your death according to your will and ability. You're just walking on a circular path that you can never get off of. The only mercy is that with every death, you forget. Friedrich Nietzsche, who apparently can't get into heaven until he appears in 100 of my YouTube videos, was not a pessimist, but neither was he willing to pretend eternal recurrence simply wasn't possible. He believed that, were it true, the only winning move would be to live with hope and throw yourself violently into whatever joy you can find, no matter how fleeting, for it would be just as eternal as your pain. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he wrote, "What if, some day or night, a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, 'This life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more.' Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, 'You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine'?" It's just as Wagner said, death has no power over love. One of the challenges facing any analysis of SIGNALIS is the timeline. This is down to more than just the irregular causality or the time loops. It's also obscured by the dream logic and the dating system. SIGNALIS's worlds each use their own calendars, and there are a few different dating formats between them. A cycle, we know, is not the same on every world, and as we've discussed, it's unclear what implications that has for months or seasons. But there is a Rosetta Stone that allows us to partially reconcile this. It's the medical records found in Rotfront. Roswitha Fong, we see, was born on Vineta, but later moved to Rotfront, and so we are given her birth date in both Vinetan and Rotfront reckoning, as her ID number contains her Vinetan birth date. 350202 in year-month-day format is February 2nd, 35. In Rotfront reckoning, it's given as the -6th season, 20th period, cycle A. If we count up from -6 to 35, we get 41. Isa and Erika's Vinettan date of birth is 560524, May 24th, 56. In Rotfront, it's the 14th season, 52nd period, cycle C. If we count up from 14 to 56, we get 42. Between Ms. Fong and the Itols, that's a discrepancy of 1 year, but note that the Itols were born on the 52nd period, Roswitha the 20th, or February and May, respectively, in Earth Reckoning. So what that tells us is that the Rotfront seasonal calendar must tick up between Earth's February and May, probably on a date commemorating the colony's founding in year 0. We can triple-check this with Rebecca Young's record, as she was also Vinetta-born. Subtracting, we find a difference of 42. Shouldn't that be 41? It's possible the Rotfront season is stretched by a couple of days to make the lunar periods fit nicely into it, as 365 is not neatly divisible by 3.55. Roswitha was born 15 years before Rebecca, so maybe the new season moved around a bit relative to Vinetta's new year. Either that, or it's a typo, or it's some dream logic obfuscation to keep us guessing. We can at least say with some confidence that a Rotfront season is about 1 Vinettan year. But what about the other worlds? Ariane is our first clue for Leng. She was born on Leng season 59, Rotfront 18. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, there are no other firm date pairs connecting Leng seasons to Rotfront seasons or Vinetta years. However, given that Rotfront seasons are arbitrarily about the same as Vinettan years, we will assume Leng seasons are the same way. This could mean that we can add or subtract 41 to convert a Rotfront season to Leng or vice versa. This gives us enough of a toolkit to begin constructing our timeline. At the beginning of our story, some unknown time in the past, the Empress unites humanity under a single banner, using the power of bioresonance and Replikas servant labor to begin climaforming and wide-scale space travel. The Great Revolutionary breaks away from the Empire, leading a revolution, founding the Oisan nation and gaining control of Heimat, Leng, and Rotfront. The Great Revolutionary is not a bioresonant, but is somehow able to capture, defeat, or simply outlive the Empress. At some point, the nation gains enough of a foothold on Vinetta that national citizens are being born there, but the fighting continues for decades. Rotfront Season 8. Rebecca Young, one of Lilith's squad mates, is born on Vinetta. Given that all citizens of the nation must undergo a mandatory period of military service, and that these tend to happen at a fixed age, we can assume that she is around the same age as Lilith Itoll, Alina So, and the rest of Unit 12. Rotfront Season 14. Isolde and Erika are born on Vinetta. At some point, the twins move to Rotfront. Rotfront Season 18. Ariane Young is born on Leng. The developers have mentioned that her birthday, Leng 5921D, is December 12th in Vinettan reckoning. So there you go. She's a Sagittarius. Rotfront Season 20. Nikolai Nguyen is born on Rotfront. Between Rotfront Season 24 and 28, Lilith Itoll, Rebecca Young, Alina So, and the rest of the People's 5th Infantry Division Unit 12 participate in the defense of the anti-orbital cannons on Vinetta. They are successful, and so Vinetta remains in national hands, but nearly the entire unit is wiped out. Rebecca Young and possibly Alina So make it back home. Lilith survives, but is taken to the Central Neural Archive to become the template for a new replica model, Elster. It is unclear whether she had any choice in the matter, but all records of her previous life are erased, and she has disappeared from society. Sometime between Rotfront Season 28 and 30, Ariane is forcibly removed from her mother's home in the mountains of Rotfront and sent to live with her aunt to go to school in the city. A misfit due to her unorthodox upbringing and possibly her appearance, she is constantly bullied until Erika Itoll steps in. This begins a friendship that is cut short by the fact that Isa and Erika would immediately graduate and ship off to military service. While in the final stages of recording, I realized something. Isa does not have an arm tattoo. Ariane has a black tattoo on her upper arm that developer Yuri Stern has confirmed is basically a barcode. It's a form of identification given to all national service members. Now, Ariane did her mandatory service, returned home, and then volunteered for the Penrose program, which was run by the Oisan Navy. It is possible that conscripts doing a period of mandatory service don't get these tattoos, and Ariane only got hers when she volunteered. But that seems unlikely, as conscripts are in the same military as volunteers. What this amounts to is that it's possible that neither of the twins served. There could be all kinds of reasons for exemptions. Erika was going to university. Maybe Isa was needed at home to run the store. If they had a family member, say an older sibling, who was killed or missing in action, that might also exempt them from conscription. The US has a similar policy. That's what Saving Private Ryan was about. I want to bring this up because shortly I'm going to talk about some events on Vineta, and I'd been assuming that this woman with the brown ponytail is Alina. Alina is the only character in the entire story with brown hair and a long ponytail. But Isa wears her hair in a long braid, and it's possible Erika does too. The woman in these images does not have a tattoo, and we know Alina would have had one since she was a soldier. So, while I will go on calling this woman Alina for the rest of the video, I think it's possible, or even likely, that this was actually Erika. As you'll see, it doesn't change that much to swap them around in this case. It's just an interesting detail. And now back to the timeline. Ariane suffers through 4 years of high school, then graduates at what seems to be the standard age of 16, and does a stint as a radio operator in the Oisan Navy as part of her mandatory conscription. We don't know how long conscriptions are in the nation. In the real-life Soviet Union, they were 4 or 5 years. In East Germany, conscription was at least 18 months, but they were only conscripting adults, and notably, they were in a Cold War, not a hot one. East Germany, seemingly the strongest inspiration for the nation, generally required a period of 2 or 3 years of vocational training following graduation from a polytechnical school at 16, unless they were going on to higher education. I suspect that conscriptions like Ariane's were pulling double duty, teaching skills and filling out the military ranks. For that reason, I think we should assume that she had at least 2 and as many as 4 years of service in Rotfront orbital. This would make her about 20 or 21 when she's given command of the Penrose 512. Which seems young but reasonable. From here, we are never given another concrete date, so all further dates are estimates based on the evidence at hand. For this timeline, I am assuming that our girl spent 4 years working as a radio operator at Rotfront orbital. But if you want to assume fewer, just subtract a season or 2 from all further dates. The only real impact this will have is which Penrose cycle the Sierpinski section of the game takes place on. With these assumptions in mind, we assume Ariane returns to Rotfront in Season 38. She finds it the same dreary place she left it, but in the background, a lot of things seem to happen at once. An Imperial spy codenamed Sun steals some shredded documents from Roswitha Fong, a retired bioresonant replica technician. These contain the location of a central neural archive and explain that Gestalt neural templates are stored in cryostasis there. He gets this information back to his handlers, and, as a result, the Empire is able to bomb that facility and destroy it. Ironically, undeterred by the very guns Unit 12 gave their lives to defend. Back at Rotfront, Sun discovers that Ariane is a bioresonant by testing her with a set of tarot cards, one of which serves as his code name, seemingly without her realizing what he's doing. He realizes it's too hot to stay in the area since she could realize what he is and report him at any time. He tries to get someone to leave with him, but the Protectors initiate a sector-wide lockdown and he is captured and turned into the neural template for the ADLR model, allowing the ever-parsimonious nation to punish him and put his brain to work for them in one fell swoop. Around this time, Isa and Erika also die, though we're not told why. Now, hold on. If Lilith is related to the Itos, she'd be just the right age to be Isa and Erika's older sister, or perhaps a close cousin or something. As we've discussed, this may explain why the photos were in the Young's shop to begin with. The neighbors wanted a memory of their family member. But so far we've just been sort of gliding past this idea as if it didn't mean anything, even though Isa is one of the only people we ever see in the game who isn't trying to kill us, or vice versa. We have 6 tarot cards. One of the cards was being used as a code name. What about these other 5? We find the star in a box in a hospital room which is right next door to a dentist's office that looks as though the tools have been used for some enhanced interrogation. A box which is opened with a numbers station dubbed Magpie. There's also a picture of a magpie on the star card. We find the lover's card in a dormitory near the block warden's office. We find the tower of the cafeteria, which is named To the Tower. We find the moon in a very suspicious apartment full of books and butterflies, locked in an incubator. The combination is originally set to Elster. Death, of course, is in the Ito bookstore, on a shrine dedicated to the twins, who we know died around the time of the crackdown. If we look at the images of the tower being destroyed, we can see Alina watching the destruction. It's a striking scene, but we have to ask ourselves why exactly we're being shown this. If the fact that these archives contain frozen people is a state secret, why is she standing there watching this happen? To her, that building should just be a random skyscraper. You could say, oh, well, she just lives on Vineta. She was out shopping and saw Space 9/11 happen. But then, why is it just her in these images, and not a crowd of people including her? The composition implies that this is an area that would not normally have any people in it, or that something was occurring that only she would know the significance of. You could also say, oh, she's wearing a white dress. That signifies that she's died and she's a ghost. I think that's a little flimsy. I've discussed how we find physical evidence of her existence, which is externally confirmed by two other characters, but sure, I'll grant that it's a possibility. I strongly believe that she was really at Sierpinski, but even if she died in the war, why does Elster think she's at Sierpinski? That's sort of a nonsensical place to go looking for her out of nowhere, isn't it? She was born on Vineta, and that's where they fought together. And for that matter, why is Isa looking for Erika at Sierpinski? Why does she believe that's where her sister would be? Why does she write, despite everything that's happened, I've come to look for you, as though they'd had an argument about something? Referring back to the medical records that have been our guiding star, we have to really wonder why we're shown this, what we're doing at Rotfront, why we came back here, what any of this has really been about. Lilith and Alina had something. We aren't privy to what it was. Either they were a veteran and a rookie who built up a bond as comrades, or they were gay as hell. We don't need to know. What we can say is that even though they survived, Lilith was torn away from her and trapped in a space between life and death. All record of her sacrifice and heroism in the war were erased. What if she was watching this because she wanted to see it happen? What if she made it happen? What if that betrayal by the nation was enough to make her turn on them? Erika was a university student. We see at least one example of dissidence among university students. This mirrors real life, as these tend to be places where young people learn to question the world around them, even in repressive environments like the nation. We know that Erika was altruistic, rushing to Ariane's aid when she was in trouble, while Isa held back. We see that Rebecca Leong, the only other surviving member of Unit 12, also lives in Sector C. We've theorized that the butterfly apartment could have been hers. A biologist would certainly be a logical person to own an expensive-looking butterfly incubator. What if Lilith was an older sister, cousin, or whatever that the Itos weren't supposed to talk about? What if Erika, Rebecca, and Alina, the only three people who even remembered she existed, found out what had happened to her? It wouldn't be hard to put two and two together once you saw an Elster unit, say, on the cover of a magazine. As for the block warden, evidence suggests that she didn't have a cadre. If that's true, we are explicitly told that lone colibris are extremely prone to persona destabilization. That's characterized at first as insanity, but that's not what it is. It's becoming an individual, something other than what the nation intended. This could easily set her up to become sympathetic to something like this. So there are 5 co-conspirators. Who's the 6th? That's unclear. It could be Anya Ito, or really anyone. If the Khanish knew what was happening, maybe it's her. Maybe I've missed some other obvious clue. In any event, the attack goes off successfully, but in the resulting crackdown, arrests are made. The Sun gets caught, and so do Erika and Alina. Sun gets shipped off to be made into the ADLR unit, one of whom will ironically oversee at least 2 of his former conspirators at S23 Sierpinski. Alina's ID number at Sierpinski is 0512. Most others that are there are in the 3,000 to 5,000 range. If we assume that prisoner IDs are sequential, then that would imply that she's been there longer than anyone else we see, a fitting stint in the pokey for a soldier who betrayed her nation and orchestrated a gigantic terror attack. This would completely explain Isa's presence in the game, and hits on the same themes as our primary quest. Alina's lover was trapped in a prison of ice, and she took extraordinary measures to free her from her deathless torment. Unfortunately, Alina learned, as we have, that it isn't that simple. Just as she killed Lilith, we killed Ariane, and yet, here we are again, still trapped in something like hell. Ariane is right here with us. Issa, then, mirrors the other possible outcome we've seen on our quest. What if it was too late? What if Erika was taken away and died at Sierpinski, and once again Issa would have to live with the shame of never even trying? There's a moment, right at the end, where Issa and Elster seem to share some kind of understanding. It's brief, but Elster looks devastated when Issa has passed. So is Issa alive or dead in the quote-unquote real world? I'm not sure. We see her doing something with a knife in the intro, so maybe she's performed some kind of bioresonant ritual to get here. There are books on the subject all over Rotfront. But that's not really how bioresonance is described, is it? I've joked that it's magical, but it seems to manifest more in the realm of coincidence, psychomantis nonsense, or a sort of dream logic manifesting into reality. We never see anyone worshipping chaos gods or anything like that. Even the King in Yellow book only really appears in people's dreams. Nobody's doing occult sacrifices to it. However, we do know one place where that symbol is inscribed and the twins had access to. Would you look at that? A big ol' knife. The introduction shows this symbol marked on a floor, not a table, but this exact tiling pattern never occurs in the game, and certainly not with the game's logo on it. We've gone over how the art assets can diverge a little bit from the in-game models that way. There's something else, too. The girl wielding this knife isn't bruised and bandaged like Issa always is. Even her medical charts say she's constantly beat to shit. So, what if this isn't Issa? We can't see the top of her face. What if this is Erika? That, might explain why she isn't here. If the conspiracy was discovered, Erika might have decided that death would be preferable to capture. Given what we saw at Sierpinski, I'm not sure she'd have been wrong about that. She seems to be gritting her teeth here, like she's psyching herself up. I'd also like to take a second to park on this word here, which appears in the introduction, right after we see the knife and right before the blood splatters on the symbol. It's zishang, which means sacrifice. In both Chinese and English, this can have two meanings. There's the obvious religious one, like sacrificing an animal to the gods, and the more prosaic social or personal one, such as making sacrifices for your job or sacrificing yourself for a cause. This is a point where I'm held back a bit by my lack of skill with the language, but as I understand it, nowadays people would generally say ji or jianji to describe something like spilling blood for occult purposes. Zishang is almost always used in the secular sense. One popular exception is describing the sacrifice Jesus made in the New Testament, but zishang used in that context is, as I understand it, an attempt to emphasize that this was an act of compassion by a human being fighting for a cause. That cause just happened to also be religious, and this guy was, per the Bible, the Son of God. So if this zishang is meant to be connected to the images immediately preceding it, then it favors a practical, non-magical sacrifice rather than some sort of blood offering. A sacrifice such as putting your life on the line to stand up to a totalitarian government and save a family member from an eternal nightmare. While we're here, note that the next bit of text we see is, "Remember our promise." We know we made a promise to Ariane, but we don't see who's speaking those words or what the promise is. Perhaps Issa and Erika promised they'd always stick together. Maybe Alina, back during the war, promised she'd never leave anyone in her unit behind. Maybe Sun, before they put him on ice, promised himself he wouldn't forget who he really was. We can't say for certain about any of this. If that's the case, then that would explain why Issa never found Erika. There wasn't anyone to find. She's moved on in a way which is physically impossible for Elster and Ariane. There's no record of her at Sierpinski because she was never there. And so maybe Issa, racked with survivor's guilt, a running theme in SIGNALIS, eventually tried to follow her. That's an unhappy thought, and we can't say for sure, but it's not an illogical outcome for a bunch of nobodies going up against the interplanetary meat grinder that is the nation. We wonder if Rebecca made it out okay. At the very least, it's a sign of real, actual resistance. And even if it failed, that's still something, right? Rotfront Season 40. Elster 512 and Ariane fall in love. Rotfront Season 43. Ariane dreams about the King in Yellow. Elster S2301 arrives at Sierpinski to assist with the dig, possibly meeting Alina So while she's there. On Ariane's 25th birthday, the happiest part of her life, the time loop begins. Apart from the intro and possibly the endings, most of the playable game takes place during this single looping day, a dream within a dream. Rotfront Season 46. Cycle 3000 of the Penrose mission. Ariane and Elster dance, then get the Phase 3 message, telling them that they have failed and are going to die. Ariane is 28 years old. Rotfront Season 54 gives us Ariane's last diary date, leaving out that weird one. Cycle 5555. Ariane is too sick to go on, she's in constant pain, and her teeth and hair are falling out. She and Elster make their promise. Elster places her in cryostasis, and not long after, Elster ceases to function, leaving Ariane trapped and alone. Ariane is about 37, and Elster, if we count her years as Lilith before being frozen, is actually within a year or two of that, though her replica body was almost certainly constructed around the time the Penrose launched, and it's unclear what age even means to a replica. The promise and memory endings, then, probably happen not long after Elster 512's death, as we find her body in a relatively pristine state at that time. This would place them around Season 54 or 55. The leave ending sends Elster back to Mynah in the past, where she collapses and is taken to serve as the new neural template for the Elster models. We know this had to happen before Season 43, as it's mentioned in a document that we find at Sierpinski. We know it had to happen during or after Season 38, because they wouldn't have needed to use the body if Lilith wasn't already blown up. Given all the visions we've had and the general themes of the game, it's reasonable to deduce that the Elster 512 sent on the Penrose mission was always one of these recursive models, meaning Elster and Ariane's entire 15-year space voyage has always been on a time loop, from start to finish. Even if that isn't the case, Elster S2301 is certainly one of those models. And then, of course, we proceed to the false ending in the middle of the game, and then back to the intro, nearly a millennium after we began. Signalis' Oisan Nation is an Orwellian nightmare, a funhouse mirror version of the GDR, where humanist revolutionary ideals have been abandoned due to the vicissitudes of wartime governance and centralization of power. I'd like to dig into that. Unfortunately, it is 2024 and the state of the discourse has degenerated to...
Say one of these fascist or communist things, or fuck off.
As a video game critic, it is not my job to tell you whether communism is based or cringe. You almost certainly have very strong feelings about that already. You may have already left a comment claiming that Signalis provides evidence that collectivist policies will always result in the erosion of individual rights, or that I've betrayed the proletariat by pointing out that conditions at Sierpinski S23 could be improved somewhat. Just to get my personal biases out in the open, I have no strong feelings about what economic model my country ought to use. I try to keep an open mind, but there seem to be a lot of huge problems with all of the possibilities, and I do not presume to know that they would all be fixed with this one weird trick. I think that people are adaptable, and if a society provides them with security and the opportunity to flourish, they will do so regardless of the mechanism.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill everyone now!
If it is your fervently held belief that only a free market or a command economy can lead us to the promised land, then more power to you. Hopefully, you're lucky enough to live in a place where you're allowed to organize and vote. With that out of the way, I hope that we can keep the discussion mature and remember that outside of the context provided in the previous paragraph, I am not presenting my personal political beliefs. Rather, I am attempting to pin down what Rose Engine might have been going for. I should also point out that the world that they have depicted is a fantastical tableau of sci-fi magical realism that only symbolically reflects reality. Signalis places us in the role of a citizen of the Oisan Nation. As Elster, we exist in a world without freedom of expression, freedom of the press, or free access to information. Our Gestalt predecessor Lilith, whether willingly or not, gave her life, her body, and in the end her soul to the nation. In return, she was made an immortal icon of governmental authority. In a twisted form of hero worship, this ideal citizen was duplicated and mass-produced to work and fight and die for her nation eternally. From that vantage point, we are unable to get an objective look at the solar system. We are told that the Empire was oppressive, a fact which is backed up by just 2 lines, one suggesting that Replikas were not given the same rights as Gestalts under the Empire, and the other suggesting that an imperial bioresonant ruler or ruling class stratified Gestalt society as well. Both of these things sound bad, but we can observe directly that it's no different in the nation. Replikas are built with limited shelf lives. Some have cheaply made bodies that can't even be properly repaired if they're injured. Gestalts are taught to use dehumanizing language to refer to Replikas, who are aggressively killed and replaced if they deviate too far from the original state of their persona, even despite posing no threat to anyone around them. Meanwhile, Replikas are free to torment and even kill Gestalts in places like Sierpinski S23. As for bioresonance creating disparity, national citizens, Replika and Gestalt alike, live under constant psychic surveillance, and each facility is led by a bioresonant superweapon that even state documentation calls a god. Worse, we see that the nation is actively pursuing plans for mass bioresonant control of the entire population, meaning individuality itself may be a thing of the past. The nation, the entire nation, is a prison, and it's unclear who you could even call the jailers. The real-life German Democratic Republic was founded under the Stalin regime in the immediate aftermath of World War II, and due to its position as the westernmost and wealthiest Soviet satellite state, was a hub of espionage and counter-espionage. The authoritarian nature of Stalin's regime, combined with intense paranoia over Western influence, led to decades of totalitarian oppression, with the Stasi, state security forces analogous to the Soviet KGB, constantly surveilling citizens for any sign of dissidence, real or imagined. This apparatus was huge, comprising as many as 1 secret policeman per 166 citizens, and had many informants on top of that. The purpose of state security was ostensibly to ensure the growth and success of the communist project, which required a full overhaul of the East German economy. But as these things tend to do, it rapidly became more interested in perpetuating the power structures it had established. Over 40 years, around 250,000 people were arrested by this organization, with many being blacklisted, imprisoned, or even killed for treason both real and imagined. Comparisons to the GDR abound, though I believe the specific style of hero worship we see with the portraits of the great revolutionary and her daughter in every room, as well as with FLKR units being designed to resemble them, are also meant to invoke ideologies such as Maoism and Juche, which lionize specific individuals as both absolute rulers and the impossible ideal for which every citizen must strive. We've also seen allusions to 1984, the story of a man living in an oppressive authoritarian dystopia. Unfortunately, Orwell's cautionary satire about a world gone wrong is one of the most misunderstood and misquoted books in print today. It is frequently used by people on both the political right and left to say that the other side is bad and wants to do a 1984 to you and your family, or even that they already have. Wake up, sheeple! The truth is pretty easy to look up. Orwell himself was a democratic socialist, and he was writing about authoritarian communism. If that sounds like a contradiction, consider that the left-right dichotomy may be insufficient to describe the full gamut of political ideologies. Even the quadrant system is a pretty poor way to go about it. Political movements are the sum of huge constellations of independent variables that do not need to be internally consistent or coherent on any ill-defined axes. The simple left-right commonly deployed only really exists to promote the tribalism needed for political parties to maintain popular support. Especially here in the US with our two-party system. People are more than these shallow, boring concepts. SIGNALIS does not seem to lay the blame for its dystopia at the feet of an economic system, but rather on an ideology where the ends relentlessly justify the means until the means become an end unto themselves. That is to say, the mechanisms by which the nation, or any authoritarian state, must be established and run are such a constant and extreme concern as to necessarily take precedent over all others. Because of this, under such a system, no one can benefit. Overseeing a labor camp may be less onerous than being imprisoned in one, but both roles are worse than simply being free, a state which this ideology has made impossible for all. Aeon, like Orwell's Inner Party, has sacrificed every comfort and ideal simply to ensure its own perpetuation. So no, this does not appear to be a pro- or anti-communist work as such. Rather, Signalis uses the iconography of real-world authoritarianism to paint a picture of an extremely bleak future where it's prisons all the way down. A future where even going beyond time and space to close nightmarish time loops only returns things to the standard, everyday sort of nightmare the solar system labored under before. But it's not entirely hopeless. Ariane's sudden and wild display of power proves that the nation does not have a monopoly on bioresonance, and the bond that she and Elster formed suggests that it's at least possible that love may triumph over the dystopia yet. 1984, despite its brutal and hopeless ending, similarly contains an appendix which defines fictional elements of the setting in the past tense, suggesting that for all the party's monolithic presence in the book, Ingsosh will not last forever. Just as it says on the ring, this too shall pass. And so we come to The King in Yellow, which will lead us down a bit of a winding road. Our literary journey begins with an 1886 short story by Ambrose Bierce titled An Inhabitant of Carcosa, which tells the story of a man who awakens in a strange ruin. He recalls that he has come from the city of Carcosa and wishes to return there, but doesn't know the way. By and by, he discovers that the ruin is a graveyard and that his own name is inscribed on a tombstone above an ancient grave that has been torn apart by the growth of a tree. He is a ghost, exhumed by the passage of time, and his home, Carcosa, is long gone. 9 years later, author Robert Chambers would borrow the name of the lost city of Carcosa for his book of short stories, titled The King in Yellow. The one conceit tying these disparate stories together is the existence of a play, the titular King in Yellow, which is said to inspire madness in any who read its second act or see it performed. The first story, and possibly the most important, is titled The Repairer of Reputations. The story is about a man who suffers a head injury and becomes a bit of an eccentric recluse owing to some minor brain damage. He finds and reads a copy of The King in Yellow, and after reflecting on its disturbing contents, comes to believe that he is the last heir to the imperial dynasty of America. He gets wrapped up in conspiracy theories and imagined plots, eventually losing touch with reality entirely and being committed to an institution. The rest of the stories are largely unrelated but similar in tone, hovering somewhere between the romanticism of Poe and the weird fiction of Lovecraft. They place a heavy focus on the idea of decadence, that is, the degeneration of a society which has entered its final days, an idea very much in vogue as the Victorian era's early optimism wore thin and the grim realities of modernity and the Gilded Age began to set in. For Chambers, like so many other writers of the day, it was seemingly apparent that some apocalyptic event lay waiting in the 20th century, a trap unheeded by the rich and powerful as they danced ever toward destruction in pursuit of greater excess. If only he knew. The King in Yellow, that is, a character with that name, only really appears in one story in the book, titled In the Court of the Dragon. Its protagonist, having recently read the maddening play, has come to Mass to clear his head. However, he is suddenly transported to another world, with unfamiliar black stars in the sky overhead. The story ends as he is horrified to see the King in Yellow approaching, speaking a verse from the Bible. It is a terrible thing to fall into the hands of a living god. And that's kind of it. There was originally no King in Yellow beyond these simple concepts: decadence, conspiracy, star-crossed love, madness, and some impending disaster. Everything else, the notion of Hastur as the king's name, a name which must not be spoken, the idea that the king is some tentacled boogeyman, these are all the imaginings of later writers, partially Lovecraft, but mostly August Derleth, who was just not very good at writing. I don't like to get too negative on this channel. We owe Derleth a debt of gratitude for single-handedly preserving most of Lovecraft's writing, but his stories tend to reduce ethereal, soul-deep horror to alien monsters with tentacles and very basic motivations. It's possible Derleth has some great stuff I haven't read, but Chambers' work is thoughtful, occasionally verging on sublime, while Derleth would inspire a generation of filmmakers to get into B-movie rubber costume horror. I do not detect one iota of Derleth in Signalis. He is certainly never quoted, and what the game goes for is largely more cerebral than anything he ever wrote about. The story Signalis presents aligns much better in theme and tone with Chambers' work. Elster isn't running from tentacle aliens, she's dealing with the consequences of human nature and society's poor decisions. Even the Nue, the only thing you could really call a monster, is obviously just a product of the universe falling apart while Ariane has another nightmare. Or possibly that's Elster's nightmare, via FLKR. You get the idea. At the heart of The King in Yellow is a compelling mystery. What exactly does the play say that is so awful that it would drive people mad? We aren't given an answer, and I don't believe Chambers had any specific revelation in mind, though clues abound that suggest that it is some existential truth about God, humanity, and the soul. In the manner the play tells it, this truth is incontrovertible, inevitable, and enough to rob people of their wits, their sanity, or their will to live. I have made no shortage of references to Season 1 of True Detective in this analysis. If you haven't seen it, it's the finest bit of television ever created, and you really ought to. True Detective's deuteragonist, Rust Cole, believes he has stumbled across just such a truth. That our linear perception of time is an illusion, and that our existence is actually a cycle wherein we are all doomed to unwittingly repeat every action we've ever taken, forever. The show's antagonist, without revealing too much, seems to believe something similar, but rather than fighting against it, revels in the meaninglessness, embracing misery and horror as the only divine forces in an eternity of hell. This belief is externalized as the cult of the Yellow King. Signalis, of course, has no cult of any Yellow King. The truth is much more mundane. Ariane reveals in a dream diary that as a child, she watched her mother listening to a numbers station and using the book as a cipher to decode some encrypted message. Later, she sees the same book in the Ito bookstore, shortly before it is taken away as contraband by the protectors. The implication is that the Ito family and Ariane's mother may both have been Imperial spies, with the book even possibly serving as evidence that got the twins arrested. Ariane, being a fan of Imperial literature, likely read the book and probably took from it the only messages it contains: that society is falling apart, love and art are worthwhile even if they're ultimately futile, and some heartbreaking truth about the soul and the universe exists just beyond our comprehension. From there, it's simply stuck in her mind as a useful shorthand for these ideas, the way things do in dreams, the same way half-remembered bits of Casilda's song lie along the shores of oblivion. There may also be some connection between the King in Yellow and the Yellow Emperor, a mythological Chinese character who might be based on a real person. In addition to being a cultural hero and in some cases a god, Hongdi is said to be the father of the Han people and the founder of Chinese civilization. His legend would eventually incorporate elements of Taoism. He would first take on an association with the element of Earth, and then would become associated with balance, sitting at the locus of all cosmic forces. Signalis tells us pretty explicitly that this is neither a dream nor waking reality. It is something in between. If dreams are a place where anything is possible but nothing is real, then we define reality against them as a place where only logical things are possible, and pretty much everything is real. Ariane has become, basically, a lucid dreamer who is awake. To her, the world is malleable, but consequently it loses some of the concrete nature we associate with reality. A bioresonant is not someone who gets the best of both worlds. They are someone who sacrifices an easily understood world to achieve one where they can go beyond ordinary limitations. Elster is seemingly her opposite in almost every way. Ariane is somebody the state does not particularly care for. Elster is the avatar of a national hero. Ariane is this pale, bubbly lover of the arts. Elster is a no-nonsense soldier with dark hair and a perpetual scowl. Ariane gets sick, Elster gets injured. Ariane affects femininity. Elster does a lot of things we would think of as masculine. She wears pants and body armor instead of a dress. She's a soldier and an engineer, both male-dominated fields in real life, although this doesn't appear to be true in Signalis. She performs fantastic feats of violence, but she doesn't know how to dance. But how different are they really? Ariane is frozen in cryostasis and projects images of herself into people's memories. Lilith is frozen in cryostasis, and people remember or dream of Elster despite having never met her in this timeline. Lilith enters a physical body via the Elster program. Ariane does the same by taking over Alina's body and transforming the woman into herself. We can even look at Falke, who appears to be a sort of synthesis of both women. Alina's body, transformed into Ariane, is killed, but she comes back in subsequent loops, just as Elster dies and returns again and again. These two women are actually very much alike. Their differences are only a matter of perspective. As discussed in the intro, we awaken on an empty ship. Ariane has left and has seemingly tried to prevent us from leaving. We are able to find the tools to repair the keycard using our repair module and some tape. Now, it's easy to assume that the repair module instructions and the tape would have been left lying around on the ship, but if Ariane knows Elster can fix things, wouldn't she have hidden these or taken them away? Elster steps outside onto the white version of the exoplanet. It's bitterly cold, empty, and seemingly devoid of any supernatural phenomena, unless we want to count the obelisks, which she ignores in pursuit of her logical, physical goal. Where is Scout Officer Ariane Young? I must find her. She comes to this hole in the ground which resembles an eye. It's easy for us to say that this is Ariane's eye, metaphorically speaking. The red eye motif appears everywhere. But is it? Why would Ariane's eye take us in a direction that Ariane does not want us to go? We've seen Ariane's eye compared directly to Jupiter's Great Red Spot. But on Saturn, Heimat, a planet strongly associated with Elster, we see a similar phenomenon. A great hexagon, often blue in color. What if, instead of a red eye, this is a blue eye? There are bits of red, sure, but Elster has at least some flesh and blood, and we often see red reflected in her eye. The color is really predominantly blue. It only shifts to red once we're inside, where it no longer looks like an eye, and, notably, we're going down, further into Elster's own mindscape. If Ariane is causing all of this with her bioresonance, why is Elster able to do something that Ariane would not want her to do? Leng is listed as Ariane's birthplace, and the word Leng has some important connotations. Written in English or German, it suggests Lovecraft's Plateau of Leng, which is a location in the Dreamlands. A cold, desolate place where different realities converge. That certainly fits, but if we refer to the Hanzi, we can see that this word is actually ling, or cold, in Mandarin. In Japanese, this is the kanji used in rei and words like tsumetai, which describe when an object is cold. Notably, they don't describe when a place is cold. In Chinese, it carries broader connotations and can describe desolation, disheartening, and neglect. Sierpinski is a prison, and immediately we see the same triangles as we saw on the obelisks. They're even on these pillars here, but there's a difference. They are pointing the wrong way, down, not up. Now, of course, this is an illusion. The nature of this fractal is that it always points both up and down. The game attempts to obscure this by limiting what you see, but this is a fractal. It goes on forever. It's only a matter of perspective. On Proxima Centauri, the arrows point up, toward heaven. But Elster, ever the pessimist, sees only a path to hell. Within this prison, Elster witnesses and endures a great deal of punishment, even though she is constantly being told that she does not belong here. Notably, people only say this to her here at Sierpinski. They're advising her to turn back, to go back up. There's even an apparently usable exit in the first floor lobby. She simply refuses to head back to the surface. From Sierpinski, Elster passes down into the mines, which seem to offer a logical explanation for what those obelisks might have been. They're these basalt pillars. Pushed up to the surface, they might look like they were made by people or aliens. But here, from Elster's perspective, the apparently divine phenomena has been reduced to something mundane. Nowhere fits the description of Diyu, the Chinese version of hell, pretty well. It's an underground labyrinth full of physical torment. I don't think this is a real place at all, except insofar as bioresonance has made it real. And Ariane is not here, just as she was not at Sierpinski. Once we have discovered this truth, we climb back up, out of the eye, into a red-colored landscape. This is Proxima Centauri again. We're close to waking up. Sierpinski was a diversion, Elster going down a false path in an attempt to both torment herself and present some logical explanation for everything she's seeing. But how did she do that if Ariane is the one controlling the dream? It could be argued that this was all a ploy to get a new body for Elster to use, as 512 was dead by this point. But we've seen that Ariane can actually physically resurrect even badly decayed Elsters. Perhaps she needed S2301 for spare parts, but look around. There's certainly no shortage of those just outside the ship. Elster collapses and seems to die, where she is taken to the time she was happiest, a moment in the past with Ariane. But it's not real and it can't last. It's just a dream. Using the radio here even shows us a message in Morse code. Wake up. On the planet's surface, Ariane once again begs Elster to remember her promise. Elster gets up, but instead of going to wherever Ariane is, she enters another layer of the nightmare. She finds 512's dead body and perceives herself as salvaging it for parts. This is, once again, a logical, physical action that Elster, an engineer, could perform in an emergency to repair herself. But we are immediately given evidence that her perception is not the same as what has actually taken place. Where Elster perceived something rational, something irrational has clearly occurred. Something that Elster appears to have done all by herself. She then goes back to Sierpinski, once again abandoning the place she should be to go somewhere she can't stop going back to. There's nothing there, of course, but instead of climbing out, she dives deeper, this time winding up in Rotfront. Why, though? Ariane isn't there, and Elster would have no reason to think that she was. Elster's never been there, and in fact, almost nobody is there except Isa, who is immediately lost to corruption without being able to offer any help. Our entire time in Rotfront is spent on a single chore. We are replicating the test that Adla, or rather Sun, gave to Ariane. We collect 6 cards marked with astrological symbols, and from them we are able to glean the solution to the puzzle in the atrium. A puzzle that opens a rather obviously magical door to Ariane's room, which isn't even in the city. We solve this puzzle by using an ultraviolet light to figure out that the cards have hidden moon phases printed on them. This light, this invisible ink, provides a rational explanation for Elster's ability to see what could not normally be seen, and to go to a place that she should not normally have been able to get to. We are not in Ariane's dream. We are not in a reality warped by Ariane's will. This is a world that Elster and Ariane have both been controlling the entire time. Elster, a pessimist who perceives only the rational, cannot understand that Ariane has slipped the bonds of reality and is operating on a higher level. Ariane, who no longer has a functioning body, or at least not one in this world that has close proximity to Elster, cannot communicate what is going on. Our entire adventure is these two opposite perspectives in conflict. With the tarot puzzle solved, both characters are given an opportunity to realize what was true all along, that they can both shape their reality with their will alone. They're not bound by the crude matter they are trapped in. We've shown how to use our radio at the points where it's signposted, but actually, in most locations there are usually signals to pick up and listen to. Some of them are just jammers, which are intended to block up radio frequencies and prevent people from hearing specific broadcasts. An example use case for these might be if the Empire was trying to broadcast propaganda to the nation's citizens. The nation could simply play noise on the same frequency and shut it out. There are also the number stations. These are complicated ciphers, usually requiring a key to solve. In these cases, the broadcaster and the intended recipient would have an agreed-upon system prior to any broadcasts being sent. For a simple example, on receiving a string of 20 numbers, you might use the first number to turn to that page in the King in Yellow, then each subsequent number would indicate one of the words on the page. Put them together and you could make a message, and no one who didn't know what the key was could ever solve it. We don't have the keys for these number stations, so we can dismiss most of them as background noise. It's a big solar system after all. Excluding those two types of broadcasts, we can in certain places hear what seems to be a third type, this high-pitched oscillating noise. It sounds familiar. It sounds kind of like the screams of the corrupted Replikas, and it is almost certainly the same sort of sound that plays when we get too close to a corrupted Kolibri, or FLKR. Remember that note about using our radio to defeat the Kolibri? Remember how the person who wrote it had been hit by a Kolibri's attack, and for some reason drew a picture of Boklins die Totenensel? Approaching a Kolibri causes a lot of visual distortion to go along with that sound. But it's not just noise. There's a coherent signal buried in it, one we can sort of make out with just our eyes. It's an image of the island. On the 3rd floor of Sierpinski S23 staff accommodations, assuming this is not our first playthrough, We can hear a similar signal by tuning into the 64 kHz frequency. This is a form of encoding called SSTV, or slow scan television. It's how the first images were sent back by early spacecraft. This technology would go on to form the basis for the earliest modems, and even today it's a popular way for amateur radio hobbyists to send images to each other. It is exactly the kind of thing that Ariane would know how to do. To decode these messages, we need to become a bit of a radio nerd ourselves. There's no SSTV decoding software at Sierpinski S23, but luckily we have a smartphone and computer microphones in real life. All we have to do is download a program that will convert SSTV audio to an image. By playing the sound into a microphone while the program is running, we can eventually get our picture. I have heard some criticism of this part of the process, saying the game ought to have included a way to do this, and that it's not fair and unimmersive to rely on out-of-game resources. I can understand the sentiment, but pretty much any game, especially one built in Unity, is going to get ruthlessly data mined pretty quickly. ARG elements like this one are one of the only remaining ways for developers to really hide secrets from gaming communities, which are savvier and better connected than ever. As for immersion, again, true, but this serves a narrative purpose. The reason Elster has not done this yet is because she is not a radio technician and she does not have the right tools. She needs help that she would not normally be able to get, and that's where we come in. The signal contains an image taken from a surveillance camera. It's one of the cages in the isolation room. But we can't get back there from here. It looks like whatever these messages are trying to tell us will have to wait until the next cycle. It's something to mull over as we look for our next signal. We can find it on Sierpinski floor 5, just after we're pushed down the elevator shaft at 96 kHz. The image turns out to be Francisco Goya's Saturn devouring his son. The famous painting depicts the Titan Saturn, father of the Greek pantheon, eating his children. He did this to try to prevent a prophecy that said that they would one day overthrow him. Despite the horrific nature of the scene, the kid here might actually be fine. They're immortal. By devouring them, he kept them safely inside of his stomach, where they could do him no harm. They would be freed when a young Zeus, who had been hidden away, would come to cut his father's belly open and free his siblings. Or at least, that's how this painting has been interpreted. Goya never named or even showed this painting. It was discovered painted on the walls of his home after his death. Goya suffered from mental and physical ailments late in life that are often put down to stress, Meniere's disease, or lead poisoning due to exposure via his pigments. Titan is, of course, the national capital, Heimat, and this image serves as an apt metaphor for the nation devouring its children, and perhaps unwittingly sowing the seeds of its own destruction by creating a class of effectively immortal bioroids. We haven't done much to explore possible relations to the Greco-Roman gods yet. This is largely because they haven't been especially apparent compared to the Chinese and Scandinavian, but this painting gives us something to consider. It's hard to say which character might correspond to which god. It's sort of a jumble. The death card is tied to Leng, or Pluto, and features an image of a dead Elster, but the plate associated with Leng represents love. In Greek mythology, that would tie back to Pluto, while the relevant element on the surgery door is either metal or void. The third image is received immediately upon revisiting Sierpinski S23 after the fake-out ending. 240 kHz decodes to reveal something. It's another surveillance camera image, but it looks garbled. With these three images, we complete another loop. We know now that it doesn't matter how it ends. Once again, we are back where we started. But we have a new lead. At Sierpinski, we head to ISO to investigate the cage we saw. At first, we get nothing until we set our radio to 96 kHz, the same frequency that gave us this image in our prior run. The angle is a little fiddly, but eventually we collect the key of love from the dead Gestalt inside. Cycle 888. I've tried to teach Elster how to dance. It's so cute how clumsy she can be when it comes to these things. Cycle 1024. Before I met Elster, I never believed I would find someone I could fall in love with like that. 8 is a lucky number in China, much like 6. 1024 is 2 to the 10th power and is the size of 1 kilobyte in binary. Put another way, it's 512 times 2. The key of love is made of rusted metal and bears the symbol of Leng with the Penrose logo inside of it. These are housed within a hexagon, symbol of the Empire, Aeon, and the Sun. In 1984, the Ministry of Reeducation has had its name obscured, just like in SIGNALIS. Here at Sierpinski, they simply blacked the name out. In 1984, it is referred to as the Ministry of Love. Down on the 8th floor, in the Steuchsturm, there's a painting of Saturn devouring his son. Knowing what we know about Stoisches, this seems like a bizarre thing to let them have. Maybe they specifically requested it. They're said to enjoy books on mythology, and if nothing else, their cruel nature might find something amusing in a guy getting eaten by an old man. With the radio tuned to 64 kHz, interacting with the painting gives us the key of eternity. Are you still looking for answers where there are only questions? There's nothing but heartbreak at the end. 64 is 1/8 of 512. It's also a common bit width in computing. The teeth of this key form the letters 512, and we can guess that the quotes in this description belong to ourself, reflecting the same pessimism and self-doubt that we've heard ourselves speak through Falke's lips. The final image points us to the Ito bookstore on Rotfront. The image is cut in half, but with a little editing we can barely make out the back room. Setting the radio to 240 kHz and poking around gets us the key of sacrifice. On the horizon, I saw a star fall into the sea, and the sound of thunder, like trumpets of angels, flew over the water. A mix of hail, fire, and blood hit my wet face, and 1/3 of all the creatures that lived in the sea died. These lines are inspired by 2 passages from the Book of Revelation, chapter 8. This part of the book describes the apocalyptic conditions that those who must endure tribulation will experience during Armageddon in Christian eschatology. The falling star described therein has long been associated with nuclear weapons. The following verse names the star Wormwood and says that it poisoned the waters that it fell upon, and many people died of this poison. A commonly held belief is that the Russian word for wormwood is Chernobyl, which is the name of a Ukrainian power plant where the worst nuclear accident in history occurred, creating a 30-kilometer exclusion zone due to the radioactive materials released in the meltdown. This isn't exactly true. Chernobyl means black weed, and the plant with that name is a member of the wormwood family. Close enough, I believe, but note the possible pareidolia at work. What is true is that Alina witnessed a nuclear weapon being used on Vineta, and it is possible that this weapon killed Lilith. It is also true that a failing reactor on the Penrose released poisonous water, radioactive coolant in this case, that led to Ariane and Elster falling ill. So it certainly all fits, but it sounds like a personal account. Maybe Alina's. That would make sense, as Alina has served as the sacrifice in our attempts to reach Ariane, transforming into her and assuming her role as we have assumed the role of Elster 512. The key features the concentric black imperial hexagons. One of them stands out in gold, the symbol of the sun. The key's teeth are in the shape of a blade. We have 3 keys, and we know what they unlock. We return to Ariane's room. We ignore the king in yellow, and instead turn to the little safe on her bed. But then there's a keypad. How do we get that open? Well, we do have a code. We've had it all along. It's the 3-note oddity, the code we saw on the radio terminal in the intro. It plays during the title screen, and it's often lurking somewhere on the radio if we hunt around for it.
Achtung! Achtung! 3, 9, 4, 8, 6, 3, 9, 4, 8, 6, 6, 0, 1, 7, 0, 6, 0, 1, 7, 0, 2, 4, 3, 2, 6, 2, 4, 3, 2, 6, 0, 1, 0, 6, 4, 0, 1, 0, 6, 4.
We open the 3 locks and punch our numbers into the safe. White lilies. Another quote from Revelation. And in those days, people will seek death and not find it. Elster finds herself at a ring of graves, just like the ones memorializing Lilith and Alina's comrades of the People's 5th Infantry Division, Unit 12. But this is not Vineta, and the faint inscriptions on the graves do not hold the familiar names from the photograph. These are the names of the Young family. We can make out Ariane's among them. 6 graves, 6 bodies, each of the Elsters from the false ending. We place our flowers and lie down to join them. In the center of the ring of graves, we see a sarcophagus. Lying within a mysterious object. The mystery of this god is finished, as she proclaimed it to her servants, the prophets. The Penrose rests in its familiar landing site. Looking up, we can see the source of the red glow which illuminates the landscape. A gargantuan red eye. Remember our promise. In the wreckage, after so many centuries, Elster and Ariane are finally rejoined. Schubert's Stanchen plays as they dance, and then embrace. Love has done the impossible. The mission, seemingly futile from the start, was declared a failure after 8 years. Supplies ran out, the ship began falling apart, and the crew got sick. They lasted another 7, persisting in spite of the advice they were given, but eventually it was too much. Elster made a promise, then placed Ariane in cryo, and then eventually died, leaving her partner all alone. We're never actually told what the promise was. It's easy to assume that in her darkest hour, Ariane asked Elster to grant her release. That's certainly the promise we see her keeping. But there is a far more common promise lovers make. Promise me we'll be together forever. In either case, the result was the same. Elster broke that promise by dying, and with no one to free her from her icy prison, Ariane hurtled off into interstellar space. We know the speed of the Penrose, and we know that Ariane was alive on it for no less than 700 years. As mentioned, this is enough time to get to Proxima Centauri b, a planet that seems like a very good candidate for this mystery world. There aren't really any other stars or exoplanets that tick all the boxes. There's also one other thing about Proxima Centauri. It exists in an orbital configuration with Alpha Centauri A and B, a binary star system. Together, the 3 of them form a pattern consisting of 3 stars. Throughout the adventure, Ariane begs Elster to wake up. Elster's primary objective is to wake Ariane up, thus fulfilling her promise. They both know they're missing their other half, but neither seems to understand how incomplete they are without the other. All along, there were 6 stars, not 3, 2 solar systems, and 2 bioresonants. This is a duality that is repeated everywhere, from the Empire-Nation conflict, to the red-white dichotomy, to corruption and reality, and the themes of life and death. No longer asleep nor awake, we have opened the 6 sides of the world and transcended to a state where life and death no longer hold meaning. So, what about the obelisks? Are these proof of alien precursors? Did Ariane create them herself as some sort of broadcasting devices? I don't think we're meant to know. They're clearly at least partially a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey, a story about humanity seeking transcendence and a force which exists outside of our time and space. But what this force is, and what happens if a person evolves to the next stage, are ultimately left as an exercise for the viewer. So too with SIGNALIS. But we're not left completely in the dark. I think we have enough to make a couple of educated guesses. If I had to take a run at it, I would posit the following. We see Ariane's hands and feet turning black as she progresses through her illness. This initially seems like it could be necrosis from radiation poisoning, but in the final stages it looks totally unnatural, and the details on her knuckles look like replica parts more than anything. This image of Lilith in the trench offers a clue. It's very, very dark, but we can barely make out the bodies of a few of her comrades, and we see something we don't see anywhere else in the game. Feet. Lilith was a gestalt. It's possible she had prosthetic legs, but bionics are never mentioned elsewhere in the story, so I don't think that's what it is. This is probably a bit of visual storytelling, foreshadowing that this woman is going to become a replica. And note Lilith's apparent halo here. Sure, it's just the light shining on her face, but that is how Elster perceives her own bioresonant abilities. She picks up a spear that someone threw at her. She tunes her radio to produce a countersignal. She decodes messages. Elster uses tools, not magic. I don't think Ariane is likely to become a replica, as there are no replica factories on Proxima Centauri b. However, if we consider that Lilith was frozen, taken out of her original body via bioresonant means, and placed into another body, and then that original was destroyed, we can see a way to square all of this. This is conjecture, but it's a neat way to tie everything up, and I think it's supported by analyzing the themes that we've come across so far. The themes of the mundane versus the transcendent, the human versus the machine. Despite this being mostly based in themes, we do have 2 pieces of evidence to point to corroborate this. The first is an encrypted note we find on the beach. In one kind of death the spirit also dieth, and this it hath been known to do while yet the body was in vigour for many years. Sometimes, as inveritably attested, it dieth with the body, but after a season is raised up again in that place where the body did decay. Looking back to this final cutscene, we can see 6 bodies of Elster laying down before 6 graves of the Yongs. So we have 6 graves with no bodies, and 6 bodies with no graves. So in a sense, Ariane and Elster are both only half dead. Ariane's body did not survive. That's not to say that she died. She has clearly persisted in some spiritual or bioresonant sense. But think back to the opening. The cryopod is empty. Yes, the suit is gone, but we never find it. If Ariane physically left the ship, then she did not make it back, but she is clearly still here. Either she died and persisted as something like a psychic ghost, or she made contact with some sort of alien technology on the planet, or she simply, of her own volition, transcended her physical form, which was too weakened by years of radiation exposure to remain. Elster, being made of sterner stuff, persisted in body but not in mind. Yes, she was decommissioned, and we've been led to understand that that means dead. But that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons, even death may die. So this ghostly Ariane reaches into the past, into hell, into Elster's mind, or in my opinion, all 3 at once, and attempts to wake her back up. Perhaps Ariane is simply able to use her own memories of Elster to reconstruct her persona. Perhaps it's time travel, perhaps it's eternal souls persisting in some sort of literal afterlife. Whatever the case, this might get Elster dreaming again, but it's only half the equation. Elster's abilities are required to do the physical repairs necessary. We've seen that. But there's a problem. Elster can't stop punishing herself for what's happened, and she can't believe that anything better is possible. Not until she stops to listen. Not until she realizes that the triangles can point up, not just down. And not until she realizes that Ariane could do incredible things, and she too is capable of those same feats. So she runs through hundreds, thousands of failed cycles, bad endings, where death is the only outcome. Issa joined Elster to help her in her adventure. And while she certainly offers assistance in a physical sense, she may be playing a bigger role. We find a shrine suggesting the two were always dead. If she's dead, a spirit, then Issa is helping Elster in a way that neither of the two can quite perceive. Her presence here tells us that some part of a person persists even after they die, that there could be more, that oblivion isn't the only thing waiting at the end. Elster can't accept a happy ending, not without a great deal of help. Fighting blindly against fate and seeking punishment or death won't save her from despair. She has to stop and listen to the song of the universe. And that, I say without a shred of irony, is what the signal is. Only in this finale does Elster awaken to the idea that better things might be possible, that the soul could be real. Her machine eye sees only the hexagons of Aeon and the Empire. She cannot see the sun, even as it shines on her face. Elster was unable to repair her body when she was alive, before she awakened to what she was truly capable of. But having completed her journey, she now has a much healthier relationship to the metaphysical. Suddenly, she has the tools she needs to make herself whole again. She is alive, resurrected, but now at the surface layer of the dreamscape, reality, or the closest thing a bioresonant can get to reality, rather than down in the dark backward abysm of time. Now this is great and all, but it still leaves Ariane without a usable body, except she doesn't really need one, does she? If Elster is the only other person on the planet, isn't it enough that Elster can perceive her? Ariane's hands and feet are not corruption, but signifiers of the body she now effectively occupies. The two are joined as one. The black swan and the white swan never had need of any prince. What we are witnessing, not just here, but throughout the entire game, is a process of synthesis. Two beings becoming one. It's something we've seen before. Falke wrote about this Elster persona bleeding into her mind. She saw Elster's memories, initially confusing, but eventually she internalized them as her own. This is what we are experiencing. This is why we go to Rotfront. We are not looking for Ariane. We are becoming her as our two broken selves become one. Walking through her memories. These memories are ours now. The red and the white bleeding into each other. sleep and the waking world, the physical and the sublime, death and life erasing the boundaries between. We followed Ariadne's golden thread from that moment in the radio room, through our pasts and other lives, and back to the radio room. Every other time we were here, we picked the thread up and went back into the labyrinth, not realizing the exit was just behind us. What happens now is left to our imagination. The two are off in their own world with a private eternity to settle into. Now that we've beaten the game, their love is no longer our business. Whether they're gods, spirits, fusion of woman and machine, a single perfect moment in the cruel river of time, or anything else you can imagine, is up to you. Even if you reject any metaphysicality to the ending, their love existed, and because it once existed, it will always exist. That moment in time will survive the fall of all nations, the collapse of the universe, and even the twilight of the gods themselves. Whatever this is, I don't think it's an unhappy ending. One way or another, Elster and Ariane both got what they always wanted. A place to run away to and someone to share it with, and an escape from their traumatic pasts. Bittersweet, to be sure, but in the end, triumphant. If you believe, no matter how deep into hell you go, there's always a way out. As for everyone else, I suspect this is a Silent Hill situation, and we've taken a step back out of the nightmare and into a more recognizable world. If Elster S2301 and Alina So are staging a breakout at Sierpinski S23, if Adla is going to awaken and turn on the nation, if the Block Warden is ever going to forgive herself, then maybe they can all count on a little guidance from their dreams. Either way, it's up to them. The mystery of this god is finished, as it was revealed to her servants, the prophets. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging in while I got this one done. I played SIGNALIS not long after it came out, and I knew if I did make a video on it, it was going to wind up being huge, but I had no idea it would wind up taking almost an entire year to put together, with a 6.5-hour runtime. And, as is tradition, special thanks to the patrons, who are the sun in my sky. That includes Ram Apostol, Damon Solso, Cadience, First Gear, Nano Spirit, Naz Ali, Deadfellow, Disagio World, Robert Barlow, Kate Shee, Wonder Dude, Bob, Light Ragnarok, UR.Flow, Dust Errant, Really Harry Dave, Riddle, Guerinology, Apatosaurus, Crew, Siravit Siri, Jan C. Zayas, Anya Martin, Munsa, Piggins, Jam, Elias, Jack Shine, Maidenless, Evelyn Manuel, Quote 13, Chris Simons, Kyle, Yarpus, Gift V, Bobby Hendon, Stygian the Candleman, User 1, Giant Mouth, End, Namco Maniac, Brett Bronze, Luna Bug, Kincaid Savoy, Ruth, Mateus Ferreira, James B., Leonardo Vandenslager, Rocky Disco, Saoirse Gordon, Stephen Walchek, Justin Salazar, Baka Choi, McClay, Geralt of Nivea, Itewex, Samuel Ong, Red Lightleys, Vanishing Dolphin, Cherry Red, Anthony Bernal, Toodles, Melanie, Dan Luther, Ryan Tracy, War Potato, Joshua Bennett, Renaud Lefebvre, Lautrec, MGS Paste Eater, Avery, Mossling, Sib, Stumble Arcana, William Rhodes, Bismuth Baker, Cogito Ergo Mo, Cassie, Cyborg Nocta, Zvibe Shen, Sinless, The Seventh Ant Queen, Bumbleboy, Evilon, Mukamik, Funky Timer, Princess Goldie, Thyrork, Cody Gratner, Nate Corbin, Apollo 900, Cheryl Blossom, Queen of the Bees, Blake, Nictus, Hugmeyer, Jacqueline Sane, Christopher Simmons, Thomas Christ, UW, Ashes, Antonis Papadakis, Gang Warfare Enthusiast, Dylan, Damus, Romad275, Webby, Gradius, So-So, K, Hey It's Casey, V, Primrose, Catgirl Maoist, Mercy Grin, Soyo, Qui-Gon Tim, Josie Nakamura, an Artie Guy, Nick Bad Fan Sub, Dogda, Dylan Chapon, Time Traveling Drug Cartel, Grace McCain, Jerry Turgan, Vic, Aria Midnight, TV's Brent, Nick Armijo, Ellie Fox, Jorge Rodriguez, Water Plant, Miku Maniac 39, Jim, Sunny Warrior, Roanberg, Vasey, Frog Voice, sounds like me, Samantha Merriweather Marquis, Audies, Binary Robot, Alex Ward, B. Jensen, From J. What Love, Corey Vindelspecht, Nasra, the Doom and Terror of Modern Man, Arthur G., Greg Records, Anani Mouse, Too Many Cats, Dewey Doan, Didone, Snowy Dark, Timothy McQuillan, DM Fangorn, Toter, Chris Astley, That Fireless the Wireless, Elliot, Pantheon System, Maxwell Greason, Sam Gardner, Raylan, Alex Sanchez, Squiddo, Slow Dancer, Corey Soto, I turned myself into a shitty mobile game, Morty, I'm Raid, Shadow Legends Rick, Kenny W., Bindle, Drissy, Lawrence Raish Jr., Legitimate Hap, Nothing Man, Matthew H. May, Captain Insano, Imhest, Biggie Swizz, CG, Dust in the Light, Ghost Juice, Tomo, Ya Bull, Cyrudune, Cherry Pez, DM Getty, Toast, Sander, Faye High, Lexi Luke, Joseph Lupo, Mantha065, Jonah, Filthy Kremling, Tyler, Arva Mera, Ride the Buffalo, Leto, Vice Chemo, Gooby, George Lee, Sul Matul, Motav, Potato, Ratboy Slim, Punkbold, Docile, Hans Vitamin, Yeppe Kier, Fool, Yepa Kier, Thomas Rowling, Gabriel N., Marcos Azevedo, Freya Katra Erlingsdottir, Skeins, V. Belvale, Help, my Mastiff took all my plastic bags, Hey Cheeb, Mood, Win Garayapi, Settings, Mark McGowan, Daniel Bow, Sticky Rick, Orlon the Dog, Mac, Lose the Booze, Snail Mail, Nelty, Cyan, Meowmar Cat Doffy, Mommy Colonel of the Revolution Yan, Dr. Guachter, Bloody M, Timothy Gallagher, Prickma, Lumpy Oats, Best Tiger, Dedennis 13, Josh Bays, Granola Barnaby, Ian Cook, Aradia Vitalia Anouk, Franco, AJ, Canyon, Arencios, Norgamder, Pandaroo, Moonly Tears, Floranta de la Cruz, No Man 2000, PH, Mothman, Hyrax Syriakis, Logan Morgangard, Aaron E.B., Stev, Guro, Chatan, Vramter, River, Hamgerber. Make sure you try our bacon apple. Make sure you try our bacon apple blasters with the new honey maple ranch sauce. Valeria, Charles, Peter Chauvin, Rag Lion, Brian Smith, Nicholas Hale, Chris Rovers, William Nelson, Emil Vlieskins, Nina Wednesdays, Blight, Soup Clown, Ty Perry, Fox Animals, Mix Ashes, I am Interface 0101. All I got from the subscription was a discount to my hemorrhoid cream. Rezok, Brian Hahn, James Moore, Kirgash Crow, Notorious JMK, Neophyte, Vivia Doherty, the smallest church in Wienerville, Nullitete Bastardes Carborundum, The Raff, Ryan Frooks, A Noob in Disguise, Sunny, Michael Dennis Martin, Jim Dark Magic, Rye Fool, Ad, Farsi, Samuel, Moment of Mori, Galbatrix, AI Prototype Mark 6, Chronicky, what else we got here? No, that's it. All right. Thank you, one and all. Gachi gachi sorarun ujoge goyo uri